I rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal for how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledged knowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My fans on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the resolve. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who we caught up in using what I was taught with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while stenciling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B, just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawing. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena Horne. So bent on, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos, outcasted like hey ya.
Yo, party people in the place to be. What's good? It's your man, Uncle Freezy. What's good? What's good? What's good? Shout out to all my Knicks fans out there representing the blue tears, the orange tears, the Blorence tears. What's good? What's good? I see y'all out there in the chat already. Pudge Nice is in the building. Felipe 210 was good. Jermaine Royster was good. Was good. Anthony D. Sir was good. Sam I am. Green eggs and ham was good. Anthony D is in the building. Stapha Don. White Falcon is in the building. White Falcon. I don't think we could trade for Paul George now, man. The Paul George annual injury has occurred. T-Jack, what's good? What's good, y'all? What's good? It's good to see y'all, man. It's good to see y'all. Good to be with y'all. So y'all, man, just throw those hands in the air and wave them as if you just don't care. What's good? White Falcons. Already. Paris Douglas in the building. What's good? I ain't gonna yap y'all. Oh, wow. 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 So I wasn't gonna yap y'all to death, man. I just want to get down to the nitty gritty, man. The Knicks upcoming games on the schedule. I think it's possible the Knicks can make a run. So the Knicks' next 5 games are at Minnesota, at Detroit, at Oklahoma City, at Toronto, then home for Indiana, and so those are the next 5, and then at Boston. At home versus Boston, at Boston versus San Antonio, at Dallas. Home for Dallas, home for San Antonio, at Atlanta, home for Charlotte, home for Minnesota, home for New Orleans, home for the Clippers without Kawhi and Paul George, at Cleveland, and then we go to Miami. So the next stretch of games right? Jay Boogie is in the building. What's good, Jay Boogie? Jay Boogie says, we're going to blow the screen off today. I'm going to stand in front of this first battle of the day. Bam. Do it. Do it. JJ, salute. What's good? JJ says, can't lose to the T-Wolves without Towns, Edwards, and D'Lo. Hey, man, we sure can't. We sure can't. We sure shouldn't. We sure shouldn't. You know, but we'll see. We'll see. Actions are louder than words. I guess that's what somebody said one time. Wayne Peterson was good. Any news on McBride? Let me check to see if there's any news on McBride. Let me check that. And I meant to tell y'all, man, thank y'all for continuing to support the channel. Man, loving it. Loving it. Loving the support. Man, if y'all coming through, man, make sure y'all smash that like button. Subscribe to the channel. You know, this is a Knicks fan channel. You know, I don't claim to be a reporter or to be in the know or any of that stuff. Man, it's just Knicks fans getting on here rocking and rolling. Y'all know how it is. It's just Knicks fans coming in here to hang out and have some fun. So I'm checking for any Grimes news. I don't see anything new. Any new Grimes news? Let me double check one more time. Terrific wing defender from the New York Post. R.J. Barrett, Quentin Grimes cleared for Knicks returns after blah, blah, blah. Yesterday, Tom Thibodeau raves about Quentin Grimes, suggesting more action. Yeah, nah. So it's basically saying nothing new. Jeff, 59. What's good? John is in the building. Still Knicks fans, man. I love them brothers, man. Oh, AD. Let me address this real quick. Let me address this real quick. Yeah, man. So the winner of the Hardwell versus Stapha Don battle is Hardwell in a runaway based on the fans voting. I'm gonna go to the poll and get the results. I meant to do a screen capture at the time, right after 24 hours. But let me do this. I'll do this. Let me do this. With 164 votes in, Hardwell is the winner with 70% of the votes. Hardwell won with 70% of the votes based on the fans voting. Bing Bong is in the building. Adele Chapman is in the building. Chuck Allen was good. D is balling. Todd Bobby is in the building. What's good? What's good? Yo, I'm gonna tell y'all something, man. If y'all had never had a conversation with Todd Bobby, trust, it is hilarious. It is entertaining and hilarious. Hilarious. Todd Bobby is hilarious, yo. Pudge Knight says, when's the next battle? I can't wait for the next debate, man. I got people, everybody saying that they want to do it, but what are we doing? I can't get people to line up and go against each other. You know what I mean? But for the record, Hardwill is undefeated at 1-0. Let me do this. We got a lot of stuff on our slates and everything. Let me do this. Let me put the link in the chat. Man, I was running a little late, messed around and dozed off, man. Bro, sleep is crazy. Messed around and dozed off, man. And that's why I don't like sleeping. I got like 19 minutes of sleep, man. I want to get like 11 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Dripmore's in the building. What's good? Drip.
What time is it?
I would like to introduce.
We need a beat.
Stapha Don, what's good? How you today, brother?
I'm blessed, man. Can't complain, man. I woke up this morning, so I'm good.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. It's good to hear you, man.
I'm good. Shout out to the chat.
Yeah, man. Hey, are you off of work today?
Yes, sir. For the whole week until next week.
What? You lazy bum? You ain't working?
Yes, sir. All for the whole week. So I'll be rocking with you for the whole week.
Congrats, bro. Congrats, man. For having some time off, man.
Word.
Oh, look who here. Look who backstage. Fellas, what's good?
Yo, I got an intro.
Good morning.
Oh,
What?
good morning. Party
Freezy, you made my morning, man.
Hey man, you know how it is.
I appreciate you taking out the time to even do it.
Yeah,
I appreciate that big time.
Nah, man.
Yes,
I have been working on it, man. But bro, I try to work on them in the morning. But what happens is in between the time that I get off from work and start the show, I try to do the show stuff. And sometimes I have them like 80% of the way there, and then I can't do it. You know how it is. And then you don't want to just say that you got an intro, and then you know what I'm saying, not be able to do it. So so there it is. And plus everybody probably been expecting that anyway. So you know how it is.
Well, it's much appreciated nonetheless, man.
Yeah, man, no doubt.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Uncle Freezy.
Danny Landis
Breaking news.
is in the building.
Thank you for that, Freezy.
Hey, man, I keep forgetting to do the audio part. I got a little clip with a little kid running down the street, street talking about extra, and I keep forgetting to add it to your show, man. My bad. Hey,
You should have like an old Italian guy, like extra. You know.
Yeah.
That's it. Tony Soprano, right?
Yeah, man. Yeah,
Hey,
man.
Freezy, shout out to Hardwell, man, and the debate.
Yeah.
Shout him out. Respect the winner. Just want to tell the fans that thank y'all for voting. You know what I mean? It was good. Even though I know it was an uphill battle with a topic like Randall, and 99.9% people don't like Randall's his game. So I know it was a hard fought battle going up. So, but anyway, respect to the 30 people that voted for me. Respect to Hardwell, you know what I mean, and the debate. And let's just get more people on the debate, man. Let's get it cracking, man. Anthony D versus Free Keith. Somebody, let's get it, man.
Yeah, let's go.
That's good sportsmanship, Stapha. I give you respect for that.
He don't want this smoke. I'm out here in the streets every day looking for him. He don't want this smoke.
No smoke.
Wow.
Damn, Anthony, you looking for him, bro? Like that?
Smoking out the window.
I'm out here looking for him. He don't want this.
I can't find him either.
No, y'all guys had a good. So I'm gonna be honest with y'all though. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I thought y'all was too our feelings against each other. A little bit.
Repeat that
I think
again.
y'all need to go at it again.
Oh,
I didn't get all that.
Wow.
You say you want us to go at it again?
Yeah, but you know what? I have a topic that I was wanting to see if
I was saying.
Oh, there you go.
Now I was saying I thought y'all had a good debate, but I thought because it was so fresh and y'all was in y'all feelings a little bit too much. I think y'all should go at it again. I think somewhere down the line y'all should go at it again.
Rematch.
Yeah,
man.
Because
it depends on the topic, right?
Anthony D, to tell you the truth, it was already a hard battle going up already because people just don't like Randall already. So me trying to be the 1% out of that 100 wasn't gonna work, bro. Even though what I say, bro, is not going. Listen, I know I was never gonna win, especially with like a topic like Randall, bro, and especially how he playing. It ain't gonna work.
That should never be your mentality, man.
Yeah,
I get what you're saying, bro. Because I went in there and I fought anyway, but I don't think it'll make a difference. To tell you the truth, I mean, it's not to sugarcoat anything. I just don't think it will make a difference if we do it again.
Man, I don't care. I just want to get this. I want to give somebody this belt, bro. I'm looking at it right now. Stapha Don, this belt is real, right?
Of course, I seen it in Charlotte.
Yeah,
I held it.
Yeah, that belt is real, bro. And I want to send this thing to somebody's house. You know what I'm saying? I want somebody to be the Lawrence Tears Debate League Season 1 champion. Right?
Send it to me, Freezy. Give me my address.
Well, Chuck
Send it
B
to Lucas. He wants it.
Chuck B might have something to say. Chuck B might have something to say about that, bro. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Chuck. So let me ask you, Jen. So I mentioned the Knicks' upcoming schedule. Is this the place that the Knicks turn their season around and we forget about all the things that happened in the beginning of the season? Or does this season continue on the course that it's on? And the Knicks mess around and don't make the playoffs.
Go ahead, somebody spark that.
I think they turn it around, Freezy.
You think so?
Yeah.
Why
I'm optimistic. I'm being optimistic. I think they're going to turn it around.
Why is that? Is that just positive vibes, or are you thinking there is a something that's going to push this team to play more positive team ball.
Positive vibes and the play with Kemba. What's the story with Kemba? He turned it around, Kemba.
No, bro.
You know what? I'm gonna be honest with you, Freezy. I think we're winning 5 in a row, and I think so because of just the way that the team's playing. And I see that the teams that we're playing, they're still decimated. Give it Minnesota credit; they did whoop up on Boston the other night. I think it was last night. But we're facing teams that we should beat and really get our confidence up. The only team that I'm worried about is the Raptors because they always play us tough, regardless of who they got out with protocol. But besides that, I mean, OKC, Detroit, Minnesota, I think those are easy wins. I see us getting on the 5-game win streak and then potentially, moving up into the seeding and getting some confidence moving forward.
Okay.
Well, let's take it one game at a time, right?
Yeah, of course.
So we have Minnesota tonight. Now, Minnesota, as Sam just regurgitated, that they actually had a really good win last night. And let's be careful because we know how we do against young legs. So let's keep an eye on that. Who's after them? Detroit, right?
Yeah.
And who's after Detroit?
Oklahoma City.
Oklahoma's been playing ball.
Yeah, I was going to say, they're the trap game.
I forget who just went out for them, but I know they got some dudes out that just got put out.
So a 2-1, a 3-0 would be great in the next stretch of 3. But I'll take a 2-on-1, and it depends how we win the games too, because I understand a W is a W, but ugly wins are always concerning and causes for us to dissect and critique. You know what I'm saying? So,
how do you feel
not
about
yet,
the
Freezy.
Toronto game after the Thunder?
To answer your question, Freezy, not yet. Let's give him a little bit more time. Let's see how these starters continue to gel and stuff like that. What are we in? 27, 28th game? Right?
30.
33
games.
Okay, my fault. Okay, so we still got 50 some odd games.
A lot of time.
Another couple of weeks before we can start saying
49, 50 games, something like that.
Yeah, or where we're going, or where we're projected to go.
What do you think about Kemba, Freezy? You think he's sticking in on starting lineup?
Yes.
He's got no choice.
Yeah, we don't have a choice.
Yeah. I at this point, I don't think Tibbs has a choice but to start Kemba.
Right.
And it's 90, and it has nothing to do with the roster makeup or health. I think it's the momentum from Kemba Walker. And by the way, I'm gonna say this, and I know this is gonna sound unpopular, but I don't care. Right?
No problem.
I think Tom Thibodeau benching Kemba Walker initially was a great thing. Because you can only tell somebody to do something a certain number of times before you get frustrated with them. And then at some point that player has to motivate themselves. Like Tibbs is yelling, Kemba, put the pedal to the goal, do it. And in 19 games, Kemba was like, yeah, but this is Randall's team. I don't want to come in here and I don't want to do such and such. He's like, okay, I'm gonna tell you one more time. Yo, do it. And he didn't do it. He was like, okay, I can show you better than I can tell you. And he sat him. And Kemba felt disrespected. And he felt like he should have been out there playing. And Kemba might have thought this is 1 game or 2 games or 3 games. And come to find out, Tibbs was for real. He's like, yo, if you don't do this thing, I'm not playing you. Period. Period, right? Kemba out there scoring, trying to, if he ain't scoring, he ain't doing nothing. But Tibbs benched him, right? And then Kemba, through the grace of God, it's a worldwide occurrence. It happens once every 300 years happens, and Kemba gets to start, and he come back in and averaged 9 rebounds and 7 assists over the time that he back, right? But if Kemba had been 26, 9, and 7 in the first 19 games, do you think he would have got benched? No. My man legit is averaging 9 rebounds a game since he's back in the starting lineup. Right?
Crazy.
Kemba Walker wasn't playing that physical when he started the season. Nor was he dishing the ball like that.
That's Kemba Skywalker.
Now does it take getting benched to motivate you as a player? As a person? Yes. You know what I'm saying? So for one, people say, hey, Tibbs shouldn't have done it, blah, blah, blah. But you know what, though? If Tibbs wouldn't have done it, we wouldn't have got this version of Kemba, in my opinion.
Okay, so let's draw two things from that, right? One, it was not Tom Thibodeau's intention to bring Kemba back into this rotation this early.
At all.
Let's keep that in mind.
Yeah.
So we forced to do it, and Kemba took the best out of the situation, is making the best out of the opportunity, right? You know, there was a coach I messed with in Florida, and he's a great player. He played Division I, played some overseas ball. Anyway, he tore his ACL, and he was forced to examine and watch the game and not play, even when he was coaching, but he was doing a lot of playing. And point being is that experience of him sitting on the bench throughout the whole time and just examining upgraded his coaching ability.
Right.
You see, so I say that to say that whether we feel Tom Thibodeau was right or wrong in the matter, Kemba took advantage of the situation and maybe absorbed the situation a little bit better. So then if he said, okay, if this ball is in my hand, this is what I'm doing with it when I get out on the court, because he's able to see the pros and cons and the X and Y's and the O's and all that.
Right. Right.
So does that just prove the point that you could develop while sitting down watching the game?
Yep.
I think it's circumstantial, Stapha. It won't work for everybody.
Yeah, and plus, in this case, Kemba didn't have to develop. The stuff was already there. He just wasn't using it. You know what I'm saying? Because think about this. If it was a development thing, you just saw him get incrementally better as he stepped on the court. But as soon as Kemba stepped on the court, he exploded.
No, I know that, but I'm just, you know how people say that when we don't play the kids, we're not developing them.
Right.
So in a sense, with the kids not playing also too, they are developing by just watching also too, right? Am I right? Or
They should be. They should be.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Of course.
But I don't think development is linear, though. I don't think the development is like a straight line process. You know what I'm saying? I think development is one of those things where sometimes you get big victories where you shouldn't. Sometimes, like, you get the David versus Goliath moments, like Miles McBride stripping Devin Booker. That ain't gonna happen often, right? And then sometimes you get losses like Miles McBride looking lost against a random defender like Raul Neto, right? You like, that shouldn't happen either. You know what I'm saying? Like, you like, who in the world is Raul Neto? You know what I'm saying? And so I say that to say that it's not gonna be a steady incline. You know what I'm saying, with the kids. It's gonna be like when I boxed, and this will go to both points that was made: the incremental progression and the getting knocked down in order to get back up better. Right. When I used to box, your boxing coach should be telling you, no, don't do such and such. But you feel like you can get a success if you take a risk. You take the risk, you get knocked in your butt. You're like, oh, God, dog it. You know what I'm saying?
Freezy, but you learn by watching these guys too. Sitting on the bench watching these guys, you learn something.
Yeah.
But the point he's trying to make, Danny, is that because they have different ways of processing the experience. So some can just sit on the bench and get all that. Some need the playing time. Some need to be talked to. So that's the point he was making.
Yes,
right.
yes.
And some just need the opportunity. You know what I'm saying? Like you just need to like, for instance, some of the skills we have personally, we kind of like nervous on the fence about some of the skills we have like our personal skills. We feel like that it's there, but we don't want to show the world. It's like how some of us, you know what I'm saying, got bars, but we don't want to spit in front of everybody. You know what I'm saying? And then the time come, and then you forced to spit in front of everybody, and you get a reaction that you didn't anticipate. Like maybe some dude more experienced than you, like, yo, that's dope. Why don't you start doing that more full time? And you're like, oh man, I got a job, bro. But I appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? It's like one of them things, so it's like, those type things. Like the thing with Miles McBride, to me, is a perfect example because he ripped Devin Booker. Devin Booker is a baller in this league. And Devin Booker has size over Miles McBride, right? Devin Booker's an all-star caliber NBA player that averages 26, 27 points a game. Miles McBride is a rookie, a lowly touted rookie. Regardless of how we feel about him, a lot of teams passed on him in the draft, right? But he came out and did his thing against Devin Booker. But then when it came out for him to do his thing against the third string point guard from the Washington Wizards, he couldn't. So he's like, okay, so you learning in both ways. But anyway.
Well, I think the best experience though is hands-on experience though. I think that's the best way to do it. Look, a boxer, perfect example, right? You see a boxer, shadow boxer, or he working with his trainer, and you're like, oh my God, this man looks amazing. Right? Like, look at his combinations. Look at his body definition. Look at his speed, right? And then we put him inside the boxing ring and he getting hit like a crash test dummy.
Right.
That's
so
true.
I always think hands-on experience is the best way to learn though.
Yep, that's true.
Right, no doubt.
Watching and playing. You need both.
Right.
Both of those.
Right.
For sure.
Can I ask y'all a question though? How do y'all feel about these next couple of games? We do have a back-to-back. Like we play Minnesota tonight and then Detroit tomorrow. So how do y'all think that's gonna go with Kemba because he is playing 40 minutes a game?
Hey.
Push the pedal to the metal.
I'm just saying, like in cautious. We have to go in caution because he's known. I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but we know he's known for not normally playing back-to-backs.
Without McBride there, Sam, he's gonna have to play most of the game.
I have faith in him.
I'm just saying. So,
Keep the faith.
let's say he gets tired. Who we putting in? Burks? Like, who's backing him up?
It could be a committee thing. It could be Burks. It could be a bit of Barrett. It could be a bit of Randall. Running that, it's going to have to be by committee.
No, we don't want Randall bringing up the ball.
But Randall is capable of initiating an offense, though. Jeez.
Yeah, but even though I'm a big Randall kid, I'm tired of him getting slandered. So I'd rather him just not get the ball and just go to his sweet spots and do what he do down on the block. I'd rather that.
I think if he does it for 5 or 6 possessions of a game, I think that's okay. And he's not over dribbling and he's just getting into the sets and the spots, I think that's perfectly fine.
Right. I got you. Right. But if Quickly or McBride or Burks is there, I'll let them handle the ball.
I agree.
Okay. Yeah, y'all make sure y'all smash that like button. Subscribe to the channel. Support your peoples. I'm looking for Knicks PR to see if Knicks PR put something out, but I don't see anything that Knicks PR put out right now. So so it's looking like it may just be the crew that played Christmas Day.
Yeah, it's been real quiet this morning.
Yeah. So it may just be
well, keep in mind, you saw what the NBA did. Now it got decimated to only 6 days instead of 10.
Right.
And I'm hoping that this update gets updated, but currently it's saying that IQ is going to be out due to conditioning.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, so that's tough. That might mean he had that thing, man. Yeah, man.
And wait, hold on. We at Minnesota, right?
Yep.
Yeah, because we're on a road trip.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's why I was saying, we got that back-to-back. We got Detroit tomorrow.
Right. Yeah, and we on the plane tonight to go to Detroit. Right.
Yeah, so it's gonna be rough, man.
But I think they said McBride didn't even travel with the team because he's still in.
Yeah. And we got to keep in mind, I mean, and it's sad to say, these games are not shoo-ins.
No.
Not at all.
No, they are not. As a matter of fact, Minnesota beat.
Yeah, they beat Boston pretty good last night.
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
And they had a young center that went off for almost 30, right?
Right. Yeah. Minnesota, we can't sleep on anybody. We know that anyway.
Yeah.
Can't even afford to do that.
So Boston had Jason Tatum out last night.
Yeah, he's out with protocol.
Okay. And so yeah, they had a center that went for
Jalen Noel, he went for 29. I'm not sure what position he plays.
He's a center.
Okay. Oh, they had Greg Monroe, 11 points, 9 rebounds, 55% from the field. So he made a return for them last night, Greg Monroe.
Every time I hear that name, I think Andrea Bargnani.
Let's be
that one off season.
Let's be careful. Let's be careful there, Freezy. Let's be careful there, Freezy, because Greg Monroe is the same body type and plays the same way as one of your all-time favorite Knicks. Let's be careful there.
Yeah, I know.
He's a shorter Bill. He's a shorter Bill Cartwright.
Oh, geez.
He's a shorter Bill Cartwright. Easy.
Bill Cartwright.
He's easy. A shorter Bill Cartwright. Yeah.
Yeah, I love Cartwright.
We know, Freezy.
I wish they would retire his number or something, or do something. Bring him back or something. Do something. I wish they would do something.
Oh, Jesus! Oh, God! Lord have mercy.
Because that's the crazy thing, Unc. Like literally, Minnesota's whole starting lineup is out, but they still beat Boston like that.
Yeah, man.
That's crazy.
It goes to show how bad Boston's roster is. Jason Tatum and Jalen Brown is carrying that roster.
Yeah,
it's incredible, you know. But I'm concerned that our roster may be overhyped with names. Like we got RJ Barrett, but what is RJ Barrett doing?
Oh no, not this again.
Yeah, RJ Barrett's been playing horribly, horrifically, terribly. Right? For the third pick, RJ Barrett is looking like a bust at the moment.
Well, they got people saying that how Reddish is looking better than him.
See, the thing about Red, I don't.
Reddish got space to operate.
Reddish, you got to look at the situation.
Are we going?
I thought you was about to say something.
I thought he was getting emotional.
I was just saying that Reddish is in a great situation. I wouldn't say that he's better than RJ Barrett because I feel like RJ could do more than Reddish is doing in that situation.
But we can't tell.
I'm gonna give RJ this next stretch of games, this next 4 games in a row, and if he doesn't, hopefully he breaks out tonight. That would be good because it seems like we're gonna be shorthanded once again. But tonight or tomorrow, I feel like he should have a good game. I'm not gonna, bash RJ too bad right now.
Yeah, hope springs eternal. But at some point, our young beast, our young warrior has to prove it on a nightly basis. And I'm not saying he got to score 30 points a game, but he's got to get on those boards, right? RJ Barrett, you got to at least show us 6 or 7 rebounds. You got to show us 4 or 5 assists. You got to get that free throw percentage up. You got to go to the basket, attack the basket. If the 3-point shot ain't falling, no big deal.
Yeah, other things you could do. Right.
Yeah. Everybody's not going to beat Ray Allen, bro. Everybody's not going to beat Steph Curry. We know that.
I want to see him use that mid-range. That's what I've been begging for the past couple seasons. If he can consistently just give us the mid-range, then I'd like to see that.
When I see RJ, right, I see I don't see a prolific all-star when I see him. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. I still feel moving forward he's very important because I feel he should be developed like a Swiss Army knife type of guy. He could do many different things on the basketball court. He could guard one of your best perimeter guys. He could snatch you 9 rebounds. He could get you 6 assists. He could get you 2 steals. I feel like he's that type of guy, and there's nothing wrong with that.
But we need to see it consistently, though. Because the stat sheet ain't going to show everything that you do on a court.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I heard Uncle Alchemy, Athletic Alchemy. Shout out to my man. He does Golden State Warriors content. The man does great content, right? He mentioned that Otto Porter Jr. had plays in the Christmas Day game that you're not gonna see on the stat sheet. But if you watch the game, you felt his presence in the game. You knew he was there. Like on key rebounds, Otto Porter was boxing out one or two people at a time. Now somebody else got the rebound, but Otto Porter Jr. was boxing out one or two people, so another person can get the rebound. The person with the rebound goes in the stat sheet, right?
Right.
But not the person that boxed out all those people. You know what I'm saying? Like RJ Barrett needs to have his presence be felt. Right now, I think he's just. Yeah, I remember how I used to get on Obi about Obi getting minutes and just running up and down the floor, and you don't know what he did. I feel like that's what RJ Barrett is doing right now. Now I know he's going through a rough stretch. You know what I'm saying? This last 25 games has been rough.
Because you gotta understand though, everybody's different, and I feel like RJ's the type of guy, like his EQ, he's the type of guy where he's not like really dominant, and like if the environment's right, he's right. And we gotta understand, like, there's a lot of stuff going on with this team. Like, there's a lot of like misrepresentation of identity and roles on this team. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a Julius' team. Now, when you see Kemba play, it looks like it's Kemba's team. And then, you know, is Mitch starting? Is he not? Evan's there barking. Like, there's a lot of stuff going on, and I'm not sure everybody knows their role, right? So it's just like a young child in a battered household. It's like, where do I know my place? Do I know when to go to the refrigerator? You know what I'm saying? Do I know when to ask you to go outside? Like, I feel like there's something like that going on. And that's on your boy Tibbs. He's got to set that straight. 1 from 15 has to know what's going on.
Right. No doubt. In my opinion, I think that's the front office. I always felt like it was the thing I felt like is when RJ Barrett was drafted, they should have gave RJ Barrett the keys to the city from go. Right. The number 3 pick gets the keys to the city, regardless what NBA franchise they go to. Right. If you're the number 3 pick, you pick a player at 3 because you feel like anything beyond 3, you know, you need 2 or 3 players to do it. Anything in the top 3, you feel like the player you picking should be able to do a lot of stuff on his own. And RJ Barrett can do a lot of NBA stuff on his own. He can. Right. But the thing about it is at what point do you give, in my opinion, I didn't want RJ Barrett to be an all-around player. Right. Not this early. I wanted RJ Barrett to become an all-around player around year 5 and 6. Right. I wanted RJ to do stuff to build his confidence because rookies in New York have it rougher than rookies in other NBA cities. Right. Like Anthony Edwards can dunk on people and do all that stuff in Minneapolis, Minnesota, because ain't nobody looking to point out the mistakes he made during the game. Like he dunked on one person but made 99 mistakes during the game. Nobody noticed. Nobody noticed because it's Minnesota.
Oh, I did.
Yeah.
But I mean,
RJ makes a mistake, bro, and it's all over the world.
No, I hear you. Right.
In New York,
yeah. The microscope is sharper.
Everything. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
But you see, it's like this. Like, but at the same time, like as a coach, it's my job to put my players in the best positions possible for them to succeed. So if I'll show you a play, right? And it happened on Saturday. There was a play where RJ flashed to the middle, right? And they fed him. I was shocked that they gave it to him. And he shot like a little 10 to 12 little baby floater, right? And I'm like, you see, this is what I want to see more, how they use RJ. Because he's so strong. He's not the fastest guy. And he doesn't have the best footwork. He doesn't have the biggest IQ. So I don't need him operating from 20 feet out to make something happen. It's harder for him. It'll be easier for him to be in that little 10 to 12 mid-post area and make things happen from there. See, but now the issue becomes Julius likes that too. Right. And they're both left-handed.
Right.
So it's a mess in certain ways, man.
Right. I think so. The thing is when you look at James Harden is not fast at all. And he can't jump either. He's a sneaky athlete, like RJ Barrett, right? So, but what James Harden does is use his elite skills to dominate you, right? Like he'll use his elite skills, like his 3-point shooting. Like he's always been a great 3-point shooter, right? And so people look at his percentages and be like, well, his 3-point shot is not that special. But James Harden always has the best defender on the floor guarding him. Always. You know what I'm saying? Always. And then he takes high volume. So you have to look at it is for what it is, right? But the thing about it is RJ Barrett has elite skills, right? Like RJ Barrett's elite skill is in a one-on-one, he can get to the basket. You don't know how he gets there because he's not the fastest or the most athletic. You know what I'm saying? Or has the most verticality, but he can get there.
It's the strength.
He can't finish.
Right.
If he could finish once he gets there, then now we're talking about, okay, this kid is special. Right.
Well, I think James Harden was a great comparison, Freezy, because of the sense of that they're both bulky, they're both strong, they're both slow, and they're both lefty, right?
Right.
But the thing that separates Harden from Barrett is that Harden has elite ball handling and elite footwork, and Barrett does not have those two right now.
Right. But so he does not have those elite skills, but he has his own elite skills, right? That he doesn't use. Like for instance, when RJ Barrett's shot is going, in my opinion, he's a better 3-point shooter than James Harden.
Oh my God, Freezy, what are you talking?
No, Freezy, I have to disagree with that, Freezy. I'm sorry, guys.
Freezy, stop it. Cut it out.
I knew y'all were gonna say that, right? But last season, RJ Barrett started the season out terribly, right? Y'all remember the 3 for 59 stretch? Barrett from 3, y'all remember that?
Right, and he ended up shooting 41%.
But you know why he shot 41%? Because after that slump was over, he shot 49% from 3 the rest of the season.
Yeah, a lot of wide open quarter threes.
AD who shoots 49%
he gets, from 3. But Freezy, he got those shots and those makes because of what? Off of the dribble drive, and he's open.
Yeah,
he got a lot of that off of Randall drawing two people. He didn't get that because
by himself. Right.
By himself, because he can come down here and cut somebody up.
But you missed my point. I never said he was an elite shot creator. I said he was an elite 3-point shooter. I never did. Did I say Stapha Don, did I mistakenly say that he was an elite shot creator? Because if I said
no, you never said that.
Because if I said that, then I'm mistaken.
No, what you said was that he's a better 3-point shooter.
Yes, that's what you said.
Right.
Which I still disagree with that, but no problem.
But you're bananas, Freezy. Stop. Could you cut it out, Freezy? Stop it. Cut it out.
All right. So I'll pull up numbers. Y'all want data?
Don't do that. No.
Oh God. Oh God. Here comes Cemetery Freezy again. Oh my God.
Gandalf the Great.
I'm just saying sometimes you gotta use data to support your point. Because
of course you do.
The eye test doesn't tell you everything. Right?
So now when you're showing this data, what is the premise for your data?
That after a certain point, RJ Barrett shot an incredible number from 3.
Okay.
Freezy, we know that, Freezy. Between late December and into February, he went crazy.
Yeah.
Just facts.
He shot 47% in February, right? He shot 34% in March. He shot 48% in April, 45% in May. After the All-Star break,
that's amazing.
He shot 43.5% after the All-Star break, after having a slump in March.
How many attempts a game, Freezy?
Okay. RJ Barrett shot. Okay, so it's not okay. So after the All-Star break, RJ Barrett took 5.3 threes a game.
Wow.
Right? And he made 2.3 of those.
All right, that's a good volume.
Yeah.
It's a good volume.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is that was RJ Barrett's elite skill, AD. That was his elite skill.
Catch and shoot?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so we can't. I mean, yo, look at
okay,
this.
Here's the thing with that though, Freezy. Harden is not in a position to be catch and shoot. Harden is the dictator of the offense. So for you to say he's better than Harden is, Harden would have to be in that same position for you to make that comparison. That's my point.
No.
Harden is the orchestrator.
No, or that means Harden
is the orchestrator. What's name is not. RJ is.
You know who's an elite 3-point shooter that we had, Freezy? Steve Novak. You know why? Because even then he was doing a lot of catch and shooting. He was shooting a lot of closeout and contested shots and making them. I don't see RJ doing that. RJ, a lot of his threes come from open threes that are sped up from dribble penetration or a double team on the same side.
Hey, hold on. I'll be right back, yo. I'll be right
back. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Hold on. Let me take this time to say the views you just heard by Uncle Freezy what are not shared by the rest of the panel.
Right.
Uncle Freezy has been known to be saucy early in the morning. I just want to let the
don't put that out there, AD. Come on.
I just want to let that known to the Blonde Tears Network that Uncle Freezy is a madman right now. Okay, now back to regular schedule program. Thank you.
That was a disclaimer.
That was a disclaimer.
It's just so bad. I just think it's so bad that we should even have Harden in the same conversation with RJ. I can't even.
It's disrespectful. It's totally disrespectful.
I mean, the man literally said that he felt, which he has the right to feel however he wants, but he felt that RJ Barrett is a better 3-point shooter than James Harden. I think that's completely ludicrous. Just a catch and shoot off the dribble. No way.
I think the only comparison they were talking about how they just big and slow, right? That was the only comparison. But to say that RJ is a better 3-point shooter than Harden, I think that's a little over.
I mean, and Stafford, when he said that, I was riding with him, right? You saw. And then all of a sudden he said that. Wait, hold on. Say what? What happened?
You heard me stay quiet. I wasn't riding with it at all.
I can see the type of the body frame and the left-handedness and the slowness, and that's why I said that. And that's why I said the ball handling and the footwork is the separator, because RJ don't have that.
Yeah, and that's where I fell off with D, because I know that Harden, his ball handling skills are just elite, and we just
Here's what the comparison should have been.
The amount of times I've seen RJ go between the legs, and that's one of the simplest ball handling moves out there.
Or just have the ability to create his own shot. He doesn't have that ability yet. Yeah.
And here's where the comparison should have been. When Harden got traded to Houston totally built the situation around Harden, right? When they got Dwight Howard was still second fiddle to him. Everybody that came there, Parsons, Howard, Chris Paul, it never became a situation where Harden would go home and be like, this is no longer my team anymore. Right. That's not what's happened with RJ. That's the kind of confidence RJ needs from management. Like, you know what? This is your team, right? And let's just see where we can go with it. And I said yesterday, RJ at Duke had the ball in his hand. He has somehow came to the Knicks and he became a catch and shoot. To his credit, he did well at it last year because he worked on it all day, all night. That's not the strength of his game.
Agreed.
I said it the other day. RJ is a slasher first, not a shooter. I said that the other day.
Yep.
He's not a shooter. He's a scorer. There's a difference. Okay. With his 6'7" body, you want to catch him on a Grimes at 6'4".
So let me.
I want him pulverizing small guards.
Yes, I want him pulverizing those little guys.
So, AD, so let me ask you this: as a ball player, wouldn't you like to be an overall player instead of just
not yet?
In time, Stafford.
In time.
Let me do what I do best first. Let me master that in this level, and then I can jump on that. And I'm going to have to end up doing it anyway, because once teams catch on what I master best, I'm going to have to see the double teams. I'm going to have to start creating my own shot. I'm going to have to learn how to shoot from the corner.
Yes.
So to I just wanted to clear up a point, man. Like the thing y'all said about Harden and RJ in my mind is false.
Oh, which part?
The separator, not the
I said the ball handling and the footwork is the separator between them. So one's elite, one isn't. So you disagree with that?
No, that's not what. No, that's not what I'm disagreeing. We could, not to say that point was obvious, but you made a good point there. So I'm not disputing that. What I'm disputing is the elite skills, right?
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying is James Harden has elite skills, and RJ Barrett has certain elite skills also.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And that's what made RJ Barrett a number 3 pick. Because if RJ Barrett didn't have certain elite skills, he wouldn't have been picked number 3.
Can you name me one?
Defense.
You think RJ Barrett is an elite defender?
Not yet. Not in year 3, but the potential.
So it's not an elite skill. Okay, so it's a potential.
Like, what elite skills did he come into the league with?
Yeah. Yeah.
Good point. Yeah, good point. Duly noted. So, but when I do that, when I compare James Harden in year 3 to RJ Barrett in year 3, did James Harden come in with a stepdaddy in year 3? Was he there yet? Coming off the bench for OKC? No. James Harden was not there.
That's not fair. That's not fair. That's not fair. That's not fair because James Harden had no. He didn't tell OKC to draft him. He didn't tell OKC to not know that he was that guy coming into the league. James Harden just needed a team to believe in him, to make him the centerpiece.
Oh, jeez. I need some violins. Anybody got some violin music?
That's just crazy. That's just facts. That's not conjecture. Because the moment they took the training wheels off, the moment they moved him away from KD and moved him away from I'll shoot the ball 50 times in a playoff game, Westbrook, James Harden blossomed like nothing you ever seen, coming from the bench to the beginning, to the starting lineup. You ain't never seen that before. You ain't never seen someone went from the bench to the starting lineup to the All-NBA status in one season.
I did. I saw it. I saw it with Julius Randle.
Julius Randle was not All-NBA. He was not. Oh my God! You know what, Freezy? No, Freezy. I'm gonna tell you something right now, Freezy. I'm gonna tell you something right now. You keep on with your nonsense, sir. I will take away that celery store championship you got there, buddy. Okay? Tell you right now, you'll be the green juice champion right now when I'm done with you.
Okay? What I'm saying is all you needed, some people needed was an opportunity. But like with Kyle Lowry, people forget that Kyle Lowry in Memphis. You don't even remember Kyle Lowry in Memphis, do you?
So
Chauncey Billups is another example.
But I remember him in Houston.
Yeah. When he trimmed that, when he was about to be out of the league.
But I remember him in Houston.
When Houston was about to cut him. You remember that Kyle Lowry in Houston with the old Yao Ming uniforms.
Yeah.
But he didn't go to All-NBA status in 1 year. Harden did that in 1 year, Freezy.
RJ needs his own team, Freezy, basically.
No.
I'm just asking.
Hey, Sam, good question, because where are you guys diverging to?
I'm just asking.
What's going on here?
What I was getting at is RJ's elite skill, though it doesn't look like it right now, is 3-point shooting. Right? The dude legit was on a pace to shoot 50% from 3 after the All-Star break on 5 attempts. Right?
I don't consider that elite though, Freezy. That's a potentiality. That's not an elite skill because he's only shooting 34% this year.
Yeah.
Right. No.
Yeah. That's something for him to be elite at that, Freezy. He's got to be. That's like you had a bad game today. You got 10 great games. Right. That's not elite. Elite is Steph Curry. Elite is Dame Dollars. Elite is, to pick somebody else, Bertrand. Those are elite 3-point shooters.
So
Harden, those are elite 3-point shooters.
He ain't doing too
So
hot, AD.
okay. So I'm gonna get down to the nitty-gritty. My point of it all is I think RJ Barrett has the capability of being Klay Thompson. Bam. Wow. How about that?
That is crazy.
No, Freezy, what is wrong? Mike, you know what? I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing.
Klay Thompson.
Yeah, Klay Thompson is one of the greatest shooters that NBA has ever seen.
Klay Thompson is one of the greatest defenders the league is at. Oh, 3-point shooting too.
That's so disrespectful. Freezy, you're so disrespectful right now, Freezy. Oh my God, Freezy.
Hey, I got an update too for y'all. Y'all not gonna like this one. Mark Berman just said that suddenly the Timberwolves are healthy now. Cat back, Russell's back, Ant-Man's back, Vanderbilt, and Patrick Beverly are available for tonight.
That's good.
I don't know.
That's good for us.
They always give the Knicks problems. Minnesota's always giving the Knicks problems. That's not going to be an easy walk. That's a tough game for the Knicks.
Hey, AD, can I ask you this? Do you know what Klay Thompson shot for 3 in his second season in the NBA?
Oh dear God, I just can't, Freezy. I just can't.
For real. God. When you say this number, when you say the number, I'm going to immediately give you a homework assignment and ask you to look at what RJ Barrett shot from 3.
Oh my God!
No, I'm not going to say the number. I'm going to say I don't know what he shot, Freezy. I don't know what he shot. Please tell us.
He shot 40.1% from 3. Guess what RJ Barrett shot in his second season?
Oh God!
Oh man! But listen, about that point with the Minnesota coming back. You see, I like this that they came back because now I want to see how that starting unit now looks with a full roster Minnesota Timberwolves.
Hey, D, all I'm gonna say is there's one man who I'm worried about tonight, and you know who's guarding at the 2 spot. That's who I'm worried about.
Yeah,
I hear
might
you.
Be playing 3, so if it's the 3, it's even worse, and that means Fournier.
I hear you.
That's
no. I want him to. You know what? That cat was talking a lot of smack the last time they played the Knicks last.
Good. I'm glad you mentioned that.
He talked a lot, and he directed his smack to RJ.
Hey Barrett.
Right
and now 1 year later.
Yes. And now we're a year later, and RJ never he never was the kind of guy to me that seemed like he would duck. See, is his intestinal fortitude. I'm gonna try and get it done. Not to get it done because he's a special 3-point shooter, which he's not. But he's a special ball handler, which he's not. He's a special mid-range shooter, which he's not. No, his toughness, his rigidness, his density. That's what makes him special. That's what can pole vault him overall because the kid has that rock confidence. See what I'm saying? Remember his rookie preseason when he looked so bad.
You gotta let us talk to some of your points, bro. Let us talk to some of your points. Let's speak to that point that you just made. Like his
go right on it.
Makes him special, right? So
yes.
So if we say that, then Anthony Mason is just as good as Dominique Wilkins.
Okay, let's stop.
You see, Freezy don't know when to stop. He just.
Bro, you won't give RJ credit. You won't give RJ Barrett credit for having legit basketball skills. You're talking about his personal makeup and not the stuff that he do on the floor. He does great stuff on the floor. He's just struggling right now.
Freezy, he's a hard worker, Freezy. That's his specialty.
Everybody works hard.
No, everybody don't work hard. No.
Sam, are you
work hard to get to the NBA?
D, are you a hard worker, bro?
I got my days.
Yeah, Stapha Don, are you a hard worker?
No doubt.
Yeah, I feel like I'm a hard worker too.
I just saw Stapha Don eating fried chicken on the job like 3 days ago. Can we stop it? Can we stop it?
I was on lunch, bro.
You was eating fried chicken at work.
I was on lunch, bro.
Can we stop it right now? I haven't worked hard to stop it. Cut it out. Stop it.
Freezy, just yesterday you wanted to sit RJ Barrett.
No, I didn't. I asked a question.
Yeah, he asked a question. Yes, I will.
I understand he did, but
he did bring
it must have crossed your mind that should RJ sit? You know what? Let me put it out there and see what the people think. So it crossed your mind,
right? Or could it?
And now RJ's got elite skills that I can't identify with.
Oh well, or could it have been that we are underestimating Quentin Grimes' impact on the roster?
No, let's not say we. Don't say we, buddy. You. Okay? Let's not say we. Divest me from that analogy there, guy. Because I told you what Grimes could be.
I wanted Grimes to play since day one. I wanted Grimes to play since day one. I wanted Deuce to play since day one.
Okay. And I will admit, I wanted Grimes to play for the Portland Trailblazers. I did not want him as a Knick.
Thank you.
But he is here. But now he's here.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm a Knicks fan. Right?
So you gotta embrace him. Open arms.
Yeah. He had us to take back that Damian Dotson talk.
Yeah. I mean, it's still listen. My man he hadn't burst on the scene yet. Right? It's still early. Grimes has a lot to prove, and so does RJ, right? But what I will say though is this: I think RJ in this moment right now is struggling terribly, right?
The 5 cent out.
Yeah.
I didn't forget you.
No. I just overrode it.
But what I will say though,
because I know y'all got in trouble. I'm sorry, y'all. Hold on.
Yeah, that's true. But
You really think RJ got something to prove?
No,
yes.
Well, the thing about the thing about people like RJ Barrett and myself is it doesn't matter what's happening in the world. We always have something to prove, right? In my opinion, that's a character flaw because you shouldn't live your life with something to prove to people, but you can't.
Freezy, he's the highest pick in Knicks history besides Ewing. He's the highest pick. Of course, he has something to prove. He's got to put this franchise on his back. The Knicks have to give him a place to where he's able to, if not put the franchise on his back, then to be able to where he can put his skill sets and he can put his true worth on this team night in and night out.
Well, 80, that's the thing, is the franchise giving him the keys to put the franchise on his back.
No, they have not.
Nope.
No, they have not. Because if you did, you would not have signed Fournier.
I agree.
So that brings back to the question that I asked you yesterday, and nobody seemed to answer it.
What was the question?
Do we go ahead and do we sign back RJ Barrett either to the max, or do we give him an extension, or we let him go?
I did answer that question, Staffer. I said that if I'm RJ, I'm going somewhere else. If I'm RJ.
That's what I was asking. I was like, what is his incentive to want to re-sign?
He loves this city. He grew up a Knicks fan. He grew up a Knicks fan. His grandfather was a Knicks fan. His father played at St. John's. His mother played basketball in the tri-state area. He loves this city.
He loves New York.
Those are emotionalities. What in basketball?
Love him. That's the thing.
Well, it's not even that. What in basketball incentive have they given RJ to say, "Hey, kid, listen, we want you here for the next 3 years, and we got full confidence that you're going to blossom and groom to an all-star"? I don't see that.
They haven't done that. They haven't. Yeah. They haven't done that.
Mm-hmm. So how have him playing out of position at times? He's not even playing the position he was drafted to play.
So the question is, how do we put RJ into that form?
Oh man,
You
Go
put
to boy, too.
RJ into that.
You can do that
You
by
put-
trading for Cam Reddish.
And you know what else you can do? You can trade away Mr. Frenchie. That's what you can do.
There you go.
But the
They
problem
love
is,
Frenchie.
the problem
They
is
shook
with
hands
Mr.
on Frenchie.
The problem is with Mr. Frenchie is that his value, you'd be selling low at this point because he's not even doing good. That's the problem with it. So that, like they was talking about it on another show I was watching. Like you probably look what the Celtics traded him for, or what they traded to get him. Wasn't it 2 second-rounders?
Dude, it was
And a trade
peanuts.
exception. And a trade
That's what
exception.
you'd be getting. That's what you would be getting back for him right now because he hasn't done good at all.
That's why it blew my mind with the contract that they signed him.
Right. That's what I'm
because
saying.
his value is so low.
Right. So if you trade Fournier now, you're not getting nothing unless you add him into one of those bigger deals. You're not getting anything for Fournier. So which is why you have to play
it's
him.
addition by subtraction. You get rid. You don't need to get a first round pick back. You just need to get him to get out of the way.
Yeah.
But he's not the only one to get. He's not the only one to get out of the way. Now,
Who else?
Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Quick trivia.
Would you take the 2 second-round picks? But would you take back 2 second-round picks for him?
I'd take a bucket of fries and a hat and a
Think
four chicken wings for him.
But you know what the problem with that is? Let's say we trade him, right? And we don't bring nobody back. Then what do you have? You have a gap to fill. That's bad. We don't
Hold
need
on a
it.
second.
We need
Hold on.
more.
I think we have gaps to fill.
That's what I'm saying. I think so too. I think we'll be good without him.
Yeah.
We already have gaps to
I'm
fill.
not against it. I just think if we get rid of him, let's bring somebody else. And like y'all saying, Reddish, somebody. Let's bring a wing.
That's Sam. That's wishful thinking, brother. I don't think that's gonna happen. I think we're stuck. I think we're stuck. And the only thing we could do is bury him on the bench at some point and possibly buy him out. And the best thing we can get from him is probably a second-round pick and some cash consideration.
And see, I'd like to just get rid of him just to get rid of the contract. As long as we can just fill in with somebody. I just need us to fill in with players who are actually going to contribute to the team.
Well, I think Grimes or Burks can fill in that position for right now.
Well, Grimes on a short end because the coach is not running a 3-guard offense. It's not going to do that. But here's my thing, though. Here's a little piece of my thing. This guy was probably the worst coach or one of the worst coaches in Knicks history, but he locked in on something that we often forget. Quick Knicks trivia. What was RJ Barrett's first position here on this team? He was the starting point. He was the starting point guard in his first ever game when he already had several seasoned veterans, right? Why did he think that RJ Barrett would be a point guard? Because what of the skill sets that he had? RJ's a good passer. RJ is 6'7", legitimately 6'7", right? He's not cutting you up with the ball a la Iverson or whatever. You don't need that. This is not the N1. This is not the N1 league. See what I'm saying? Magic Johnson never cut anybody up like that. It just made tried and true passes. Why did Fizdale see him like
he
that?
cut him up with the passes.
Let me say.
No,
Kev
no, but I'm saying is.
AD, let me read the super chat, man. Let me just do this real quick. So Kev Guapo, thank you for the generous contribution. Kev Guapo says, "Bring it on. Ready for all the smoke tonight." And
yeah, go through the super chat first.
Yeah, Brian Williford says, if both the trades are on the table, which one? I'm taking Fournier, RJ, and Knox for Brandon Ingram, or Fournier, Knox, and a pick for Jeremy Grant.
Do the second one.
Yeah, second one.
You don't do the first one at all. The second
of course,
one
Detroit would never take that. But.
First off, yeah, I'm about to say if Detroit takes the second one.
Well, it depends on what pick it is.
That's still too low.
Okay.
Jeremy Grant's averaging 24 points a game.
Still too low.
I would love to do the first one. But you can't do the first one. I would love to do the first one.
Hey, you just get rid of RJ, huh?
No. Not by get. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear RJ's name in that deal because I wouldn't move. I thought. Oh, he's in the first one. No, I don't want him in the first one. No.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. The second one makes the most sense, but Detroit, like D's saying, Detroit would never do that because that's just what do they get for that? They don't want that.
24 points, a two-way defender for Evan Fournier, Knox, and a pick. Yeah, right.
Not at all.
There's no way in the hell they're doing that. There's no way
Because like I
We
was saying,
stuck with there you go. We stuck with Evan
we're
Fournier.
stuck with him because like I'm saying now, if you trade him, that's what you're getting back. What Boston basically had to give up. You're gonna have to get 2 second-round picks back, and I feel like they should try to get more for him, but I don't know if that's possible the way he's playing. I don't even know if it's possible.
If taking 50 cents on the dollar is what you're getting, then you got to take that.
Because I know people are saying save him for that salary filler trade, but what if that never happens and then we just stuck with him the whole time?
There's teams out there that are desperate right now. There's teams that are desperate to make moves. The Lakers are desperate to make moves. There's other teams that Boston's going to be desperate to make moves. There's teams that are going to be desperate to make moves. You got to capitalize. This management has, for the first time in their lives, they have to show some cojones, some intestinal fortitude to say, you know what? Let me capitalize. Let me go out there and outsmart somebody. For the crying out loud, why are they paying Worldwide Wes? Why are they paying this man?
Right. Is he a basketball guy?
I'm gonna be honest with
You know what's funny? Oh, go ahead, Sam. Go ahead.
No, you good. I was just gonna say, like, where's the type of the Derrick Rose type trades? Like, where are those at?
I was going to say about Worldwide Wes.
They normally finesse us, and they can't finesse us because they're on our side now. So I don't know if they could finesse anybody else.
So I was going to say that if y'all watch the Kwame Brown stuff, he actually had a whole segment of Worldwide Wes. And he was talking about how, like, he was introduced to him at 19, and he was like, so Wes, like, what do you do, bro? And Wes was like, you don't need to worry about what I do. You just know that you're going to need me on your side like every other player in this league. And he was like, nah, I'm good, yo. So it's kind of shady to see exactly what Worldwide Wes does.
Right.
They need to do something, man. We brought them in, like y'all saying, we brought them in on name value. So we're expecting some type of, sign that they're actually going to deliver. And I haven't seen it yet.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They normally finesse us. So, because
I'm trying to, I'm giving them time. The deadline's not down the street, but it is coming close.
It'll be here before you know it, Sam. Blink of an eye.
Sam, is 6 weeks away, bro.
Yeah.
It's 6 weeks.
Yep.
That's really, really close, bro.
Because I just try to play devil's advocate, and I just look at it from the other team's perspective. And the best I see us getting for some of these guys is second-round picks. Like, I don't see who is willing, unless they're just desperate, dire need. I don't see who's taking on the well.
No. Well, it has to be a playoff team, in my perspective.
It has to be.
Right? That's the only way we could force them to give us a first round. Just like for Mook Morris, right? We got a late first round pick.
Yeah, but Mook was balling.
And he was balling. Yeah, he was averaging like 20.
Yeah, well, I mean, somebody like Burks or Fournier, you don't think we could get a first for him if it was a playoff team? And
name me a playoff team that would need Evan Fournier right now.
Shoot, I'll ship him off to LA.
LA don't want Evan Fournier.
They don't want him, and they don't.
No, LA don't want Evan.
As bad as they are right now, I bet you they'll take anybody right now.
For 18 mil?
11, no.
Dude, the LA Lakers can't guard a glass of water, and you think they're going to take Evan Fournier and give us a first?
There's a reason why they have the AARP team over there. It's because they don't have no money. So all those guys come there on the because they know they don't have any money over there.
They don't have any money, and once you hear rumblings that LeBron is possibly considered, he's already about to parachute out of that.
Yeah,
absolutely. There's no way in hell they do.
I got somebody back. Chuck, good.
Chuck,
It's good, Chuck.
Everybody, how y'all doing this
the
morning?
original beat creator.
All peace, Divine. What's up?
Peace.
Man, that beat is fire, bro.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, man.
Yo, would y'all bring back Russell Westbrook for a year and a half?
Stop it. Stop it, man.
Yeah, because I heard that last night, so I just wanted to throw that.
No shot. I'm good. I'm good, man. He can't even do his job with the role he has on the Lakers. I don't want him here.
I ain't gonna hold you, bro.
For that price tag, Freezy?
I'm interested.
Stop it.
What would you give up for Russell?
So they said, hold on. So they said what they will do, it will be a three trade right? Where I think Philly is involved and Sacramento involved. So what we'll do, we'll trade, I think is Randall and Fournier to somewhere. We get back Maurice Stybel and somebody.
Trading Randall for Thabule?
No, it's a trade.
No, I'm saying that's what we're gonna be getting back only is Thabule.
No. He's going. He's going to the team.
My fault.
We gonna get some. I think we're gonna get somebody significant, and then after we get back, I think is somebody get Marvin Bagley. Oh my goodness, I can't remember how the trade went, but you know that. I don't know what y'all, and we'll get back Maurice Stybel and Westbrook while Philly get Marvin Bagley, somebody else. But would y'all do it just to get rid of Randall and Fournier contract?
That hurts me, man.
Why? No.
Hey, look, if Julius Randle gives y'all headaches, imagine Russell Westbrook.
But the caveat is that you will have Russell Westbrook just for a year and a half.
You'd still be getting fleeced though. Look, like that whole trade for what we're getting back and what we're giving up, we're getting fleeced.
Yeah, I need some draft picks. I need some young prospects.
Yeah, no draft picks.
And we won't have Westbrook for a year and a half. We'll have him for half this year. Then he's an expiring contract that we can trade for draft picks. But I don't want to trade Randall.
That's what I'm saying. Like, why would you do that?
Yeah.
No, because people will say, just to get out the Randall contract and start over fresh.
I don't think so. I think that's a terrible trade for the Knicks, personally.
That's going 2 steps backwards.
Yes. And full gear, you pedal to the metal backwards.
Damn right.
I think that's what they were saying last night. I mean, I wouldn't trade him at all, but that's people want to get rid of that contract. So I was just putting that out there.
I'm looking at these teams, these playoff teams from the East or West, and I just can't imagine anybody that is willing to take on Evan Fournier. We stuck with him, bro. Look at this. Nets, Bulls, Bucks, Heat, Cavaliers, 76ers, Wizards, Hornets, Celtics, Raptors are ahead of us. I don't think they want Evan Fournier, bro.
Yeah.
Warriors, Suns, Jazz, Grizzlies, Nuggets, Clippers, Mavericks, Timberwolves, and then the Lakers. I don't see them wanting Evan Fournier.
Maybe Dallas, maybe. But what would Dallas give us in return?
I don't know. I don't think they have much to give you. And like I said, you're selling low regardless. You're not getting much.
Yeah, I mean, the only deal I see with Dallas is Dwight Powell and Reggie Bullock for Evan Fournier.
Goodness.
That's it.
I don't see that making us better personally.
I like the Reggie Bullock part.
Because Powell, like, what is he? Unless you're gonna flip him again, all he does is just log it up for Obi as far as getting playing time.
Yeah.
Can I say something right quick? First of all,
bro,
peace, Freezy. Yo, peace, Freezy. Peace to the chat. Peace to the panel, man. I hope everybody blessed and doing well. I just wanted to comment on that entire pile. I think they should give up Brunson. If they do give up somebody, I think we should push for Brunson if we was going to trade for anybody for Dallas.
Yeah, but Dallas ain't giving that up.
Not for Fournier.
No. Hell no.
Yeah, I don't think, but I mean, I you don't know. I mean, it depends on how much they value Tim Hardaway. That's in my opinion. It depends on how much they value him.
They value Ntilikina too. If they get rid of if they get rid of him, so that means he's gonna get a keys to Frank.
No.
Jason Kidd ain't making that move.
Burks there is too. Burks
Trey
there
Burke.
too.
Yeah, Trey Burke. Yeah.
I think you look at more so for Fournier, it's gonna have to be a non-playoff team. Now, when you talking about Noel and Burks, I think you can trade them to a playoff team. But Fournier, I don't see any playoff team taking him. I don't.
I think the Lakers will take anybody right now.
That's what I'm saying.
You know what?
That's what I'm saying.
Anybody because they don't want LeBron to be mad. That's why.
The Lakers are like, help.
Because if you think
The
about
boys on the ledge right now, Freezy.
Yeah, like we think Randall ain't got no help. LeBron ain't got no help. The stats he's putting up and they still lose.
Right.
Badly too.
Yeah.
Russell Westbrook, man. I'm saying this Russell Westbrook, man. That kid is terrible.
It's that and the fact that his Robin has glass legs.
I promise you, Anthony Davis, terrible.
Think about it. We almost got that. Now I know y'all would have been upset with that. We would have just had AD and he kept getting hurt like this.
You know that's Uncle Fulio favorite boy. So, shout out to Uncle Fulio, Russell Westbrook.
Hey, DSJ, you're right. The Lakers have no leverage at all. They really don't.
Hey, if they was willing to give up that kid from Miami that they got, Kendrick Nunn, I would, man.
That's what I was
at a heartbeat.
We talked about that earlier. It's just the fact that he chose to go there though. Like we offered him. He chose to go to the Lakers.
Yeah, he chose to because we wanted him.
Yeah, we wanted him to be our point guard this year.
Yeah,
he chose
because
otherwise.
Yeah, he is nice.
But I think he's been hurt. He probably just worked his way back. I don't even know if he's playing yet.
I mean, he all right. I ain't gonna say he's all that. He all right.
He's more so of like what we were alluding to, like a stopgap type point guard. He'll get the job done, but he's not gonna, be there when the team actually needs to compete for a chip. I don't see him being the point guard.
I would say we do this. And I know y'all are gonna laugh, but I've been laughed at before.
You're
okay. You got
kind of crazy today, so
it's because I'm Socrates, right? Right. And the thing about it is people in Greece laughed in Socrates' face in his prime when Socrates was telling them stuff. Any historians in here? Anybody like world history?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all remember how they used to laugh in Socrates' face? They thought he was crazy. And in 2021, people are quoting Socrates and can't remember the people that laughed.
All right, Socrates, what do you got?
Hey.
I say we trade Evan Fournier to the Lakers using the Lakers trade exception, right? And we bring back Malik Monk and Wayne Ellington.
Why not?
Oh,
why not? Why not? I mean, that's okay with me.
I'm just having nightmares thinking about what Ellington did for us last time he was here. That's all I'm doing.
I mean, he could come in as a specialist, bro. We don't really got to use him like that.
No, you just taking on his contract. You don't even have to play him.
I mean, we could use Monk for his defense and low slashing ability.
Yeah.
Here's my thing about this Evan Fournier stuff. Y'all don't think that we have already guys that can fill in with Evan's spot at this moment in time?
Yes.
So would you agree with what I was saying that might have to happen with just the picks then?
So then, yeah, right. I said that a couple of days ago, Sam. I said I'll just get some picks and call it a day. But I mean, y'all so thirsty to make a trade for other people that will eat up the development
That's what I
of
was
these
getting
other
at.
guys. So I'm confused.
No, D, you don't. Wayne Ellington and Malik Monk are not threats to Quentin Grimes. That's the reason why you get Malik Monk and Wayne Ellington. And don't ask for Taylor Horton Tucker, because if you ask for THT is probably better than Grimes right now. That's why
It's not even that. It's just that they will ask for a lot more if he was on the table.
Do you like cut Ellington because he's still taking up a roster spot?
Yeah, well, I mean, not during health and safety protocol issue stuff.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? You can't probably keep him around because he a body. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, Wayne Ellington ain't getting minutes over McBride or Grimes or Martin.
I don't know. I wouldn't put that as a shoe-in with Tibbs because he played Damian Dotson 20 minutes the other night when Grimes was all ready to go.
But he had just came back, D.
I know that's the report. I understand. I'm still not buying it. But whatever.
I just want to update y'all too on this. Giddy's gonna be out when we play OKC. He just entered.
Okay, that's cool.
That's a tough blow for him.
Yeah.
Not for me, bro. Because if Trey Man kill us,
I'm
killing y'all, bro.
Oh
no! if the dude that I wanted gets off against the Knicks, y'all are gonna never hit end of it.
So Freezy, I was to ask you this too. Didn't you say Jalen Johnson was your boy too?
No, I ain't gonna say that.
Oh, okay.
No, I said Trey Murphy. Trey, the dude for the Pelicans.
I could have sworn somebody said you should have drafted Jalen Johnson.
No,
there was a wave of that, Stapha.
Hey, I'm not going to front. I know y'all about to kill me for this. Hey, bro, I know y'all.
I remember somebody saying that. I don't know who said it.
Right, I know that too. Somebody saying they wanted Jalen Johnson, and I didn't see him do anything in that game.
Well,
hey, I know y'all gonna kill me, man. But what about Devontae Graham, man? That kid is nice, man. That kid is nice.
He's Kemba Walker.
Yeah, he's Kemba Walker.
Right. He's a shoot first guard.
I don't think he injury prone like Kemba Walker. Though.
No, but he's saying like play style, like he's Kemba Walker.
Yeah, he definitely Kemba Walker.
And he's a shoot first guard. We got enough shoot first people.
Yeah, man. We need somebody to distribute the rock.
I just think that Fournier deal that just really ruined it for us. Honestly, every other deal I feel like it's solid too. Besides that one. Like that.
Noel one didn't help us either.
And they really should have took it out on Evan Fournier with his defense.
Let's go. Going to Grandma's.
Yeah, like Noel, that's bad too, but it doesn't hurt as much as Fournier, honestly, because of the production that we expect from Noel is different from what we expect from Fournier.
Right.
Fournier is not even giving you half of what you expect on a nightly basis.
Oh no, I agree with you. The Fournier signing is way worse. I was just saying that no didn't help us either.
Oh, no, I hope they move for him too. I hope they move
bro, that's what I was saying. I was like, yo, listen, with Kemba Walker, man, Kemba Walker is liable to get you an offensive foul, man, a few times a game. Evan Fournier, he's not doing none of that. He's terrible on the offense, and he's terrible on defense.
And to piggyback,
but this is a problem. You see, when they switch the big guards on Kemba and back him down and do all these pick and rolls on him, and you understand what I'm saying? That's where the issue is with his whole defense.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, he's not, he can't fight around the screens. He's just too small.
That's true.
And to piggyback what DSJ just said about the front office. Like, I really want to know what was inside that blunt they were smoking when they decided to get Evan Fournier and sign him to that contract. I bring it up because there's obviously an imbalance going on within the minds, and I put Tibbs in that too because I think, like I said, they shook hands on this.
AOD, you want to know what I think it was? I think it was they was blinded by how they saw him play on Boston alongside Jason Tatum.
He didn't even get burned like that.
Yeah, I mean, but think about it. When he was on Boston, his numbers and his percentages were good. It's like he fit seamlessly around them. It didn't hurt the offense. That's what I really think it was.
You know what I think it was too? I just think it was that chemistry. What was his name? The kid that we didn't sign again, Bullock.
Reggie Bullock.
Bullock and Randall. So they figured, say, okay, if both of them could have that chemistry, probably Fournier and Randall can have that chemistry where when Randall is working down the post, you could just swing it on to Fournier and he just catch and shoot. But we're realizing he can't even do that when Randall is down the post and passing the ball even when he's open. So, we still trying to question why did they even go ahead and sign him.
And then when you look at his numbers really wasn't that bad, even when he was on Orlando. I mean, he was averaging almost like 20 points per game. They wasn't winning like that, but you knew that it just wasn't his fault that they didn't have, the start, the cast around him and what's his name, Vukovic, right? They didn't have the cast around them to be able to do something. I think they was blinded by his old numbers. That's what I think it really was.
It could be a combination of everything.
Right.
I mean, it's a good point you bring up because I mean, look, he played with Boston, right? Let's just go off the Boston thing. He played 16 games with them. No, yeah, he played 16 games. He started 10 of them. He played 30 minutes. He shot 44% from the field, 46% from three. I mean, those are not bad at 13 points a game.
Right.
Three assists. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I would have never signed that.
He wasn't hurting 18. That's how I looked at it. I looked at it like from his percentages wise, he really wasn't hurting 18. Even though
another thing that I was saying in earlier streams, he was like hidden too. Like how Trae Young's hitting on defense, he was hidden by Isaac and Brown, guys like that. So his defense was at least average, when in turn it's really not.
Right. Yeah,
and the same thing with Boston
and all these other guys hit his
because they're elite defenders and we don't have
right. I got you. I totally got you.
Right.
So where we at now? So
Freezy, do you think we should Freezy, do you think they should take him out of the starting lineup? Evan Fournier?
For what? What are you taking him out of the lineup for?
I mean, you can take him out for Grimes, right?
Is Grimes ready to be a starter?
Yes.
I think that Grimes, I think he fit in seamlessly because he's going to follow what the coach wants him to do. I don't think he's going to try to take over a game or try to, bully the ball like how we see, Randall be doing. I think he's going to play within the offense and he's going to take the shots that he needs to take. But I think that he always going to be ready on defense.
I agree with you with the whole defensive thing where he more hide Kemba defensive deficiencies.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to be in the starting lineup. I honestly feel so than Fournier. And I think we have a more better balance like that.
Who shoots the ball faster, Fournier or Grimes?
Grimes.
I was gonna say
it's it's not even a question.
Yeah,
Fournier tries to shoot it faster, and we see what happens. It turns into like I said, the past streams, the Ray Allen corner fadeaway, and I'm tired of seeing it.
And another thing about Fournier, I think he would be more efficient on the court if he chose not to take those bad shots. If he drove more, because we got to admit his floater be on point the majority of the time.
Yeah, but when he drives, he normally gets strips, bro. Or if he don't get strips, he will stop and then look and then pivot and then try to pass the ball out when he's in the box in the middle. And he, and that's a turnover right there. So
like that last one that he did, and luckily Taj Gibson was there to pick up the ball and shoot it because it would have been he got stripped on that play. The last one that I saw.
I think Tibbs has to unapologetically be himself, and it's hard to say because I'm not the biggest Tibbs fan, but he has to unapologetically be himself. You're a defensive-minded coach. Right? You like hardworking guys that are going to grit and grind 48 minutes of a game. Put in the guys that reflect your attitude and what you want on the court. And do it unapologetically.
I mean, I want to agree with that. I think that is the right thing to do, D is balling. Like for real though.
Yeah, that was a great take.
You put the guys in that is going to do exactly what you want. They're going to mirror you. But what happened is our front office didn't give Tibbs the right pieces.
Ingredients.
Right.
Like we could,
Right.
yes, we did need more scoring, and let's not front it. We needed more scoring in our starting offense. But what happened was, and what made our offense work was last year, no one else demanded the ball outside of Julius Randle and RJ Barrett. So now when you add another guy who's ball dominant, who has to take shots, he's not the right shooter. You needed a guy that was going to 3 and D, play defense, and win. If it's now in the beginning of the game, at halftime, whenever he gets the ball, that's your opportunity to shoot. We're not running plays for you. We're not doing none of that. All you have to do is be ready to shoot when the ball comes to you. But you got a guy that has to be in the flow of the game. If he's not in the flow of the game, he's not one of those instant microwave guys that can heat up. So you bring that with a lack of speed to keep up defensively, it makes everything looks 10 times worse when it really isn't that bad. You throw a Grimes in there, changes everything. Changes everything because he's not a guy that you have to draw up plays for.
Nope.
Guard this guy. He's the best player, or he's the guy that's killing us at the moment. You get him, and then on offense, be ready. Be ready.
And a much better team defender too, not just on ball.
Right. And so yes, I agree. If Tibbs did that, the lineup it will affect our basketball winning a lot better, and the team will move a lot smoother if you add a guy like that.
Because say what you want about the front office, but the front office drafted guys that reflect what we expect Tibbs to look for, but for the exception of Obi. So it's something weird going on, but the point is that just do that. Because listen, last year we were less frustrated than we are this year. Because at least we saw like there were certain foundational pieces that were set in place, and we said, okay, we understand what this team's about. This team's a top 10 defensive team in the league. They're a top 10 defensive league in these categories, which was all of them. I think they were rated number 5 overall. That's not the case this year.
And then think about it. We were all sold the dream, that he was supposed to be an upgrade. That's what we were sold. We were sold the dream that Fournier was an upgrade over Reggie Bullock. No matter what he brought to the team, that's what we were told. So we can only judge his play off of what he was supposed to be, like DSJ saying, which was an upgrade.
Let me say this real quick. Introducing, by the way of Atlanta, Worldwide L.
Oh, what's up, peoples?
He looked like one of my man from Far Rockaway, Queens. He looked familiar. I don't know if you ever heard of this place called Far Rockaway?
You better look it up. They better Google that. Better Google it.
You better keep your hand on your wallet.
Ooh.
Not nowadays. I'm just messing around. Back in the days, for sure.
Yeah.
What's good, fellas? Y'all came bearing some bad news. Free, they shut us down last night.
What?
Yeah.
They shut us down. So
really?
I don't know how we're gonna rebound. They shut us down. I don't know. We don't know. I ain't speak to heck yet, but they shut us down.
You talking about the job situation?
No. He talking about the channel.
I just tuned in the other night too for the first time.
For how long did they
I don't know. Heck didn't get up yet. It's happened overnight. I don't know. I don't know if they hit us with copyright because we was playing little snippets of the Nas song.
Yeah, I was listening last night. Oh man.
Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah.
Did they ban y'all forever or just a limited time?
Well, Hector don't. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I hope it's 24. Look, because we had a great show lined up for Friday too, man. We're gonna play like little clips of the show for the whole year. You know what I mean? Laugh with everybody, drink with everybody.
It probably was right though, because they be tripping about the music.
Yeah, we don't got none of that footage free. You know they take it all from them.
Yeah.
Bro.
Yeah, you got to be careful with. Yeah.
Did y'all play like a long extended part of the song? That's probably what it was.
Nah, we try to keep it in 30 seconds.
Like 10 seconds, something like that.
We try to keep it within like under 30 seconds. So we did everything we supposed to do, but I don't know.
Yeah, and so when I read through the I read, cause you know me, I read the rule book, bro. I don't, you know what I'm saying? So what I read was there is no time limit. If you play any parts of anybody joint, whether it's spoken word, any artistic thing from anybody else,
As long as it's copyrighted.
Yep, they consider that copyright. Yeah, trust, because I got hit with a claim. I got hit with a claim when I was doing the intros, so that's why I stopped doing. Because I was using music from a site that was like, "Yo, you could use these." I used it one time. I got hit. I was like, "I ain't using y'all no more." You know what I'm saying? So I use. That's why I use that corny YouTube music for everybody intros.
Yeah.
And what I get from Chuck Allen.
Heck hit me right now as we speak. He hit me right now as we speaking.
That's
so he'll get
up,
to the bottom. But this is sad. That's a lot of good footage, a lot of good interviews, a lot of great times lost, man.
Yeah. Sorry to hear that, El. I hope y'all get right back up on your feet.
We'll bounce back, you know, with all y'all. We'll definitely bounce back. I ain't worried about that. I'm just man, we lost all the footage, man. That was some good footage. That was a lot of great moments on that part right there. So we'll bounce back. I ain't worried about that. That's easy. That's the easy part.
Yeah, man.
The hard part is that footage. You know, like it's like losing. It's like having taken pictures. You know, them pictures, and you lose your photo album, and you got all the memories that you can't get back.
Right. Yeah. Well, you know what you do next time? You get that 2 terabyte joint, and you just after every show, you just got a backup file of everything.
Yeah, you gotta put that.
Gotta do that.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
man.
Sucks, man.
That's.
Yeah, that was a good show last night.
Yeah, man. You know, when you have fun and you know you get to have, and then you put the votes up there, and you get to have everybody's opinion. I think those shows be cool. I like when Freeze do it. I like when Gammo do it. I like when all the guys do it. Nothing but Knicks, they put the little poll up there. You get the vote. I think that's crowd participation. I always like that. You know, so.
Yeah, man. We be trying, and so we be trying to give the people what they want based on the YouTube guidelines and all that stuff. But it's kind of like a kind of a tough line to walk, because you want to give people what they want. At the same time, you gotta make sure you abide by the guidelines so you can continue to do it. You know, so it's you know.
And Freezy, I left my spot open for you last night, and you didn't even show up.
Nah, bro. Because Stapha Don, y'all think I'm an elf, bro. They like, yo, work that dude 24/7. You know what I'm saying? Like I didn't do a Christmas Eve show and a Christmas show, and my phone was blowing up. People's like, yo, where you at?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I was like, yo,
they be like, yo, you ain't going no Christmas Eve? Like, nah, we ain't going no Christmas Eve. I think DSJ called me last night. He probably was calling and telling me the news. What you had called me for last night, DSJ?
No, I'm not. Nah, man. Honestly, it was just to talk about the show. You know what I'm saying? How dope it was and everything. You know what I'm saying?
I think he was calling me because he had called me late. I was asleep. I missed the phone call. I thought he was calling me when I seen this. I said, "Oh, DSJ was calling me. Let me know they took the show down."
Yeah.
Nah, I didn't even know. You know what I'm saying? Like I always do that though. You know what I'm saying? I always reach out. You know what I'm saying? Show love and everything. Same thing with Uncle Freezy and everything. I reach out. You know what I'm saying? Just to touch base. You know what I'm saying? Show love and all that. But come on, man. You don't always give the crowd what they want, man. You know, because I remember I've been saying this for a while now. You owe us a debate between SB Talk Sports and Uncle Fulio. I've been saying this. They've been like, yeah, you know what? I'm down with it. And you was like, nah. You let us down, Unc. You let us down. It is what it is.
You muted, Unc.
Hey, that's because they soft. SB, if you watching, bro, you know, if you wasn't so sensitive, you know what I'm saying, you can rock. And then Uncle Fulio, you know, he's softy too. He Navy. He Navy. You know what I'm saying? They mess around in battle, and then I got to be on the internet for 7 hours consoling them, getting them out of their feelings.
I don't know, but I hope they hear this, man, because you know I always said that would be dope for the debate league. You know what I'm saying?
Somebody tag Uncle Fulio. Somebody tag. What's the other one name?
Keys.
SB Talk Sports.
SB Talks. Tag them. Let them know.
Our guy from the
Easy call of
Shy,
the go.
yeah.
SB is smart dude, bro, and he worked for a radio station in Chicago too. So he
Yeah.
know how to do all of this stuff, bro. But yeah, man. Hey, matter of fact, I don't care who debate. Excuse me, as long as you be committed.
I want that smoke. Who wants to debate with me? I want that smoke.
Yeah.
I don't want no
Hey,
smoke. I don't want
send him
no
to see.
smoke.
How about
Man, I
to
don't
say
want to get
CWC
that
right
I
now?
smoke.
don't want no smoke. I'm only playing. I don't want
Nobody
no
don't want
smoke.
CWC. Nobody don't want CWC the mask, baby.
Nah, I don't want no smoke. I don't want no smoke.
Oh man, here we
I
go.
see facts when I talk. What's up, D-Baller? What's up,
Yo,
Y'all better be
CW, I'm
careful.
staying in my lane. I don't want no smoke. I'm staying in my lane. I don't want no smoke.
Yeah, y'all better be
I
careful.
wanted to smoke, but people
Lawrence
dropped off.
look like Jadakiss, so anything in the verses, he might get you slipping. You know what I'm saying? So watch out for him.
I don't want no smoke. That's why I take my hat up to them guys that do that, man. God bless y'all, man. I gotta do it. And I do it good too. So keep on doing it. I don't want no smoke on that debate.
Now let's get rid of Mitch.
Fire Tibbs, get Brown Turner. Yeah, we got it.
Everybody put him
Hey,
on.
Red White, you want that smoke? Hey, Red White, you want that smoke now?
I'll take that smoke, my man. Let me ask you a question while we got a lot of guys in here. So on this next stretch, based upon how the team look, how do y'all see us panning out over these next 14 games with these below 500 teams? Do y'all see us catching up? I think going back and forth. Because all you need to do right now is to be 2 games over 500 to be in the top 5 in the East, right? So
right.
How do y'all see these next stretch of 14 games with these below 500 teams?
Let's see.
Well, the schedule's soft enough for us to catch up, especially with everybody dealing with COVID right now. So, with us coming back to full strength and everybody going down, players, we might be able to catch up. You know what I'm saying? In a matter of maybe 7 to 8 games to get right back to 500. After that, you know what I'm saying? I mean, it is what it is. We'll see how that go. I'll take it game by game for sure, but we have the capability of getting, you know what I'm saying, getting right back to where we need to be.
This road trip will tell me everything that I need to know. So on this 4-game road trip, I'll make my decision after that.
I just know we better not lose to Minnesota and have Jaden McDaniels be the guy that beats us. We can't afford that. We can't afford.
And I've been saying
that was one nice dunk. Wasn't that one nice dunk, DSJ? Who? What's the name?
If we went 4 in a row, we'd be in 5th place.
That's what I'm saying.
Man, I would love that right there, man. That's the ultimate wish right there for us to get back to being 5th, at least 5th place. I could live with that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. These 4 games will let me know if we back on that consistency road and if we in a groove. If we gonna be losing to these so-called teams that's below 500, we're not ready yet. We're not ready yet.
The thing about it is too, in those 4 games, Stapha, you got Toronto in that 4th game, and you know how they play us every time.
Well, listen, we owe them. They beat us twice for the year, right?
Yeah, we owe them one. You're right.
Okay,
you're
all right. So let's see.
Hey,
let's see if we got some heart.
Y'all know how Raptors beat us? Because them guys is athletic than our starters.
Yeah.
And when they double team Randall, you know, he cough up the ball. Then Fournier, he can't really move like that. These guys is athletic, man. That's how they won. That's how they beat us.
Well, we see in the last game, Randall hardly brought up the ball. Kemba normally dominated the ball. So let's see if we can have more of that in these next 4 games and the ball flow. We should be able to come out on the road trip 4-0.
Can I ask the panel something? I want to ask the panel, all you guys, a question. If we were to go on this run, and let's say we were to get that 5th spot in the Eastern Conference, what do you think that holds for us, like past that, like in the future tense, like as far as the playoffs and things of that matter?
Well, I mean, it's established winning. That's number one. That's what you want to do. If you start winning and you start building a consistent winning base, a foundation, then any new pieces you add are gonna fall right into that. But if you continue to keep on losing, then you're gonna develop a losing culture. We all Knicks fans, we seen what that looked like. I don't want to see that no more. I don't know about y'all guys. I don't want to see that no more. We dealt with that for the last 20 years.
Let's get it. Y'all be spitting with your flows. I'm just podcasting. That's right. On the air every day. I'm just podcasting.
Podcast.
Big Bug, what up?
Yo, Jay Bug.
What's up, Jay Boogie?
What's going on with the squad, man? How y'all doing? Good morning.
Peace, brother. Peace.
Well, my bad. Good midday. It's 12 exactly.
Yes,
good midday, man. How y'all fellas doing? Shout out to everybody in the orange and blue, the chat, the panel. Hope everybody's staying healthy and safe. Man, I was just, I'm on an afternoon move, and I just got the ugly news, man. The ugly news, man. From last night, man. I just heard you speak on it, L.
It's terrible, man. I know, man. It's terrible. I mean, we'll bounce back. But, man, that's some good footage we lost. Man.
It is.
Mm.
And you know the thing about it.
Ain't coming to find out. This is how you find out. For them cats that stole our name, who trying to use our name, yo, cut it out. Stop that.
Not somebody try to steal your name.
Stop that. You know what I mean? Stop it.
But that's music exists in all aspects of life. Go figure.
Man, be original, man. Follow your own lane. Be original, man. Don't piggyback off nobody else's stardom. Do your own thing, man. Don't do that. And I only found it out because I was looking for my channel. And I'm like, what's this? You know what I'm saying?
Wow. So L, continue what you were saying before Jay Boogie came in.
Yeah, I just think that we need to establish a winning culture. So if we make the playoffs and we establish, because you're gonna go through ups and downs in the season. It's being able to ride that wave, weather the storm. They come back and then come out where the sun is shining. You know what I'm saying? So we going through the storm right now. So it depends on how we fight back to determine how our team and how our culture is. Because everybody keeps saying that play the young guys, but I look at this roster and I'm like, I thought this team is a young team. Outside of Kemba and Fournier, the rest of the guys is pretty young. Y'all say Randall is old, but Randall's young. He's a veteran, but he's young. The guys on the bench is young. So this is a young team. I just think
the oldest is 36.
Huh?
The oldest is 36, which is Taj. And
that's Taj, but you know why Taj is here. You know why Taj is here. You know why Rose is here. You know what I mean? You know why they're here. So the two oldest guys outside of them is Fournier and Kemba. But Randall young, RJ young, IQ is young. Obi is young.
About?
Huh?
They talk about Burt and Gibson and Noel.
Burks is Burks and Noel are on the right side of 30 though, so they're not old.
You still gonna need a veteran in there. You're gonna need a veteran.
Noel, 55 years old.
Noel isn't that old, man. Noel is not that old.
55 years old.
Nah, man.
Noel like 27.
Yeah, you think Noel's that old, but he's not. He only came after.
He look old. He look old, but he's not. So we still got a young core. We just need to establish that winning culture. And if they bounce back and they make the playoff again and advance to the next round, you making the steps to build. And I think that's important.
Randall the same age.
But we can always mix it up with the youngsters and the veterans too.
Yeah, I mean, you need a veteran. You need a veteran or two on your squad to balance it out.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no doubt.
So Chuck, what you think about what the question was before?
Which question?
About if they go on this streak, what would that be for them? Do you think that they can make it and be dominant in the playoffs, or do you think that it'll just be something that's like really nothing because we playing bad teams?
I'm not going to say it's nothing because we're playing bad teams. Because if we lost all those games, that would absolutely be something. That
would roof would be on fire.
Right.
Good point. Good point.
So I think it's something to build on, like confidence games. You go in, you execute well, the offense moves, and you get these guys up out of here. I think that's something to build on, but I don't think that's something that we should be looking at as a litmus for the playoffs, because playoffs is a totally different beast, and the competition, if we dominate, would not be closely resemble any playoff team that we have the potential of playing.
Okay, I'm gonna pass the rock to D Ballin. Same question.
Yeah, I gotta step aside for a minute. Yo, Staffer. I wish you was here right now, bro. I got the stew chicken, stew
Oh
fish.
shucks.
Ah,
Why you doing that to me, bro?
and I even got some spinners up in there too.
Oh man.
You got cornbread? You got cornbread?
I got cornbread. I got the Hawaiian rolls. I got it all today. But hopefully I try to take a picture and send you, and hopefully you get some picture aroma. You know what I mean?
Yeah, send us some
I'll be back in a minute,
baby.
All right,
I'll be
cool.
back in a minute, y'all.
Cool. So go ahead, D. D Ballin, you there?
Yeah. Yo.
He was on vacation.
Yeah. So
You hear me now?
yeah, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now? Bye. Excuse me.
Go ahead.
So to get back to what El was saying before that statement, because I don't want to think too forward without taking care of certain things first. I don't even want to think about fifth seed. I need to think about how we're going to fare in the next 10 to 14 games, which is what El was talking about. So let me go into the schedule real quick, right? I'm looking at the schedule, and one thing about this team this season is that we've been very inconsistent, and that's within games and that's within quarters. This quarters we look great, and then another quarter we look terrible. So I want to keep in mind the schedule here. We have the Timberwolves tonight, which all the kids are coming back tonight. Cat, Edwards, all that. So we got to be very careful with that. The Pistons, and then we got the Thunder, then we got the Raptors, then we got the Pacers that just whooped us by 20 last time.
Right.
Okay, we got the Celtics 2 games in a row.
Yep.
We got the Spurs visiting us, and then we got the Mavericks with Luka coming back. We got the Hawks with everybody should be back by then, by the 15th. Yep. And then we got the Hornets, and they got everybody back. So this is a critical stretch here, man. And yeah.
All right, so Sam, let me get your take, and when you're done, swing it to Jay Boogie.
I mean, with me, like I said, we just got to take it game by game. Honestly, like I said, I think if we go on a solid 5-game win streak, I feel like that's reasonable considering what we've already built off of. We win 5 games in a row. I think this team gets the confidence and the morale up to where they can start being more consistent, and I think we'll see better numbers. But like I said, I'm personally concerned about this Pistons game only because I don't know how Kemba's going to feel on the back-to-back, and if we don't get the other guys back, who's going to step in his role. But besides that, I mean, before we play the Pacers, I think we'll be okay. But like I said, the Raptors always give us fits.
Jay Boogie, go ahead. Jay Boogie, can you hear us?
Yeah, I hear you. I was just contemplating real quick. That's all.
All right. Sorry.
My thing is this, man. I don't care who we play. I don't care who on the schedule. I don't care what games is coming up. That don't even matter. The biggest thing to me is already happening. It's turning over right now. The biggest thing to me, you know what I'm saying, the team for us to play is ourselves in our locker room. You know what I'm saying? If our locker room is forming up together and coming together, they feeling happy about one another, love and appreciate one another like they've been showing, rallying up behind Kemba, you know what I'm saying? That's going to carry over to the court. That means the team is together. The team is ready to go. They ready to play against whoever it is. You know what I'm saying? And I got to give a special shout out to my man Kemba for getting that Player of the Week. I spoke upon that. I spoke that into existence. You know what I'm saying? And it happened. We need some good moments, something to feel good about ourselves every day. You know, it's a bad conversation of our team every day. You know what I'm saying? Christmas has brought a lot. Over the last week, it's brought a lot. And we ain't had no good feelings, you know what I'm saying, this year. So I'm happy that the team looks like they're starting to come together. Julius said it best at the end of the Christmas game. Yo, we're going to pass it off to Kemba. We're going to follow him. That means, you know what I'm saying, Kemba is giving us a leading direction. And I look for Kemba to personally to get inside Evan Fournier's grill and let him know what time it is behind doors, you know what I'm saying? Because on the low, a lot of people might not know it, but Kemba is the reason that Evan's probably over here. That Kemba coming over here happened a long time ago. That's why we wasn't making moves for guards. So I know Kemba probably was in there saying, well, I can get Evan. You know what I'm saying? He don't know where to go. So Kemba probably brought him over here. So I look for Kemba to get in everybody's grill and tell them what time it is, what we need to do, and stand up and fight for our, you know what I'm saying, for our team, fight for our city, fight for our fans, fight for our podcast, fight for our chats, fight for everything that's orange and blue, you know what I'm saying? And then we can have something good to talk about. But if we don't feel good about ourselves, it ain't gonna make a daggone, it ain't gonna matter who we play. This is gonna be another clobber if we continue on being like we was 2 weeks ago. But now, Merry Christmas, Happy Holiday, 2022. I look for the turnaround, man. That's just how I feel.
There you
Okay.
go.
Can I say something right quick? Listen, y'all. It's 100 people in here, but we only got 57 likes. Let's get them likes up for Blorn's Tears, man. Come on, what are y'all doing, man?
CWC.
Come on, salute to your boy, man. Stop playing.
For real. CWC, go ahead and speak your piece, man. What do you think about the next games coming up? And do you think it's a fluke? Do you think it's going to be a good thing? What do you think?
Man, I feel like this. If we play our defense and play our game how we play, I think we could beat the teams that's like 3 games above us. If we have our like 15 guys deep, like mob deep, we got them. I think we could go on the streak here, man. We could win like 5 games or more in a row. Everybody just had to bring their A game, and they had to be consistent. And you don't have to shoot a whole bunch of 3-pointers. Bring it in the hole, man. You know what I'm saying? Switch the game up, man. And Tiz, if the guy's hitting, if he got the hot hand, yo, don't take him out, man. Leave him in there. You know what I mean? That's how I feel about everything.
DSJ, when you're done, pass the rock to Uncle Freezy.
Yeah, I hear you. Listen, for me, like I said, I'm just taking it one game at a time. You know what I mean? I want to just focus on tonight, getting this win, build off of that, gain momentum that way. But I'll tell you what else I'm looking forward to. I'm looking forward to Uncle Freezy getting on this podcasting remix with Jay Boogie, because that's gonna be that one that take him all the way out the box. Podcasting records taking off. You know what I mean? Taking over for the 2022. You know what I mean?
Y'all let me get on one of those tracks, Freezy.
For sure. You better not be whacked though.
I'm nice.
Okay.
I'm nice.
All right. I'll be the judge.
Who's that? Who's that? Who said they nice?
That's OUA.
OUA Knicks podcast. I'm nice.
They got all these damn logos on here, man. I can't see the face.
Yeah. Hey, and my man got the voice for it too, though. He got him and Hardwell. They got the voice for this show. They voice was created for a medium like this. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna say this, right?
Be heard real quick. Nice has got to be heard, yo. We gotta get heard. You need to hold that talent, man. Figure out something we need to do, man. Get it out there, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm open on ears. I'm trying to help any and everybody. I don't care what you do, man. You know what I'm saying? Let's get it out there. You never know what can come about. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got tracks out there though. I got tracks all over SoundCloud.
Okay, I didn't know. I just let me know. Drop the link so I can go check you out.
Hey, we need to put them on the community page. Yo, if you got joint show, send it to me. So text me or text the show so that we can put the links on the community tab.
Yeah,
and then that way we can promote. That way we can promote each other, man.
I was about to say my tracks ain't got nothing to do with basketball.
Okay. Yeah, man. But I'm gonna say this, man, just real quick, man, because I hear this is what I hear when I hear all 22 or 23 of y'all that be in the panel, right? Oh man, all we gotta do is get right. Oh man, play the kids. We ain't playing for nothing. Oh man, we gotta fire Tibbs. Oh man, the front office is trash. Oh man, the front office had an excellent draft. Grimes, McBride, and Sims, and that boy overseas, they excellent. I grade them as a A- draft. Yo, Randall got to pass the ball. Man, Randall was all-star. Fournier need to go to the bench. Fournier don't have no value. Oh, if Kemba Walker knees hold up. Why Tibbs bench Kemba? Derrick Rose should be starting. Oh man, Derrick Rose out for 8 weeks. So I hear all these different things, right? All these different points that everybody make. And everybody make not one person making all these points, but as individuals, we make certain points on this joint, right? And they seem to be hypocritical of each other. But listen, when we get on here, we all have our own opinions, right? We all have our own opinions and stuff that we go by, right? But I'm here to tell you today, Uncle Freeze's opinion, and it changed from day one, right? Right? Because the more information you get, the more informed decisions you make. Right now, bro, this whole thing about Kemba playing good, I'm a little bit frustrated, man, because before Kemba came back, I had just turned the corner on Play the Kids. Right? I had just turned the corner. Yeah, I had just got convinced that we should be playing these kids. Right? Just got convinced. And as soon as I get convinced that we should be playing the kids, Kemba Walker have a breakout. Averaging 9 rebounds a game, 7 assists, and 26 points a game since coming back off the bench. Right? So now I'm like, yo, as a Knicks fan, what are you supposed to believe? Are you supposed to believe that this is a real Kemba, 26, 7, and 9 is the real Kemba? Or are you supposed to believe that Miles McBride, Quentin Grimes, Jericho Sims are legit NBA players? Do you believe that RJ Barrett is in a slump, or RJ Barrett is just not that dude? Do you believe that Julius Randle is year 1 Randle and not year 2 Randle? Do you believe Evan Fournier does not have a place with this team? Do you believe Tibbs' coaching is outdated? Do you believe that the front office is inept? I'm not saying that they're not smart, because the front office does appear to be smart, but they appear to have a device that's preventing them from taking risks and taking on a high caliber player, right? All these things, and I say all that to say this: with all these things, all these topics and narratives in the air, I just turned the corner on Play the Kids. Now we're talking about if we win the next 3 out of 5, we can make a push for the 5th spot. Does that mean we are going to sacrifice the kids? And before I know what y'all gonna say, you're gonna say, why can't you have both? In life, and all of y'all are old enough to know this. In life, you can't have it both ways. You gotta pick. You gotta pick a direction and go and live with the consequences. It's like dating. It's like dating, man. When you can't have all the women in the world, you can't. So you pick, for the most part, you pick one and go with it. For the most part,
hold on.
And go with it. You know what I'm saying? It's just like food. You can't eat all the food in the world. You just pick the ones that's your favorite, and just rock with it.
So you're trying to say the rookies can't play with the veterans on the court?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying no, that's what you heard. Because you want your cake and eat it too. You want your cake and eat it too, CWC, and I'm here to tell you, you can't have your cake and eat it too. The thing about it is the rookies are not going to be able to develop. The young players are not going to be able to develop at the expense of the veterans one time, because the veterans want to win, the rookies want to win, but they also want to get better. So with the young players, you got to let them play through their mistakes.
The rookie is better than a veteran.
Freezy, let me ask you a question based on your assessment. So I think all those questions that you asked, right? I think, do you have answers for each and one of those questions? So here's a good one, right, that you asked. You put up those Kemba numbers, right, and what he's done this week, right?
Right.
Do you believe that he can sustain it?
No. And you don't
okay. No, of course not.
Right.
So right. So now is RJ going to continue in the slump? Do you believe that? Because my point is the answers to those questions is going to relegate as to which direction you're choosing. So my point is, don't go off the bandwagon of playing the kids too early.
Right.
Right.
I got you. I understood the direction when you first mentioned it. I understand what you're saying because if I understand what you're saying, is this team with the veterans that we have is just good enough to get into the first round and maybe lose to a great team 4-1, 4-2 with Kemba and Randall and the supporting cast. Is that worth risking the development of young players that you feel like can be something more special than the veterans that you have in place right now?
Yeah, absolutely not.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So do you play the kids, and then if the kids make the playoffs and get beat by a great team in the playoffs in the first or second round, would you be willing to live with that? What I'm saying to that is, I think in life, and this is me, I'm not saying everybody should believe this. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is this is Uncle Freeze's opinion and the way I think about life. I think you should win. I think you should try to win at everything that's competitive.
Right.
Right. Everything.
So you don't think the rookies? So you don't think the rookies can help us win?
I didn't say that.
That's what you say, Uncle Freeze. You go around in circles,
no,
man.
I didn't. I just said.
You said don't play the young kids because they need time to develop. But I'm saying kids can learn.
No, he brought that as an example for a balance, CWC. Yeah. What is the balance of it? He wasn't saying that if we do that, that's going to cost us some L's. That's not what he was getting at.
No, that's not, and then plus what I said immediately after that is, what if you play the kids and the kids get to the playoffs and lose in that same scenario? I said it right after that.
Right.
But you could play both.
Not listening.
You could play the rookies and the veterans together. So you can't
show me teams that do that.
Show me a team that did that and
was successful.
Yeah.
I'll wait.
Well, you got Atlanta. Hold on. You got Atlanta Magic playing their young kids. Atlanta Hawks playing their young kids.
They're not winning.
But guess what? They're learning on the court.
We know that, but the argument that you framed, this is the argument you framed, was that why can't we have the vets and the rookies play together and be successful off that formula? So based on that, we turned around and we said, show us an example of that.
Right.
And you brought up the Magic.
And to poke a hole in that argument, the Orlando Magic traded away their veterans.
Right.
They traded away
Terrence Ross.
Yeah, they traded away Evan Fournier. They traded away their vets so the young kids can play. So they picked one direction.
And they're getting ready for the future. That's why they're getting ready for the future.
But he's saying they're not successful right now.
So let me go ahead and introduce one of my main.
I bet you he's losing right now. So
he's a man of many trades. He has about 10 shows, and his name is the one Ron from the Still Nick fans. Ron from the Still Nick fan. What's good?
What's up, Ron? How you doing?
What's happening, y'all? I'm enjoying the conversation for what I've heard so far. I appreciate all y'all. Salute to all y'all. You know how I give it up. Unfortunately, as I put in the chat, man, I'm on vacation mode until next week, and I've been sleeping crazy. I missed like 2 hours of this joint. So, man. Man.
Hey, we love your content, man. John was here earlier too.
Oh, oh man, I'm listening to the co-host and everything. Wow. So it's all right. It's all right. I guess I'm getting some rest. But yeah, I see what y'all getting at right now. And Freezy, I think this is a tough one, man, because I want the kids to play. But and to CWC's point, the difference with the Knicks in Detroit is we already went through that phase. Like Detroit is in the very early stages. We passed that already. So we trying to get a little better now, and we already got players that we think we can build with. I started to think about it as I was listening to y'all talk. I actually think that this team could make the playoffs. I think we could get through that first round. I just don't know if we can get past that, but only if you do certain things. Like you got Kemba, finally stepping up his game. I don't know how long he can keep this up, but you roll with it for as long as you got it, right? But you gotta incorporate certain pieces. You don't incorporate these certain pieces, we're not gonna sustain this because we don't play defense. So Grimes got to play. Miles McBride somehow got to get some minutes wherever it is. And then you're going to have to figure out a way to maybe, I think you still got to trade some smaller pieces to get some type of wing defender. You don't get a wing defender, it's going to come back to bite us. It just is. I don't think, I keep saying we need a true point guard, but I think we can get by with that without it for another year. But we definitely need a wing defender who can step up. I don't know if that's House, because I don't know. I don't know how Tibbs sees him, but we definitely need a wing defender to help solidify us and give us that defense, because that's all we need. If we get a wing defender who's not lockdown, but a very good wing defender and help defender, that will help our defense tremendously. And you're going to see what you saw from Julius the other day.
So Ron,
That's
let me
my
ask
take.
you this: Is that wing defender starting, or is he coming off the bench?
No, he got to come off the bench just because of the way our personnel is looking. Yeah, he ain't going to be starting over Fournier or RJ.
But Ron, listen, check this out. The Knicks don't value that position that you just mentioned.
I know that's a problem.
They don't. They're not looking to get that guy that you just mentioned. Only the fans want that. And how we know that to be true is because at the draft, with those type of guys available, they went in they got all guards 6'4" and under. And until they got the Jericho Sims, who was the best player available, and they couldn't pass him up to go get another guard. Right? And then in free agency, they got signed Evan Fournier and re-signed veterans, re-signed the guys they had. And then when given opportunity due to health and safety protocols to go out and sign those type of guys, they signed everybody 6'6" and under. Everybody they signed: Dotson, Mooney, Tyler, whoever his name is. And all those players were 6'4" and under, 6'5" and under, except Daniel House, who's 6'6". They don't value that player that you're looking for at all. They had plenty of opportunity to go get him. Free agency, the draft, and health and safety protocols, giving them roster exemptions, and they still didn't go get the guy.
Yeah, that's a good point, man. I know you said it 100 times, but the more and more I hear it, it's a great point.
Yeah, man.
Well, you know what I'm hoping. I'm hoping that they look at the what's going on with this team, everything they've been doing, going up and down, and how they're playing right now, and they can see that, hey, man, if we added this piece now, we might be able to do something. I hope that they look at the team for what it is now, and they can say that.
I think we all could agree that we can sit Fournier and bring in Grimes at that spot.
Yeah, I think we'll graciously agree on that.
We would like that. We would like that. I think that'd be great. But like I said, man, I just don't think that they'll do it with that bloated contract. I mean, you got to justify that contract, and I think they're willing to roll with that.
You know what is DSJ? Thank God it's not like a 4-year, $120 million, right? So it's not that bloated, right? It's a stench. It's a stench, and a wrench and a monkey, a monkey wrench, right? But it could justify by saying, you know what, we messed up on this, right? Tibbs unapologetically bees himself, puts out the defensive unit that he knows he can win with and what his identity identifies with. And I think we'll be on a much better road if it goes that route.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? My fault, Staph. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, the Knicks. I mean, whoever they got, the guys that help them with the analytics, whoever it is that helps Tibbs get his game plan together. Sometimes you got to make a difficult choice, but still make a smart choice to appease everybody. I'm not saying that because I don't see it. I don't see how they can really bench Fournier like that. But what you can do is lessen this man's minutes. This dude should not be playing 35, 38 minutes. This can't happen. Not this dude. So Figure out a way to get him out there, maybe 25 minutes, right? And then allocate those minutes to Grimes, those extra minutes, whatever. And the same thing with Kemba. Kemba can't be playing 40 minutes. I know what happened. I know they were trying to get him the triple double and everything, but even that, he still played 15 minutes more than he should have been playing. Like they just got to figure out certain things. And if you want to bench somebody, and I'm just saying this, I don't think it's controversial, but if you want to bench somebody, Nerlens should be benched.
Oh, we know
You know
that.
what I mean?
Oh, it should be more than
like
we know that.
Exactly. So I don't know. They just got to figure out a better way to go out there and play the right pieces, and then give these other pieces, placate the masses a little bit with the front office, and give Fournier his 25 minutes, give Kemba his 25 minutes, and then go from there.
Well,
Ron,
Evan Fournier is
word
averaging 30
analytics.
minutes a game, by the way.
That's what I'm saying.
Word analytics, right? Go ahead, D.
Oh no, I was not. I was just saying 30 minutes. That's all he plays.
Oh no, I was saying that word. Was it analytics, Ron? Are you saying it?
Yeah, analytics. Yeah.
Is that always right?
It's not.
It tells a
always
story. Right. It tells a story. Yeah. How about that?
Yeah, and it also depends on how teams use it. Some teams use analytics incorrectly.
Yeah,
Other teams have mastered it.
And analytics is always correct because it's data, right? The analytics is not a projection on whatever. Analytics is just a screenshot of what has already happened, right? And then you give it to somebody, and then they make the projection. So they give analytics.
All right. So let me counter that, right? Like, let's say for instance the Cleveland game, or the Indiana game, and we took a chance on Ricky Rubio making those shots, and the analytics said that how he's not a good 3-point shooter, but at the same time he killed us. So that's what I'm saying. That stat could not always be right. Freezy.
No, the analytics will say that Ricky Rubio is a good 3-point shooter against the Knicks. That's what analytics will say.
And another thing is that Ricky Rubio's had a hell of a season. This is one of his best seasons up to date.
Yeah. So all right. So what about the whole Miles Turner thing when we know he?
Well, hey, Stapha Don. Wait a minute, because before you moving around, you making a convenient point. Let's make it straight.
No, both of them is the same thing.
No, it's not. Because the analytics will also say that the Knicks are a terrible perimeter defense.
You know why?
Right?
You know why?
Because the Knicks have.
He don't play zone. He don't play zone.
Well, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but to say one side of the analytics, you know what I'm saying, makes the Knicks look bad. But what about the Knicks side of the analytics? The Knicks are a terrible perimeter defense, especially at the point of attack. And Ricky Rubio is a point guard.
All right. So, but if that is our weakness, why would we even give them the risk or the chance of even making those shots? That's a great question. And they kill us all the time like that. And we're supposed to have this defensive
because if you had better perimeter defenders playing more minutes, then the numbers wouldn't look like
Rubio would have not gone off at 8 threes.
Right. He would have not hit 8 threes on Miles McBride. We know that.
Right.
Or Quentin Grimes.
Plus, you got to understand, Staffa, that Thibodeau has his way. And you can't tell Thibodeau that his way ain't right because he's seen it work many times with different teams. The issue for Thibodeau is that he doesn't have the personnel to orchestrate his schemes the way he wants to, and he's a little selfish and stubborn in his ways. He feels like the personnel will catch up to his schemes. But sometimes you got to change things around.
But I feel like analytics ain't gonna tell you that all the time. I think it's sometimes the eye test tells you that too.
Well, I don't think Tibbs really cares too much about analytics, to be honest with you. He may be in the meetings and sit down with these people, but Tibbs is an old school coach. Those old school coaches, the Rileys, the Phil Jack, they don't care about analytics. Popovich don't care about no analytics.
That's so true. That's true right there. They don't care about analytics.
Yeah, and the guys that you mentioned though, the Rileys, the Popoviches, they won championships doing it their way. Why would they care about a basketball nerd somewhere in a corner office telling them how to coach when these dudes have been to the mountaintop and failed but then overcome those failures and succeeded. And then some dude come in with a pocket protector and pens come in and tell him you should play Fournier such and such time in the third quarter because that's when he get hot.
So Freezy, to that point, why did we bring in Brock Arler? That was the dude, right? Why did we bring him in?
It's a good question.
Well,
He's
the
supposed
thing
to
is,
be the,
Brock Aller.
He's a capologist. He's not
Thank
an
you,
analyst.
Okay, who
Freezy.
was the guy we brought in? The stats guy. I forget his name. Who was the stats guy we brought in? We brought in the stats guy too, because we brought in.
wasn't he
Aller,
from
stats
Cleveland or something like that?
I don't know.
I forget his name, but I'm just saying, what's the point of
No,
bringing these guys in if he's not
Sam
gonna
is
listen?
right. We brought in somebody to do something about the cap. I think he was from Cleveland.
But I didn't mean that. I was more so about the stats. I just said the wrong name.
No,
But I
no,
was saying, like,
staff.
what's the purpose
Brock
of us
Aller
bringing
is
him
the
in?
cap guy.
Yeah,
Brock
yeah,
is
for
a
sure.
cap guy. Somebody is.
I'm just
someone.
saying, why bring these guys in if he's not gonna listen? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, I mean, that's the whole thing. Like that's why we, you take the good with the bad, right? We're excited about what the Knicks did as far as turning around the organization, their front office. Obviously, everybody questioned Leon Rose. He's the agent. What does he know about running a team? So that's why they tried to come with this approach. Okay, if I'm going to run a team, I need this. I need an analytics guy. I need a capologist. They made good moves. They just, and the contracts that they've signed are good, Nick friendly contracts. Problem is just they gave it to players because of loyalty rather than what was the best for the organization. We rewarded guys for what they did last year, which I was all for. But if I gotta be honest, I'm wrong too. I looked at Nerlens. I thought Nerlens was gonna kill for us this year. Wrong. So
And hey, Ron, I was probably one of the few people to say this, but I knew that he was going to do this last year in the playoffs. When Capella victimized him like that, I knew it was going to happen. It was going to be the same story. I saw Nerlens get exposed for what he was in the playoffs. And then
he didn't
that's
look
why I
good.
didn't
True.
understand. I didn't understand the pay raise. I didn't understand why he got that big of a pay raise.
Yeah, but Sam, you ain't gonna give him a little leeway because Mitch wasn't there too.
I'm
But
not.
who was backing him up though?
I'm not paying the dude that type of money to do that.
No, I understand the whole pay thing. I get that, right? We talking about the whole playoff thing.
Yeah, like I understand that he
right?
wasn't supposed to be starting and he wasn't supposed to be guarding him, but like
I really think that they paid him like that because of what he did during the season.
Man.
I don't think it was necessarily because of the playoffs. Yeah, and I agree with you, Sam. I believe that he did get exposed in the playoffs, but I don't think that was the reason why they paid him that money. I think they paid him because he was top one of
Shot
the top
blocker.
centers. Yeah, top shot blocker in a center position.
And I think he averaged 2 steals or something like that. So
I think 2 blocks, 1 steal per game.
So
if we make it to the playoff and stay healthy, we be a dangerous team.
Because everything slows down.
So let me ask you all this: if everybody is healthy, right? Do you think we could go to the second round, or even win 3 games in a series?
You can't go to the second round, even if everybody's healthy, if you're not playing people in the right way, if you're not using your team to the best, because you're gonna get exposed. If he's out there playing Fournier 30, 35 minutes consistently, and Kemba's playing 30 minutes, it's gonna break down. You're gonna have a problem. So
to your answer, we can't go to the second round.
Not playing the way if he continues to do this, but if he's starting to open up and uses Grimes and somehow gets McBride in there, because you need that defense, that'll get him back to his principles. Yeah, we could do it. He got to play people though.
Right.
Yeah, and the other part of the conversations that we generally do as Knicks fans, we have Stapha Don, D is balling. Both of y'all be here a lot, so y'all hear all the narratives all the time, right? Randall needs to pass the ball more. Y'all heard that?
Yeah.
RJ Barrett is struggling. Tibbs need to play the kids. Tibbs need to be fired. Obi Toppin need more minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, we hear.
Well, that made sense though.
Yeah, Yeah, depending on who said it, it's like, you know, people's perspectives. You know what I'm saying? So basically, what I'm getting at is we're at a point where I feel like if this thing is an anomaly, we won't know until we get to the other side. Right? Say this next stretch of 10 games, and when we win 7 games, and say we win 7 out of 10, right? We go 70%. It puts us back, I think, 1 game over 500 or somewhere in that neighborhood, right? But then on the opposite side of that, we start playing real teams with real rosters. With real stars.
Real
right?
superstars. We don't have
I just thought about it. I was kind of reaching with that question.
No, not what you're saying, bro. I'm talking about the general. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about in general, our general thoughts. That's why I mentioned all the thoughts and narratives.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. Do we need to go in the direction of playing these veterans, or should we consider playing the kids? And when I say play the kids, right, I'm talking about real minutes. I ain't talking about like what CWC mentioned is true, but it's not like what it's not one of them deals where successful teams do it. Like the Golden State Warriors are not going to sit Steph Curry so Moses Moody can get minutes.
Nope.
That ain't happening.
Well, it's circumstantial, Freezy, because if they didn't have the championship aspirations, they might have been more open to that door.
Right.
But it's a championship year, so you know.
And last year they did set Curry down too. Last year, and that's when they playing the youngsters.
Yeah, but last year they didn't have the youngsters that they have right now. All the youngsters that they have right now. They didn't have Kuminga and
We
Moses
only had
Moody.
2 dudes.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is now that they have a young core of 4 dudes, are they gonna consider sitting Steph Curry?
Of course
not bring Klay Thompson back. You know what I'm saying? And you know, so that Jordan Poole can develop. They ain't doing that because they're not gonna waste Klay Thompson and Steph Curry's prime.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? For some dude that may not turn out to be nothing.
And the Warriors are a great example.
Young guys got time. You know what I mean?
And the Warriors are a great example because it shows where they are and how they treat their youth, right?
Right.
And now you go ahead and you flip the coin, right? And you see where we are, and you see how we're treating our youth. And now the only reason why the youth movement has come out a little bit more, and when we mean that, we mean the rookies and stuff like that. We're not talking about Obi and Quickly,
right?
But when it's been embraced because of necessity. Not because of, you know what, these guys really fit and what I want to do. Let me plug them in here and see what they could do. That's not because of that. So I understand your frustration, and it's the frustration we should all have, is that if we're going to go a direction, we have to go that direction. If our veterans, if we play them 30, 35 minutes a night and all we get to is to the first round and get the breaks being off us, was it really worth it not developing the youth in that process?
Right. Oh hell, y'all in trouble now.
What up, G man?
What in the hell are y'all talking about?
I'm over the bridge over you, G man.
First of all, let me say, everybody be seated, because if you went on your feet when my intro played, you're wrong. That's the first thing, right? But top of the morning to all you guys. Salute.
So, G man.
Salute to the panel. Make sure if you have not done so thus far, it's 115 people in here. It's only 78 likes. Go ahead and if you should have never met a like button you did not dislike, right? Beat it up. And as soon as I get on cam, guess who calls me? Cornerstone Kid. I can't answer that right now.
Yeah, Cornerstone.
Yeah, they're declining.
He probably calling you in all caps.
Yeah. for sure. But how you brothers? What's the topic of conversation?
Yo, so what we talking about is all the narratives that are in the air, right? And we are in a tenuous situation right now with a lot of uncertainty going forward, because right now we're facing what would be considered an easy schedule for the next few games. But after that, we face a monster, right? And so when I'm at with all the narrative, like, should Obi Toppin get more minutes? Play the kids. Should Tibbs be fired? Is the front office going to make a major move? Are they capable of making a major move? Is Kemba Walker really 26, 7, and 9 every night? Is RJ Barrett a bust? Right? Should we bench Evan Fournier? Right? What do we do with Evan Fournier's contract? What do we do with Nerlens Noel? Right? Who's our backup point since Derrick Rose is out? All these questions we have in the air. We got an easy schedule, and what might happen is we might dominate this upcoming schedule, present a false hope, and then get into that hard schedule and get the brakes beat off us throughout. We may go on a severe losing streak, but before we get to that hard schedule, people will have a false sense of hope because we won 7 out of 10 against teams that most NBA teams should beat. And then when we get on even footing, teams are just gonna wash us, right? So that's what I'm at. So that's what I'm saying. Like, and what I'm saying to Knicks fans is I'm not saying that you shouldn't have confidence in your team. What I'm saying is listen to all the narratives in the air. Listen to what everybody is saying. Hear everybody out. Excuse me, because there are some people that are saying Obi Toppin should get more minutes. Some people are saying play the kids. Some people are saying Quickly is not a point guard, right? Some people saying Julius Randle should give up the ball more, right?
Yeah.
Some people are saying Tibbs should be slapped for benching Kemba Walker, right? It's a lot of narratives in the air, bro. And what can happen in this next stretch of 25, 30 games is a reality check, basically.
Facts. So everything that you just laid out, beautiful. I'm gonna surmise this in probably about 5 to 6 words. Right? What is the strategy for this franchise? Because everything that you just laid out to me talks about strategy, right? So unless there is someone on high laying out what the foundational strategy is for this team, we're going to continue to go down the same rabbit hole every game. We continue to build false narratives every game. So what we forget about, and don't get me twisted, right? I applaud Kemba Walker for the performance that he's presented since he came off the bench, but we can't forget the performance prior to that, right? I applaud Evan Fournier for being able to come out in 3 consecutive games and be productive on the offensive side of the ball, but we can't negate that he's horrible on defense, and that hurts the team on the back end, right? So at the end of the day, what needs to happen is we need to formulate a strategy in what we do to go into any game versus any opponent and right? I heard you guys talking about analytics. You can't allow analytics to drive every decision. Every once in a while, your experience has to kick in. You know that if I got a guy that is either scoring or not scoring, I got to realize I need to rotate him out of that rotation. And then I go with the hot team. And then, like from a matchup perspective, based on who we're facing. This is not an easy thing. If it was easy, everybody could do it, right? That's the bottom line. But I said this yesterday on the show. We continuously talk about and criticize symptoms and not problem. If we don't address the problem, we're gonna continue to go down this rabbit hole every day, on and on, and everybody has different narratives about what we need to do to fix X, Y, and Z, but nobody is addressing what the root cause of the problem. If you go out and you know for a fact that the people that you have on your roster, and we continue to talk about playoffs and championships. I'm telling you right now, we do not have a playoff basketball team as currently constructed with the management team that we got going on right now. I'm gonna tell you that right now. So I'm gonna dispense all false narratives, all false hope, and all that. I'm telling you right now, the way that I watch the Knicks play is, every once in a while they have a good game. You have people that generally come out and suck, and they have a good game. And then we can conveniently forget about how we got to the point that where we are right now. So again, I would say until we address what the real problem with this franchise is, every morning on the morning drive. I'm good with that.
G-Man, you know what's going on? They know the problem is. That's why all the million fans know what's the problem is in the starting lineup. First of all, our starting lineup is not athletic. So if we got two guys that can't really play defense, you have to move Grimes to the starting spot, and you have to hide Kemba on defense. You know what I mean? That's all a lot of stuff.
I agree.
But again, guys, what we're talking about the symptoms. We're talking about what we have observed when we watch these guys play basketball. And I agree with you, Charlie Ward. There is a problem, and both Kemba and Fournier should not be on the court at the same time. I agree with you 100%, right? But at the end of the day, how do we get here? How do we get to the point where we allow a Kemba and an Evan to be on the court at the same time?
Politics, because Fournier got a big contract, and the coach don't want to sit him because the front office, that kind of mess going on.
So again, we're talking about symptoms and not the problem. If we don't address the problem, then we're going to continue to have to address these symptoms every other game. We got a game.
Yeah.
We got a game tonight. Go ahead, Ron. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, but the only thing, G-Man, what I understand what you're saying. I get like the symptoms is what a lot of us are focusing on, but sometimes you can't address the bigger problem because sometimes you're handicapped in a certain way. Like this team has always had a big problem, right? And that bigger problem was James Dolan. Finally, after so many years, James Dolan stepped away because he realized that he was making the problem worse. Because even though I know people hate James Dolan, but James Dolan is smart enough to understand when, hey, I thought I could come in here and fix things. My Rangers have been doing well. The Knicks have been horrible. And what I did didn't work out. And at some point he said, you know what? Nah, I'm making things worse. So he stepped back. All right. So now we move from that to giving this full autonomy to the front office and letting them do things. And Steve Mills and Phil Jackson came in. And let me tell you something. The more and more I'm hearing about Phil Jackson's regime while he was here, he was horrible. Yeah. So we also got to dig ourselves out of all of that, right? We finally get a guy in here in Leon Rose. Now, maybe he doesn't know everything. Maybe Worldwide Wes don't know it. And maybe a lot of their thing is hyperbole and they talk good games. They're Don Kings of the world. But they have put certain pieces in place that are smart. It makes sense. It's just we all, should I say they all have to use everything properly. You got to look at what you got going on and make the proper adjustments. Sometimes these teams, it's hard to make these adjustments because you got, different opinions. Obviously, the front office has one opinion, and you could tell Tibbs has a different opinion. I think it's obvious at this point.
It was obvious even last year. Mm-hmm.
Right. Well, yeah. So I think they got to figure out a way to coexist together. One of them has to acquiesce. Maybe Tibbs has to be a little less stubborn, and the front office has to be willing to listen. Because I know the front office, they probably would listen to Tibbs more and work with him. But Tibbs got to be able to work with them too. And Tibbs also has to figure out, okay, I like these guys. I want these guys on the court. You tell me I play this guy 25 minutes or whatever, then I want to get these guys in. There's got to be some mix and match here. They got to work together because the team itself.
I don't know though, Ron. I don't know, man.
You don't think that could work?
No. I think it could work in a perfect world. But what I'm saying, the reason why, I'm not saying I disagree. What I'm saying is I can't understand it, right? And here's the reason why. If the front office was one that was established already, the front office with a track record, I could understand why you would say they need to compromise. But Tibbs is a seasoned coach, and the one thing you can't say about Tibbs is that he's a bad coach. Tom Thibodeau is a great NBA coach despite people's affinity or not for him. Like, you may not like Tom Thibodeau, but the one thing about Tibbs is he's a great NBA coach. And on defense, right? Well, CWC, that's where you're wrong, bro. Because the coach before him was trash. The coach before that coach was trash. The coach before that coach was trash. The coach before that coach and the other coach and that coach was trash. All the way back to Jeff Van Gundy, who ironically had Tom Thibodeau on his coaching staff.
Freezy, let me ask you a question. Is Tibbs an elite coach?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, no, wait. I think we'll all agree to no, but I want to. Okay, Freezy, who else?
I'm gonna look up Tom Thibodeau all-time coaching record.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Go ahead. You can
Miles
do that.
McBride out of health and safety protocol.
Okay, hold on. Let me say this real quick. So, okay, he's an elite coach, right? Because I've heard this before. Who else would you consider is an elite coach?
In the NBA, in current or
just throughout. We could do current. You could do all time, whatever you want. Because he's in that category.
Popovich is elite.
Okay, good. We'll stop there. Okay, go ahead. Continue. Since you guys know where we're going, continue.
You just say name an elite coach. I name one.
Okay, good. All right, you want to stop there? No problem. So you mean to tell me that Greg Popovich and Tom Thibodeau are in the same category?
Okay, so I don't understand what you're asking me.
You called him an elite coach. I asked you to give me an elite coach. You said Greg Popovich. And I said, do you compare Tom Thibodeau elitism to Greg Popovich's elitism?
I get what you're saying now. Yeah, elite coaches are everywhere. David Fizdale was elite, based on what you're asking me.
What?
Right? David Fizdale was elite. You would prefer David Fizdale over Thibodeau, right?
No, I never said that. What I'm saying is that this is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that you improperly giving titles. No, let me rephrase that. You're irresponsibly giving titles to people. So you're calling Tom Thibodeau an elite coach. I asked for an elite coach. You give me Greg Popovich, and I look at Greg Popovich's resume, and it's nowhere near. Tom Thibodeau is nowhere near the resume of Greg Popovich.
Right.
Nowhere.
I won like 5 championships.
Yeah, right. And I tell you what, you know what? Greg Popovich was in an organization that drafted the #1 pick for Popovich. Right?
I knew you were gonna go this route. I knew.
Popovich.
You had the trap door throughout the whole time.
Popovich coached.
But Popovich had the best power forward. But he had Manu Ginobili and he had R.C. Buford for 20 years. I already knew you were going to say that. But we're talking about coaching.
So why would you ask me that when you know stability is key?
Okay, so that's why I gave you an option, and I said, who else is an elite coach?
Steve Kerr.
Okay, good compared to those resumes.
You notice the Popovich argument is a trap. I'm trapping you. Just in case.
No, you've been trapped already. You just don't know it.
No, this is not. I use Steve Kerr.
Y'all is crazy.
Tom is an elite coach in the category of coaches without championship.
Right. And
yes.
Compared to them Popoviches, the Steve Kerrs, the Eric Spoelsers, and all that. No.
You talk about college coach.
And see, the thing is with D, this is how you trap, bro. Nick Nurse is terrible, right? But he won a championship.
I don't consider Nick Nurse an elite coach.
But you just brought up a championship argument about elite coaches.
No, I said resume. I didn't say championships. I said resume.
I would have Nick Milling over too.
These goalposts are on roller skates, bro.
I said resume. Everybody could attest here. I said resume. I never said championship.
Okay.
I would have Nick Milling over Tim. Nick
McMillan been fired 4 times.
Hey, you know what? Both of them got the same problem. That's why they
bad organization.
No, they
I'll
don't.
give you one. I'll give you one, and he only had one championship.
No, we moving too fast. We need to stay
What I
on one
mean,
another. So
Freezy, is what both of them having the same problem is that they win a lot, but they don't win big.
who win a lot? Nate McMillan wins a lot.
They both made it to the playoffs almost every year. They just don't make it.
Oh no, they don't. No, they don't.
Can't win the
Nick
big.
Miller went to the second round last year. Nick Miller went to the second
When
round
he was with
last
Indiana,
year.
they made the playoffs.
All right, I'm good. All right, so I'm a fact check.
What's an elite coach in your mind, Freezy? What's an elite coach in your mind?
So what I'm saying is Tom Thibodeau is an elite regular season coach.
There you go.
Elite.
It's true.
It's true, right? Is it not? Is it not true?
Okay, so is he a subpar playoff coach?
What? No, I didn't say that either. I'm not saying that either.
I'm asking you. I didn't say you said that. I'm asking you. I didn't say you said that. I'm asking you. So if he's an elite regular season coach, is he a subpar playoff coach?
No.
Why
So
not?
what
He
is
won
he?
5 championships.
What? Huh?
What?
I'm talking. Listen, CWC. I got it. Yeah, I'm talking about Tom Thibodeau. I'm saying that you just said Tom Thibodeau is an elite regular season coach, correct?
Right.
Okay, good. And I asked you, what do you classify him as a playoff coach? Is he elite? Is he subpar? Is he good? What do you categorize that?
I think he's a good playoff coach, right? But here's the thing with Tibbs, and this is a shame that wins and losses in the playoffs are so finite, right? So sudden. Tibbs took Chicago teams to the playoffs with a whole bunch of injuries. One season he had Nate Robinson starting at point guard in the playoffs for them against the Miami Heat, and they took the Boston Celtics to 7 games with Nate Robinson. I think it was 7 games or whatever. And
it was 6, but I got you.
And nobody is saying, and nobody was like, "Yo, Tibbs did a heck of a job with Nate Robinson at point that they made the second round and they took what's the name to 6 games in the playoffs." Nobody give Tibbs credit for that because Tibbs took 4 losses and went home.
No, actually, I thought that was one of his best coaching jobs that year. By the way,
right. That's what I'm.
So we're in agreement there.
But the point though to it is the record shows that he lost 4 times in that round and went home. But but he don't get a moral victory in that sense because we comparing him to Steve Kerr, who's won multiple championships.
No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that.
No. I'm doing
are you saying in general? I get what you mean.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is this? Imagine this. Imagine Derrick Rose doesn't get injured. Are we having the same?
No, we're not having the same conversation, and I agree with that.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So the thing
but
about
here's an elite coach.
But the thing about this is the only thing I'm gonna say this, and then
No, that's fine. There's no problem. We just heated right now. That's good.
No, bro. This is love, bro.
We good.
I love the fact that you brought this. You know what I'm saying? Brought this up. I just wanted to say this one thing.
We good.
So the thing about Tibbs in this roster is Tibbs doesn't have a Steve Kerr. Right, Tibbs doesn't have a Tim Duncan, David Robinson on this roster for us to compare him to other elite coaches, bro.
See, but I don't refer to elite coaches by that definition and categorization. I define an elite coach as a coach that has a sustainable career and sustainable success.
Right.
Well,
that's how I got.
Here's a quick. I just thought of it. So I'm not trying to cut you off, these, but I just thought of it right now. Would you consider Tyronn? Oh, yeah. Hit that super chat, Freezy.
Yeah, word.
I got you.
Okay, all right. I was gonna say
he's gonna do it. He's gonna do it, Ron. Hold on.
Oh, I didn't know. I thought he was gonna do it later. My bad.
No, I got you. Let me do this, and we'll get out of the way so you can do your point. So, Paris Duggar, thank you for your generous contribution, not just for today, but all the time, and not just with the cash contribution. The most important part of this to me is that the thought that you put into what it is that you're sending us, right? So Paris Duggar says Kemba is family and comfortable now. Now he's Kemba. Now our youth is our death lineup, and y'all need to get there. Randall and Obi got to play together. Bam. Good job.
I agree with Parrish most of the time, by the way.
Yeah.
But go ahead, Ron. So you were saying, so you're gonna bring up Tyronn Lue to this, which is a good example.
Wait,
continue.
did I just say? You already heard me say it? How'd you know?
Yeah, you did. I don't know. Maybe I got crystal ball or something.
Yeah, exactly. So my question was, what do you guys think about Tyronn Lue? Because if we're looking at a resume of success, Tyronn Lue has a pretty good resume of success. Would I say Tyronn Lue is elite? Personally, no, because I don't think Tyronn Lue is a coach. I think LeBron's the coach, but Tyronn Lue is a nice figurehead. He does know X's and O's. He does.
Just to play devil's advocate.
Yeah.
Just to play devil's advocate, right? With all the troubles that the Clippers had last year, they still made it to the Western Conference Finals and were at least competitive.
I agree with that. But also, I'm going to say at this point now, I think Tyronn Lue has been out there long enough to understand good basketball. Like in the beginning, he coached for a while, and I think he was kind of like I said, like the figurehead. But yeah, after all the success he's had, I think he is a pretty damn good coach.
I think he's a good coach.
So you saying he grew into an elite coach?
I don't know if he's elite, but he grew into a good
elite.
coach. He grew into a really good coach.
He's a good coach. He's a good coach. He ain't an elite coach. He's a good.
Because you notice my definition. I said a sustainable amount of time with sustainable success. I don't think Tyronn Lue fits on the sustainable amount of time yet.
Okay,
for that, right?
How many rings does Lue have? I don't know.
Good question.
Tough to get a ring.
Somebody, we gotta get some analytic guys here.
One as a player, one as a coach.
Okay. All right.
See, like Steve Kerr is different because even when Steve Kerr, and coaching wise hasn't been there for so long, but I mean, like the amount of championships just explains for itself, and especially in how he's able to manage egos on a roster, I think is elite.
I don't want to take anything away from Steve Kerr.
I hate to cut y'all off, but didn't Tyronn Lue was he not on any of those Lakers championship teams?
Yeah, that's what I said. The one where they beat Philly, I think they last one against Philly.
Was it 2000, 2001? Or
I'm not sure.
So Freezy, so here's my point, right, with Tom Thibodeau is that although he has the sustainable amount of time, I don't believe that he's had the sustainable amount of success that we expect from an elite coach. So I think he's a good coach. Yes, I will agree with you 100%. I think he's a good coach, and I think he is very good at going to an organization, setting standards and principles, and for that organization's roster to live by. I think he's great at that. But there's other parts that come with it that make you an elite coach, and I don't think he has it.
You might be right there, Deez, but you know what? I got one better for you. I would say, to Freezy's point, if you compare those teams that have been elite, those teams that have had multiple successes, those rosters obviously do not look like the type of rosters that Tibbs was coaching.
Right.
But on the other side, this also points to what I was talking about earlier when Freezy jumped in with the initial conversation. And this is why I said that Tibbs needs to acquiesce and work with the front office, because the front office knows that Tibbs is not a good front office man. The Timberwolves gave him all that control, and he put those teams together for the most part. He had some pieces, but then he built it the way he wanted to, and that wasn't successful either because he's not that type of guy.
In Tibbs' defense, it hasn't worked for anybody.
Well,
it hasn't worked for Doc. It hasn't worked for Stan Van Gundy. It hasn't worked.
And also, what we got to realize is Glenn Taylor, the former owner, was a terrible owner. Glenn Taylor.
Yeah.
So we say James Dolan is bad. James Dolan is not a bad. James Dolan is a very, very good owner that makes a lot of public mistakes. It's like when he make a mistake, it's just public, right? You know what I'm saying? It's like, when Dolan does something, it's just like, you're like, why'd you go on a radio station and tell Knicks fans we was getting KD? I'm confident my sources told me we can get a free agent out of Golden State. Y'all remember that thing he did on the fan?
Yeah.
We like, Dolan, why are you on the radio saying you gonna get KD? And then we didn't get him.
Right.
And why are you kicking Oakley out of the Garden like that so publicly, bro? You know what I'm saying? Why is this thing going on with Spike Lee in the Garden?
That was crazy.
Oakley is because Oakley was disrespecting him. I mean, just think about it. If I came to your house and was disrespecting you in your house, you not gonna kick me out?
Yeah, I would have. So
I would have managed it. I would have managed it a lot better than Dolan did, though.
I would have managed it a lot worse. I think they
Exactly, Freezy, exactly.
Because Charles Oakley don't intimidate me, and I guess that's because I'm a big person. But Charles Oakley don't intimidate me, right, at all, right? Charles Oakley, if you watching, come join the show, right? But the thing is about the Pat Ewing thing, I think was overblown by Pat Ewing, right? Pat Ewing, and it's like, you know, throwing shade at the Garden, but Dolan's name is attached to the Garden because he owns it. You know what I'm saying? Dolan owns all this stuff, so a lot of times the stuff that happens with the Garden is Dolan's fault. Like you couldn't fault Dolan for going after Phil Jackson after the regime before that botched everything. Because Knicks fans was like, we need a basketball man, and Phil Jackson had 11 rings.
Right.
Now, was he a good hire? Did he turn to be a good hire? No, but you couldn't fault him for that.
Can I ask you a question, Uncle Freezy?
Sure. Yeah.
You don't think that it was at one point of time bash the Knicks bandwagon that was going on? Not only with, you know, those certain players, I mean, those certain people that you just mentioned, but also the media as a whole, like from Fox Sports to ESPN. I could say from my view, there was a bandwagon to bash the Knicks. There was times where the Knicks wasn't even a topic of the conversation, and analysts will bring them up just to bash them. We've seen it. I mean, it happened for years.
Right. But you know what it is, right? And I want to get back to Glenn Taylor from Minnesota, right? But I'll say this. It's because most of the NBA teams have a regional television contract. Like Indiana, New Orleans, all those teams have contracts with NBC. There's some, I forget what it's called. But when you watch their telecast, they have the same telecast, same presentation, all of that stuff. The Knicks, they have their own joint.
Right. And that's why I think that they don't like us.
Right, because the Knicks make money hand over fist, doing it their way, doing stuff in-house. Right? And people can't stand it. Like that. It's, but anyway, the thing
everything
with Minnesota
owned by Disney, if you really look at it.
Right. Well, but to the point that we was talking about Minnesota and Tibbs, that wasn't Minnesota. That wasn't Tibbs' fault in Minnesota, man. When you look back on it, the thing is the Minnesota Timberwolves have the worst record in the NBA since they came into the league. Tibbs was there 2.5 years. This franchise is what, 30 years old? 34 years old? Tibbs was there 2.5 years. So to say that Tibbs, you know, didn't have success in Minnesota ain't fair to Tibbs. They were a grease fire before Tibbs and after Tibbs. Bro, before Tibbs, they got Karl Anthony Towns. After Tibbs, they got Anthony Edwards. They got the #1 pick twice. Right? Yeah. And so to blame Tibbs, they got Andrew Wiggins and Karl Anthony Towns, right? And then afterwards they got Anthony Edwards, bro. I mean, so to blame Tibbs for what they do, it's not fair because they were a grease fire before. They had a coach named Kurt Rambis. Kurt Rambis ran the Timberwolves, bro.
Yeah, but Freezy, you know how it is. Everything's in a vacuum. And yeah, did Tibbs need more time to be able to change the culture over there? And yes, but he didn't get it. So that's how it is.
Well, Tibbs' mistake was Minnesota was that he should have never made himself the president of basketball operations. He should have just focused on coaching the team or being the best president of basketball operations. He should have chose one of the two. That's number one. Number two, Freezy, I'm going to disagree, brother. When you're the coach and you're at the helm, right? And and when you're with your players every day and you guys are practicing, you go over your identity and the roles and your sets and all that, you're responsible at the end of the day at the result for your team. So if Cat and Wiggins want to act a fool, right, that's on you.
Right.
Because you can't have the kids running around the daycare, going ahead smashing up all the toys and just smacking all the kids around and stuff like that.
Right.
You got to put them in line at some point.
Right. Right.
But and you know what? I'm sorry, Freezy. I just wanted, because you said that and you made me think. This points to maybe a decision that you don't make sometimes. What, like, you know, in your press conference, letting people know that you've decided to bench Kemba Walker, or in Minnesota, allowing your man Butler to come out and say how people aren't doing anything on the team, and then he's challenging people in practice and making it public.
Right. Or burning RJ under the bus to the world, telling him that he ain't working hard enough. He's just
Certain
doing
moves.
stuff like that.
Ooh,
I was tight when he said that.
Well, I wasn't, bro.
I was.
Because the reason why I wasn't is because you don't know how many times Tibbs went to RJ and was like, "Yo, get in the gym. Yo, get in the gym. What are you
You're
doing,
right.
RJ?" Get in the
And
gym."
you think RJ's like, nah, Tibbs, I'm good today.
Nah, but it's what's good for the goose is what's good for the gander. Because if RJ
I like
wasn't
that
in the
saying, by
gym,
the way.
and if RJ wasn't in the gym, and Tibbs didn't say nothing to him, but he benched Kemba Walker outright, where is the evenness and fairness in that?
But no, but hold on. You don't handle the Kemba situation how he handled it in the first place.
But I'm saying that you don't know how many times Tibbs told Kemba to be aggressive. It was Kemba said it himself. He wasn't aggressive. He wasn't being himself. He was acquiescing, right? Kemba said that himself through his first 19 games. He's like, "Yeah, man, I was just trying to get in where I fit in." And then when he came back out like gangbusters.
But I think, Freezy, I think that
I
was
don't
him
know.
personally. I
But
don't
that's
think
what
that was
Freezy's saying.
because I don't think Tibbs was going to Kemba telling him to be aggressive. I think Tibbs was going to Julius Randle and telling him to be aggressive because of the play that how the Knicks played with Julius Randle isoing. But I think
But you say that based on but you say that based on what evidence?
I can say the same for you, Freezy.
From what Kemba Walker said. I mean, Kemba Walker didn't say that Tibbs, told him that he wasn't being aggressive. He was speaking as in personally, like himself, trying to be, a better player for the team and not, bullying the ball.
Right.
Yeah, well,
Right.
I mean, I think that's. I don't know if who knows. We don't know, but I don't know if Tibbs wanted that from Kemba. I think Tibbs made what Tibbs is seeing from Kemba right now. I think this is what he expected from Kemba. Whether he approached him or talked to him properly about it, who knows? But I do think that the benching is definitely a result of that, because not just what happened with the benching, but people around the league. Kemba's a known person. He's got good friends in high places who all respect his game. They've all been telling him that you need to go out there and play Kemba basketball. And I have been saying it, even though it's not necessarily true. Kemba should have looked at the Knicks as his team. Doesn't matter what everybody else knows and what Julius does. He needs to go out there and I gotta do what I gotta do for me, and I'll make everybody else better, regardless of Randall's here. And I think that's what each player should do in that when you have that type of stature.
I agree.
But we'll see. We'll see how it keeps going, though.
So what y'all think we're gonna do tonight? Y'all think we're gonna get a win tonight?
Yeah, why not?
We could.
Why not?
Hey, Minnesota beat I forget who they played, but they beat a team without their star guys too.
And their star guys are coming back tonight.
I think they said everybody but Edwards should be good to go.
Oh, Edwards playing tonight?
No,
is that D-Lo too, Sam?
Said D-Lo will be back with Cat.
Oh wow!
Let me say this: if Kemba can go off like he's been doing, and even though he didn't go off on the Christmas game, he still had a triple-double. That means he was active on the court. If he could keep up the same play that he's been keeping up, I definitely think we could win.
I don't think
we
so.
get Deuce back tonight, though.
I don't think you see that side of Kemba. I think you see a bad game from Kemba tonight. This is why. Because Minnesota has a dude named Patrick Beverly that'll be on Kemba Walker tonight.
Oh.
So for all the stuff that he did against bad teams, you know what I'm saying, the triple-double on Christmas against the depleted Atlanta Hawks, and the 44-point game against who was that, Detroit, Washington, whoever it was. Yeah, I don't think you see that side of Kemba tonight against Patrick Beverly. I think they know
He's going to foul Beverly out.
Well, that's why I want to see rosters with their full rosters, and let's end this fool's gold stuff, and let's see how this really would look with the NBA roster fold up, ready to go game night.
Yeah. And
I want to see these 6 or 7 guys out.
I mean, we seen how it looked at the beginning of the season. We can't, just look over what he was able to do or what the team was able to do at the beginning of the season. Even though we saw bad games from him, I still think that the Knicks are capable of capturing what they had at the beginning of the season.
What were you going to say, Ron?
No, I was gonna say, and what to Freezy's point, Patrick Beverly is that type too. So nobody even had to go to him. He sees Kemba got Player of the Week. Oh yeah, I'm locking him down. Yeah, that's just gonna happen.
Yeah, it's true. That's true.
And just to add on to the Timberwolves talk, like these guys might have cleared protocol, but our guys had to get like a day or two. I don't know if we're gonna see them tonight, but I know that most of them are out of protocol.
Right.
Coach said that most of them are going to be out for conditioning.
Yeah,
I hope Deuce plays though. I mean, and Deuce looked like. I mean, if you look at his Instagram, this dude's chilling. He dancing and stuff. He I don't think he had anything. He might have just been on the protocol. So we'll see.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We'll. Yeah. I mentioned Pat Beverly, and all of a sudden, Kemba Walker talk died. What happened?
Yeah, you killed that.
My bad, man. My bad. I didn't want to.
That just means somebody else got to give it to us tonight. Julius or somebody else got to bring it.
But and Sam, to your point, Julius did get hot in that last game. So I'm hoping he's back, man. I swear. I hope y'all listen. I like Julius,
number 13
man.
finally do something, Ron. I want to see that consistent.
I think this is I think this is going to be the RJ Obi game.
Really?
I think this right here is going to be the RJ Barrett.
Freezy, I think you giving Pat Bev, man, too much clout, man.
Really?
I mean, yeah.
Pat Bev is not an elite on-ball defender.
I'm not saying that he's not an elite on-ball defender, but I mean he's not going against no slouch on the offense either.
I guess what you're saying is Kemba not finna drop.
Oh, Allen Iverson. Who we got? Allen Iverson.
Yeah, I didn't know we had Kobe.
Nah, I don't expect for Kemba to drop 50. I don't even expect for Kemba to drop 30 or maybe 20. But I'm just saying the effect that he has on the team in general. I think he could be able to foul Patrick Beverly out. That's what I think, because Patrick Beverly he overexerts sometimes.
He's also very crafty and very sneaky. He's dirty too.
I agree.
So with all that, right? What do you think Kemba's stat line is tonight if Pat is guarding him most of the time?
I think Kemba could drop like 18, 19.
Wow, I'm going to remember you said that.
Maybe five assists. He might not have as many assists that he had, or maybe not have as many points. But I don't think that Patrick Beverly
Let me stop you right there, bro. Let me stop you right there before you do
Beverly gonna get 6 points.
Bro, so
Beverly gonna get 6 points. Kemba 26.
CWC, let me stop you before y'all embarrass yourself, bro.
Kemba shot 3 of 12 last game. Sorry, Freeze.
The Timberwolves don't just have Patrick Beverly, bro. If Pat Beverly goes out the game, they have another elite defender named Malik Beasley that I'm sure can guard Kemba Walker. And if he can't, they have another elite defender named Josh Okogie.
He back?
Yeah.
Well, they're all starting today. They haven't been.
But we got guys too. We got guys.
No. We talking about.
We talk about great on-ball defenders against Kemba
versus Kemba, right? And so while this may be this, I know some of them dudes will switch on to RJ to muscle him up, but that plays into the strength of RJ Barrett, in my opinion. You big, so Anthony Edwards, you big and strong.
Didn't you call him a bust earlier?
No, I did not call him a bust earlier.
No, I'm asking because someone in the chat told me that. That's what I'm saying.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't say that. I said RJ Barrett right now, one could say that he's playing like a bust. I'm the number one RJ Barrett fan on the planet.
Yeah,
I'm the number one RJ Barrett fan on the planet, bro.
You know, Hadouken, we were really trying to defend RJ yesterday. There was a lot of slander. There was a lot of slander yesterday. It even started today a little bit, but yeah.
I had so many arguments on Twitter already. But yeah, no. RJ should not have gotten killed for anything during the game. He came back. He even tweeted about him having like tightness in his chest after COVID and stuff. I mean, see weird and stuff like that.
That's
Let me.
and that's what people don't understand. Even if you don't have it, when you go into protocols, you're not doing anything like and just sitting around and then having to come back and play any type of sport. Doesn't matter if it's collegiate or professional. That's a strain on your body because you're drained and you're not used to that.
Well, I mean, they should have a treadmill for him though, at least.
I'm just speaking from all I can say. I know it's a bad comparison, but I know when they threw me in the quarantine, I didn't have it. I was just listed close contact. Like coming back to practice was like, dang, like this is really a lot of running, and this is normal stuff.
Yeah,
right.
I imagine an NBA player RJ, you know what they do to him.
So Haduka, to the defense of your boy RJ, I did say that I'm not quick to pull out the stuff on RJ because I don't feel he's being properly utilized as to the strengths of what he could bring game in and game out. Do you agree?
He isn't. That's a fact. I mean, he's missing shots, but other than him missing shots, he's not being used the way he should be.
Does RJ have space to operate?
I mean, the paint is still packed, so him and Julius can't really go into the paint like that.
And put Mitch down there too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But
I just find it funny how like they're saying that I don't know who was bashing RJ. That's what I'm trying to understand.
There was a lot of bashing going on yesterday, Sam. I don't know if you saw the chat.
I wasn't bashing RJ. If anything, me and Hadouken, we died on that shield that one night before he went off against the Spurs.
Right.
Yeah, but I'm talking about like they said like yesterday or today. I don't know.
Right.
No, yesterday was murderous. There was a lot of chat slander of RJ.
Yeah, that is just crazy.
It's
and this is all from like, by the way, this is all from like 10 games or like 12 games.
You can't really kill RJ. Unfortunately for him, the dude has improved every year, and he's having a tough year this year. So you can't we expect him to be better this year, but as I said before, he's 21, so he's always got that in his. If he was 24, 25, oh boy, I don't know about RJ, but he's 21.
What?
Oh.
Y'all bugging.
Hold on.
All right, hold on. Oh, wait.
Nah,
Let me make my point. No, let me make my point. Let me make my point first. First off, RJ's been in the league. This is year 3, correct?
Yes.
Year 3. Year 1, he struggled, but then he started to improve towards the very end of the season. Yeah, it was garbage games, whatever, but we saw something good come out of it.
Same thing as last season.
Right. No, but last season, remember, he came into the league struggling in the beginning, and then still in the beginning of the season, he started working on his 3-point shooting, kept improving, and he had a good stretch of games throughout the whole season where he was one of the top 3-point shooters in the league.
Which was more towards the mid to the end of the season. Okay.
Yeah, but it was a lot more time, though. A lot more time compared to that first one. So now this season, coming in, we were expecting another jump because his numbers did jump up, and he got off to a bad start. He struggles in the beginning. Now, the struggle kind of lasted a lot longer than I expected it to. And then he gets hit with he has a good game, and then he plays bad, and then he gets hit with the protocols, right? So now he's got to come back again, get his body right, and as I say this, keep in mind, I've said it already, you're expecting RJ to do certain things and take a leap when he's the 4th option. Julius, Kemba, Fournier, then RJ. And if the Knicks are going to move like that, you're not going to see the best out of a young player. He's acquiescing. He's like, okay, the ball got to see all these people before it sees me. He's just not that. He's not that type. He's not being aggressive because he knows where the ball's supposed to go. That's a problem.
I agree.
That's my point. That's my point.
Into the season,
Go
ahead, Freezy. How's he bugging?
Because he not supporting stuff. These are not true statements. Right, in December, RJ Barrett is shooting 40% from 3 on 7 attempts. How is that struggling? He's shooting 40% from 3 in December on 7 attempts, bro. 7 attempts.
Wait, are you talking about this month?
Last season you talking about?
No, I'm talking about this year.
Yeah, this year. He was shooting bad in December. That was his month. He did bad.
No. Well, last year, but this year. Yeah, this year, where you may see him struggle is inside the arc. you may see a struggle there. But RJ Barrett in December is shooting a career high 78% from the free throw line in the month of December. That's not a struggle.
The last games RJ has played before the protocols and the one before he had that illness, he was actually playing at good efficiency. So, I mean, I don't know, like, people can be worried. Like, I'm not going to be worried about him because things are obvious that they're going to turn around. So, I don't know why people, like, y'all, I don't know if you guys are saying, but people saying to bench RJ, that is just crazy to me.
Wally
That's just
Zerbiak
crazy.
did that.
And
He
that's
said
why
There's
that. I
no
couldn't
way you should
believe
want
when he
to. You
said
should
that.
want to put him on the bench.
And that's why nobody listens to Wally. That's why nobody listens to him.
I was so mad when he said that. I couldn't believe. I'm like, bench RJ Barrett for Alex Burks? Where? Not the agent. You never know when Alex Burks is going to be on or when he's going to hit a free throw. He's a real streaky shooter.
So Duke, and to that point, what I mentioned is, as a conversation piece, is it time to take RJ Barrett out of the rotation to play Grimes and McBride?
Oh my God!
As a conversation piece, right?
I was gonna say that.
I can tell you right now, there's a few people that definitely agree with him, and I need to know.
And so my thought behind it is not because I feel like RJ Barrett can't play. I just think the dude is still injured. Huh?
You said yes.
No. Listen, if Tibbs was like, "Yo, we're gonna sit RJ a few games in order for RJ to get healthy," I would be okay with it, as opposed to him playing through injury. Is what I'm saying.
What injury? What injury?
Conditioning, I think is what.
Are you talking about protocol?
No, RJ, no.
What injury do you think RJ has, Freezy?
Yeah, I think RJ Barrett is playing through a back and ankle and wrist injury, and an illness, illness that's not specified. I don't know what that is.
I mean, he was obviously playing through an illness before, like during his slump. Him and Tiz basically said that the time, and now he had protocol, so he can't really catch a break right now. And now he's still conditioning, and he tweeted about it too, about him having tightness in his chest and it being hard to come back. So I mean, I don't know why anyone it makes no sense why people were killing him after that Hawks game when he didn't shoot well, but a guy literally just came out of protocol. What do you want him to drop like 40?
Yeah,
or
they don't
go
understand,
crazy?
too.
Like that's just
They don't
unfair. That's just the thing with some Knicks fans. It makes no sense. Obviously, whatever Grimes hit 5 threes, but everybody goes through those protocols or like the actual illness different ways, and they come back in different ways. So I don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me. But
You know what I think's hurting?
Is Pat Bev even playing today? Because I didn't see him.
We're not even sure. Like they're out of protocol, but they're not. We don't know. Like
Yeah, we don't
they
know if
might
they're
get the
playing.
IQ treatment where it might just be they're out because of conditioning.
Yeah, no, because you guys were talking a lot about Pat Bev, but their coach said that mostly everyone's not going to play, but they're out of protocol because he wants them to get conditioning right.
Yeah, I know they said Anna's not going to play.
Yeah, no, Ant isn't playing. They said Nas Reed isn't playing. Cat is not playing. Mainly everyone's not playing for their team.
Well, I mean,
so the guys we thought were out are going to be out still.
So that's good. That's good for the Knicks at least. I hate this because it's good for the Knicks, but then it lets you down too. Because then if the Knicks don't win the game, you're like, what is going on with this team? They're getting all these opportunities and chances to. These are winnable games, even if everybody is there and we not winning sometimes when we got advantages. That's what upsets me about this team. But I'm hoping that's not the case.
And Ron, that's why you can't go in there with a high horse because, like we said, we thought the same thing. We're like, okay, Washington doesn't have Bradley Beal, then what happened?
Right. That team that beat the Knicks with that Wizards team that beat the Knicks, that's disgusting, man. I didn't want to talk about that game.
And this is also bad for our assessment and our analysis too, because we want to see how this lineup would look like against a full roster. And not against 6 or 7 guys out.
True.
Yeah,
Because
they
then
just
the flip side. It's my fault, Hadouken. The flip side is what if the Knicks won all these games, right? And we start, oh yeah, the Knicks are back.
Yeah, we
And
get
then they
sued.
go up, and then they go up
yeah,
against a
nobody
regular
should be
team,
hyped.
and they get smoked.
The Knicks are
We're
back.
literally. I hope people realize we're about to play the Timberwolves, who are barely gonna have players. We just beat the Hawks, who barely had players. We're about to play the Pistons, who barely
Right.
have players, and
Thunder
they're
have
already a
nobody.
G League team. And then
Exactly.
we're gonna play OKC, who is missing like 6 players.
Yeah.
Celtics again, who are missing 5. The Raptors, who are missing like 5, but they're probably gonna be back.
Exactly.
I think the Raptors, their guys might be back though.
Every single team we're facing until All-Star break is below 500. That's all that needs to be
Right.
said. That's why
That's
they
true.
need to win every single game.
Yeah, that's true.
But I will say one thing that you can't discount. I know that everything was beautiful. It was a love story, but I take the good from it because this is what I wanted for the Knicks all year. I haven't seen it since the beginning of the season. That Christmas Day game, they did have fun out there. And that might help them out because they have not been playing like they're having fun with each other. It's been real stressful and tense out there. So this is the first game that I've seen in quite some time where they look like they were actually having a good time. Maybe that translates.
But this is what I want to see, though. And I know everybody that's played high school, AAU, college, they're going to know exactly what I'm talking about. When you're winning, everybody's cool. Everybody high-fiving. We going out. We chilling. We picking up chicks, the whole nine, right? Let's see how the team looks on a 2 or 3 game losing streak. Let's see who hates who. And that's what I want to see what happens.
I think we've been seeing that all year, though.
No. Not with this particular unit, though.
Right.
That's what I mean.
Because I was at the game. It's like my first time I went to a game, and I
Oh,
was
that's right.
paying
Hadouken
attention.
in the building.
Yeah, I was paying attention to them like a lot during like the commercial and stuff. They were actually like all like, excited, like on the bench the whole entire time. Like Randall was jumping up and down, RJ, OB, like the whole entire time, excited for like Kemba triple double. Like, and they were, I don't know, they just looked with a whole different energy that whole entire game. It was, I don't know if it was more being Christmas, like the Christmas spirit, like you know what I mean, or it was the team, but they just looked like they had a whole different energy. Like,
and for the Randall, I'm sorry, I was going to say for the Randall haters, they're always complaining that Randall never shows any enthusiasm or any love for his teammates when they do anything. When Obi caught that between the legs dunk, Randall was going crazy on the sideline.
You talk about Saturday?
Yeah.
That was the most energetic I've ever seen Julius Randle to his teammates ever.
Yo, that dunk was like that was crazy when it happened. I know
I got
what
it
happened
framed
because
with
I saw the pass
RJ in
from
the
RJ.
background.
Man, that was the highlight of the game.
Yeah, the way
And
everyone
I'll be killing Obi about that first one he did, but this one I appreciated. This one made sense. We up 18 or whatever it was. Last time he did it, we were down 7.
Right.
I didn't like it.
G-Man,
What
we
happened,
just waiting.
G-Man?
He's just waiting for us to say something about Obi. That's why.
You want to go on an Obi rant?
No, I'm not.
He's glad that we
Okay.
saying good things about him.
I said this yesterday. G-Man is no longer a voice for Obi Toppin. Obi Toppin now speaks for himself. That's all I said.
Wait, what? You just sounded so low. I don't even know what you
Yeah, I didn't hear you, G-Man.
You didn't hear me? Okay,
No.
so here we go. What I would say is, can you hear me now?
Oh, yes.
Okay, all right. What I said is, I no longer need to be a voice for Obi Toppin. Now Obi Toppin speaks for himself. And then everything that I said up until this point, people will be like, they don't forget what I said, but I'm gonna remind you every time. That's gonna happen.
Hey Ron, somebody did make a good comment in the chat though. They did say Randall was mic'd up. You know what that means?
Oh yeah.
He had to put on his best act. He had to put on his best act.
Yeah.
That's true. That's a good point.
Wait, I have a
You
question.
damn.
I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I've looked at the numbers of him on televised games and without televised games, and it's like 2 whole different stories.
Somebody
have you
was
guys
saying that. Hadouken.
Really?
Yeah, so he's averaging like 24 points, 11 rebounds, 6 assists on 48% shooting, and 40 from 3 on televised games. And on non-televised, he's averaging 17.5, like 9 rebounds, 4.5 assists on like 40% from the field and 30 from 3.
Somebody said that right after the game. They were like, "Yeah, Randall only plays good on national TV." I didn't look up the stats, but that's what they were saying.
Yeah, no, I saw.
Well, you know what? But that also goes hand in hand with But that's true. I believe that's that. But that goes
That's why
hand in
everyone
hand with
says
the
that we play
competition,
better
though.
on televised games because
Yeah,
whenever
but
Obi
Randall plays
starts
better
playing over,
against better competition too. He plays up to the better competition.
it
Because on
really
televised
depends.
games, that's who you playing. You're playing good competition, supposedly.
And see, I would
Depends.
agree that he plays up, but after that playoff series, it's hurting me to say that.
Yeah, but that's different. That's the
Yeah,
playoffs.
I'm
yeah,
just
but
saying. I'm just
that's
saying.
because they had the blueprint, man. They exposed them. You know what I was gonna say is, damn it, I just had it. It was something about Randall too. It was good. It was good. I'll get back to it though. Yeah, y'all continue. My fault.
Do you guys
I
think
am
Evan
happy. I'm
Fournier?
happy, Hadouken, that you got to go to that game. For that being your first game, that was pretty dope, bro.
Yeah, it was a
Yeah,
fun
and
game.
they
I'm
won.
looking forward
That's
to
a good
it. Yeah, yeah. All the Knicks games I've gone to, they lost before, so
Tell me
I'm
about it.
definitely happy. But yeah, do you guys think Evan Fournier can continue playing? I mean, he hasn't played the best, but he's been playing better. Do you think he
thing.
can continue?
He's gonna play because the front office wants him to play. It's not
No, not
because of
play. If he's gonna continue playing, is he gonna continue playing like decent?
no, absolutely not. I keep telling people every time. Hold on, let me turn my.
He had to put the camera.
Yeah, no, listen. I keep telling you guys about Evan Fournier, right? Evan Fournier is false gold. This dude right here.
He's false silver.
No,
Yeah, copper.
I don't. If that, if I can give him that, a penny is copper. I put more value on a penny than I do with what this dude brings to the organization. First of all, this is a guy that we brought off of a bench from a previous team, made him a starter, and expect for him to come in and give us a starter type performance. I don't know who made that decision, but whoever did, they paid him the money. This is a done deal. I can't dispute that, and we got what we got right now. But what we can't do is continuously go down the same path. And I promise you, I don't know when they're going to post the starting lineup, but I promise you, the starting lineup tonight is going to be Kemba, Evan, RJ, Randall, and Mitch.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I don't know why in the sand, anything is holy, do we continue to put Kemba and Evan in the game at the same time when both of them suck at defense?
G-Man, it's the same reason why we dreaded seeing that starting lineup every day last season. Same reason.
You know what, Sam? At this point, I'm done, bro. I'm done. So now when I watch the games, I just watch the game to see basketball play. I don't watch the game to see the outcome of who wins and who loses. I just watch to see how the guys play.
That's how you should be watching
Yeah,
it.
just watch. That's what you do.
That's how you should be doing.
Yeah, G-Man. That's how they raise your blood pressure when you go in there.
G-Man for life.
They do.
You go in there with no expectation.
And that's what I do. Right now, I go in with no expectations. I'm like, you know what? It's going to be what it's going to be. I already see, based upon what you come at me with, what the outcome is going to be. But I want you to prove me wrong. But they never do.
But G-Man, that's how we know something's fishy. That saying something smells rotten in Denmark, right? Something's rotten because Tibbs is a defensive-minded coach, but yet he's starting, well, for most games, he started the worst backcourt defensively in the league.
In the NBA, yes.
Doesn't make sense.
You know what?
Something's up.
I'm like this, guys. I'm like this, for real. It's gonna be what it's gonna be this season, and I don't think any of us know what the outcome is going to be. I think we all have our different views on how we can get better. The problem is, I don't think that the powers to be have the same, let's just say, energy into making this team better versus doing what they need to do to save face based upon decisions that were made at the beginning of the season, right? So if I pay D's Ballin, $15 million to do X,
I'll take it.
I'm sure you would.
Don't turn that down.
but I look at this roster like this, right? I look at this. I try to dumb things down to a common sense level. If I'm the employer and I hire a guy and I say gal and I say this is the job, right? And at 6 months in, you're doing whatever it is you're supposed to do. you're not performing up to the level that we agreed upon, but I'm still paying you. Guess what? It's gonna happen at the 12-month mark. You're gonna have to go find another job because you are fired. Fired. Oh, I gotta let you go. So regardless, and it's okay as a manager to say, I made a mistake. I thought this was gonna be what it was gonna be, not necessarily, but it's at a detriment of what we're trying to do moving forward. What? And these are people, unless you have a stipulation in your contract when you were hired to say, if you make a bad decision on draft night or a free agency move, I'm gonna fire you. Then I understand why you're playing Evan Fournier and Kemba Walker at the same time. That's all.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember what I was gonna say, G-Man, but Freezy's not here right now. You probably listening. And this this was just about your intro. I like the new style of intro, but I miss the music, bro. That music was legend.
You know what? I miss the music as well, but I'm gonna tell you
I
something.
think Jay Boogie's making the new music for you.
Hey, and that would be great too.
You got to put something like the man, the myth.
No, that music was fire, B. That was the best intro Freezy ever done. To be honest, that music was dope. With the new visuals and that old music, that one.
That was Freezy spinning the wheels.
I'm gonna tell you something. The unsung hero of what we do here on Blowing Spears is definitely he put so much work and effort into.
Well, this was
bring these guys on and putting out great content. I can't say enough about it. I'm just blessed to be here for sure, no doubt. Every day, all day.
Let me ask you a question, G-Man, right? Because you always use corporate America as example, so let's stay there, right?
I do.
Isn't it best when you're put in a position to be yourself?
I think that there is a fine line between being yourself and being a detriment to the organization, right? So I can say, you take in everything that you've absorbed as you are growing, all the experiences that you've had, and things helps you make the proper decision moving forward based on what the goal is that you're trying to attain, right?
Okay.
But you cannot use, I guess, your upbringing as an excuse when there's a mistake made, right? You have to be able to stand on your principles and the decisions made and your thought process. And that's what people will kind of grade you on. And I say that to say this. And this is how I translate that into right? So when you're looking at when you go into the draft or you go into free agency, if you are a team player, if you are truly listening to the pulse of the team and what we need to do moving forward, then those are the decisions that are made. You're not going to go in the opposite direction. If you go in the opposite direction, that tells me two things. One, you don't value the opinion of the people that's talking to you. And two, the people that's talking to you are not going to be here long term.
Okay, I hear you. I asked you that because I want to ask you a question, and you know, out of everybody here, I'm not the biggest Tom fan on the planet.
Yeah,
but I'm an honest human being.
Honest broker, yeah, I'm with that.
Okay. Do you feel? Okay, so the reason why I asked that is because when they brought Tom in, what did they bring Tom in for?
I think they brought Tom in to set the foundation. And I said this before. I thought that they brought Tom because before they brought Tom in, this franchise or organization had no sense of direction. I think when they brought Tom Thibodeau in, he was brought here to establish a culture for the Knicks based on who was on the roster. And
what was the culture?
We at the point before he came here, we had no culture.
No, I'm talking about for Tom. I'm talking about when they brought in Tom. What was the culture that he was going to bring? What has Tom been known for throughout his career?
He's going to bring a defense. Tom is.
There you go.
Everybody knows that.
Good.
No one could come in here with the hire of Tom Thibodeau expect.
Okay. So let me ask you a question. Is that happening this year?
No.
Why?
Because I'm telling you, this is why. Because what happens when you have a glimmer of success, people tend to forget how you got there, right? So you bring someone in from a defensive standpoint, and then throughout the course of the season, a decision or an opinion is made, and people start feeding into this narrative that, okay, based on the defensive team that allowed us to get to where we are, now we need more shooters, we need more offense. So at some point, someone said it's okay, and I'm fine with trading defense for offense. Yeah.
Who said that?
Obviously, somebody said it because we got Kemba and Evan on the team, and Bullock is gone.
Mm-hmm.
And I said this at the beginning of the season. I said that the decision to trade defense for offense is going to come back to bite us in the behind because the people that we're bringing on are not consistent in the fact to be able to provide said offense.
Okay.
I said that. Now, here we are again at this stage of the season. We're not even mid-season yet. And now we are going back to what originally the team was supposed to be founded on, which was defense. Now, we're not talking about offense right now. We're talking about the lack of people being able to play defense on with the organization.
You think we're getting back to defensive values and print? Okay. All right.
This was what I believe. I believe we want to go back there, but we don't have the personnel to be able to fulfill that requirement. We know what defensive pressure looks like. We know what being a defensive basketball team and the success that we were able to garner last season. We know what that looks like. Now, what we did again at the end of last season, based on playoff performance, we said we need shooters. So we go out and we do what we did, right? And at that point, if these guys come in, their maturation process and everything's great, we continue to move forward. That didn't happen. In the first 20 games of the season. Hence, benching or removing Kemba from the rotation and doing whatever you got going on right now. So I say all that to say this. Do not, for any stretch of your clouded imagination, be confused about what you see. The play that he's got going on, look at the opponents that we've been facing. And you guys have all alluded to it already.
Mm-hmm.
Do not let a false narrative drive what conversation tell you what you're seeing. I'm just saying.
What is it?
What? Say again?
What is it?
What is what?
That we're seeing.
What you're seeing?
Because I heard you. I hear you.
What you're seeing right now, the false narrative that you're seeing right now is Kemba's going to come in. He has a reemergence of skill set. He's going to come in and save this franchise. Evan Fournier is going to come in and be able to continue to give you the performance that you've seen over the last 3 games, and that's going to be consistent throughout.
No, not that part. Not that part. Because I understand what you're saying is don't fall for the fluff.
Yeah, for the okie doke.
I get that part. But what I'm saying is so what should we fall? What should we invest in? What should we fall for, basically?
And this takes me back to my original statement. Please tell me, someone please on this panel on your chat, please tell me what is the direction of the New York Knicks? What are we doing? Foundationally, what are we doing?
No,
nobody knows.
Not that, G-Man. So what I'm asking is, are we should we just invest in the youth movement? Is that what you're getting at?
No, that's crazy. Once again, I know what G-Man wants to do, but G-Man not working in the front office, right? I just have a voice. At this point, what I need, and I know the front office is not known for putting out what their thought processes are or the movement or, what we're doing as a franchise. I need at this point for somebody to tell me something. Because I know what I would do.
No, G-Man, nah, man.
Listen, no, I'm telling you.
Man,
I want to know.
One of the narratives was, man, I'm so glad we got a front office that don't talk because before loose lips sink ships. Remember that?
I do, Freaky. I do. But I'm gonna tell you something right now, and you know as well as I know when you're in a situation. Okay, and we both serve. And we've both been in situations to where people ask you to go and execute the mission with minimum amount of information.
minimum, right? And you got the trusted information. At some point, after you send me on so many of these missions, if I get bad intel, I'm gonna come back to you and say, you know what? That minimum information, that ain't enough. You gonna have to give me more. I need more, and that's why I'm at the front office right now. So whatever you've been doing, the blackout with the media and thinking that, and have people thinking that you're that genius, that your resume does not. Okay, the audio does not match your video. How about that?
Right. No, I got you. I got you. Yeah, and I wasn't trying to put you on the spot because that was a majority narrative by the Knicks fan base and people that. So that wasn't about you because I wasn't asking about what you. I'm just saying asking in general, and so what I think I'm hearing from the fan base is play the kids.
You know, I'm gonna tell you about, and so I think two things, right? Number one, we need to be clear about when we talk about kids, right? So in my mind, when we talk about kids, we're talking about the rookies that we did.
We talking about Obi. I think we talking about Obi and Quickly. That's what I'm thinking about. Obi Quickly.
They're already getting minutes, so I don't think that we lump them into that same category.
I think we put the rookies in there too, not just those three.
Yeah, I think they want to see McBride and Grimes.
Yeah,
I think you guys should stick to saying the rookies because you guys always say the young guys, but you guys are mainly talking about Grimes and McBride.
Right.
And then people get confused.
Right, and you're right because the thing is they say play the kids, and they're really talking about Grimes and McBride, and don't even mention Jericho Sims.
Yeah.
So
the replays, like I was here, and I'm like, but you're literally just talking about like Grimes and McBride. That's what many people are talking about.
And I'll definitely play Jericho Sims over Nerlens Noel. So yeah,
definitely, bro. This kid at 6'10", 250 has a higher vert than Jericho Sims and Mitchell Robinson. Yeah, I think it's close to Obi Toppin at 6'9", 6'10", 250. Bro, I think they should give this kid. The one thing about bigs is on the impressive thing about a big's stat sheet is if a young big uses all 6 of his fouls, you pat him on the butt and say, good job, right? Because if he fouls out of a game, you know he was physical and active the entire time. Mm-hmm. So there are some things that may or may not show up on a stat sheet, but if you see 6 fouls, you at least know he was active, right? But with wing players, if wing players play 21 minutes and they go, 1 for 4, 1 for 2 from 3, 1 assist, 1 steal, 1 rebound, you're like, I do play 20 minutes. He ain't really even did nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, but anyway, I think what we're hearing from the fan base is they want to see all of the kids and not just the rookies, but they would prefer the youth movement led by the oldest of the young guys, right? The RJ Barrett, Mitchell Robinson, Obi Toppin, Emmanuel Quickly, leading the younger fellas behind them, you know what I'm saying, into this, and eventually having, saying the seeds that we planted grow into something fruitful and productive and leading. Because I ain't gonna lie to you, even though I love Randall, but a RJ Barrett led team into the playoffs with all the young kids behind them, it would make the old ticker pitter patter.
I would lose my mind.
Me too. Right. I would definitely
go crazy. You're about to get all the RJ haters out in the chat. You shouldn't even have said that.
Yeah, I know RJ haters. Hey, love them too. But listen, the thing is, I think the thing that's polarizing, how I polarize people, is when I have truthful conversations about each player, people immediately think that I'm on the negative side of their argument, right? Like when I say stuff like RJ Barrett is struggling, people's like, I knew you hated RJ Barrett. No, bro, I'm just saying RJ Barrett is struggling. When I say that Obi Toppin needs to do more stuff with the minutes that he gets, doesn't mean I hate Obi Toppin, bro. It just means that a dude that plays 20 minutes should grab more than 4 rebounds. You know what I'm saying?
Freezy, I have a question. Go ahead, bro.
Go ahead.
I was going to say that because you were going somewhere else. I wanted to say what you're saying. So say, for example, right? Say our team becomes young like that, and it's led by RJ and Mitch, right? My question is Tom Thibodeau the coach if that happens?
Yes.
I think Tom will lose his mind.
Nah, bro, nah. Because you have to look at it like this. Because in the past, Tibbs has not been able to grow his own food. Now Tibbs is in a situation where he can make Tibbites. Like he could grab them straight out of college and mold them into the followings of Tibbs. They'll be Tibbites, right? There'll be little Tibbs like running around on the court playing as if they're Tibbs. You know what I'm saying? Like Miles McBride, like Quentin Grimes. They're not the most athletic, but they have the mindset that all 4 quarters, all 48 minutes, I'm going to be under your skin and physical with you, and I am going to impose my will on you. In today's game, cats don't want that. Cats don't want you up, but cats don't want you all over them. They cry when they get touched in today's game.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But for because think about a lineup of McBride, Grimes, RJ, Obi, Mitch going into the playoffs, right? With Jericho Sims and some other guys behind them headed into the future, Jokibitis and others going into the future. We can rock with that because we can see these young cats' development from day one to the day they start achieving success. And we'll have that feeling of a Golden State Warriors type franchise, a San Antonio Spurs type franchise where we planted the seeds, you know what I'm saying? Cultivated the seeds, you know what I'm saying? Reaped the reward and then fed people. That's how you know the organic thing works. That's how a lot of people want to have it. But when you do it sporadically, when you have one rookie and then a whole bunch, and then you bring in Fourniers that may or not work, Nerlens Noel that may not work. You like, yo, we took a chance on a free agent, paid him $18 million, and when we could have just got Trey Murphy in the draft to give us what Evan Fournier is giving us right now.
We got Grimes that could do that. So, right. but what I'm saying is that, look, I think in theory, what you're saying sounds fantastic. But although I think Tibbs has the right personality for it, he doesn't have the patience to go through the ins and outs and the ups and downs with these kids and build them that way to his little Tibbites, as you call it.
I disagree. I have proof. Yeah. I have proof. You know how I have proof?
Give me your proof.
Emmanuel, quickly.
Obi Toppin, bro.
Obi Toppin.
Both of them.
You think Obi Toppin's a little Tibite?
No, but
you guys gotta stop using that example because there wasn't that many good players on the roster to begin with.
For his first 30 games, and he still developed it into a solid player who can play passing lanes. Is showing that he has patience with players who can develop them.
Oh.
I'm not disagreeing with that part, but I'm saying you can't use Obi and IQ because they were kind of forced to play them. We didn't have people like that. The nearest person you had was Knox and Frank, and you weren't playing them.
No.
I'll give you quickly though.
Yeah,
y'all were right on that.
Yeah. What I'm saying, Duke, is not the fact that he had to play quickly. I'm saying the fact that he was patient with quickly, right? That was the point that was asked. Is Tom Thibodeau going to be patient enough to play?
Right. Now that's only one player though, Freezy. Can he do that throughout the roster?
Yeah, I think so.
No, but the thing is, he wouldn't be able to just play young guy. You would have to have some vets in there. But I do think it would be like a little bit of. I think Tibbs would be able to do it, but at the same time, there might be like some problems with.
But what I'm saying is,
you can't just play all young for him. You
can't play all young players. But what I'm saying, Duke, what I'm saying is, you do that with the assumption that Tibbs is going to bring in old Tibbites too, like Taj Gibson and Derrick Rose.
Right.
What I'm saying is Tibite. Yeah,
because don't forget how Duke. The framework of our argument was about that if we were to run off of what we have now, and this was led by a Mitchell Robinson, R.J. Barrett, and young guys that's what we were talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No.
Hey, yo, Freezy, I'm gonna head out, guys, but I just want to thank you, Freezy, for letting me join you guys today.
Hey, be back
and I wish nothing
yo.
but peace and blessings to everybody on the panel and the chat. You get what I mean?
You too, Devon. You too.
Yeah, hey, be back tomorrow, bro. Come on.
All right, definitely. I'll definitely be back tomorrow, and y'all make sure that y'all keep record of what I said about Kemba Walker too, about him.
Oh, I
scoring
remember
about
19 points.
5 assists.
That was only if those all-ball defenders are there, though.
Right. It's only if those on-ball defenders are there. You're correct. But I just want to say peace and blessings to everybody, and make sure that y'all have a good night. Okay.
Yeah, man. Stay
You
safe.
too, bro.
All right, bro. Yo, Uncle Fulio bugging. Uncle Fulio is bugging, bro.
I don't
Get
know.
off that
I don't know what
Navy
that
sauce.
means because I don't understand what that compliment means because what are they actually doing? I don't,
Well, I was just gonna say, like, I think that that argument is not bad as far as what you guys are saying about the young players and what Uncle Freezy was saying about Tibbs rocking with a young squad. Obviously, having some veteran Tibb people in there too, but I'm just if ideally what I would want is the lineup that Freezy mentioned, because if you've seen, when I do the Still Nick fan stuff in the past, if you look at the bottom right corner, that lineup is there. I got those 5 faces in the bottom because that's what I want to see. The issue that I have is Tibbs has his own aspirations and goals. He's always wanted to coach the New York Knicks, and maybe he's the one who said, I want to bring a championship to the New York Knicks. And he's here 5 years. We don't know how long he'll be here, whatever. I mean, he's already in like year 2 of that. I don't know if Tibbs is willing to say, I will create the blueprint and be comfortable with watching someone else take it to the promised land. You know what I mean? That's what I'm concerned about. Is he comfortable with building these young guys up to the point where he creates that culture that someone else could take them to the next level? Or does he want to be the guy to get there? That's what I don't know.
Well, yeah.
Is that selfish if that's his mentality?
No.
I mean, that's what good coaches are, selfish.
Right. And so no, not if it motivates him to achieve team success. Everybody's motivations are his end result is a championship in New York. He wants to coach the Knicks to an NBA title, right? So his motivations and reasonings that drive him every day to get there, that ain't my concern. Because if he wins a championship in New York within that 5-year contract, he was a success in New York, in my opinion.
Now, but can he do that with the young guys, though?
What I would say is this. By the time Tibbs' contract is over, you're talking about dudes being in their 6th and 7th season. Is that considered would they can be considered to be young? RJ Barrett will be in his 7th season, and when Tibbs hits his 5th year.
Right.
Would you consider that young? I'm asking.
No.
Yes.
Yeah, still young.
Yes.
And that could work.
26.
You're right.
Yeah, he'll be 26.
You're right.
Yeah. So I'm just putting it out there that I think, given if you allow Tibbs to turn these guys into Tibbites, right, and let them go forward with Tibbs' agenda, defense first, unselfish offense, playing for each other, and imposing your will to dominate the opponent. Because y'all asked, y'all was like, yo, what's the culture Tibbs is looking to establish? And in my opinion, it's not just defense. It's imposing your will on the other team, right? It's out rebounding the other team, playing physical defense, only giving the other team shots that you want them, that you are willing to give up to them. You know what I'm saying? Playing for each other, playing unselfish. You know what I'm saying? To me, that's the culture that Tibbs is looking to establish. Is defense in there? Yes. But to me, it's more of a playing for each other, going to battle every day for each other, imposing your team's will on the other team. Like the Miami Heat, kind of.
Right. But you know what? If that's the case, I was gonna say, if that's the case, then does RJ really fit Tibbs' scheme of what he wants out of his players? Because I think the biggest knock on RJ is not all the other stuff that he doesn't do, because he can still improve on stuff if he keeps working at it. My issue with RJ that I've noticed, finally, I see what the issue is. RJ just doesn't have that aggressive mentality. He's not aggressive. And that's why guys like McBride and Grimes come in here and the fan base is like, oh, we got to get these guys in here because they're aggressive.
But
I don't know
the
what's up,
question
RJ.
is how
He don't have it.
how is Grimes being aggressive when he's getting set up so well with
Yeah.
like the Fournier setup? That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, all right.
I think Ron was talking about like overall,
Correct. If
as
you look at
opposed.
No, I
how,
know what he's trying to say, but I'm saying like when you use McBride and Grimes, that's like different because they're fighting for an opportunity right now. And the Grimes one, especially Grimes, is getting set up like actual like plays. He's getting
The
the
Reggie
Bullock
Bullocks.
Fournier treatment. Exactly. And he
yeah,
should
you're
catch
right.
like off the dribble. So he's not really being aggressive. He's just shooting the threes he's supposed to shoot. And then
Well,
McBride
no, but
literally
if you
played
look at
one game. So I don't know
yeah,
how
but no, but
quick of
if you
those
look at
are.
when Grimes was hot, when he hit those 7 threes, not all those threes were set up. Grimes was also pulling. You saw that in the
Yeah.
summer league.
I
When
mean,
Grimes is
Yeah,
going, he was just going.
you can say
but
that, but
Ron,
that's
it's
like
not like
he was on
taking
fire.
the ball
Everyone
and
was trying
creating
to
his
set
own
him up that
shot.
whole entire game. Literally,
Yeah,
No, no,
and
I
every
agree.
like look back at the game, everyone was setting him up. That doesn't happen for the other
Yeah,
players.
they even moved him to point guard. Remember that? They were
Plus
giving
people,
the ball to bring the ball up
people were
court.
missing that game. They needed him. They needed him to score. We had people
and
missing that game.
it's not like Grimes is going out and creating his own shot. The only he hit 7 threes that day. 5 were catch and shoot, and the 2 that weren't were one dribble pull ups, and that's not really being aggressive. That's just taking an open shot.
Or shot creation. Yeah, that's not shot.
Yeah, that's not really shot creation either. So
No, no, I didn't say shot creation. I said aggressive. And I'm going to go back to saying aggressive because it's one thing. Remember, you in an NBA game with a team that has some type of offensive structure who depend on other guys. There were guys out there that he could have still deferred to, but he didn't. Julius Randle was still out there. He just went and because Grimes knew he was the hot hand. RJ's been the hot
But
hand. Have
Randall
you seen
Randall
RJ
shot
be
9
as
shots that game.
aggressive?
Randall
Randall was
shot
4
9 shots
19.
that game. He never shoots 9 shots when RJ is in the game.
Right.
Bro, that
And
game,
that's
Randall
because,
was
but
literally like
you're
one of the
proving my
most
point.
passive I have ever seen. I'm not because
You're
the reason
proving
he
my
could shoot,
point,
he
though.
was over passive that game. That's not
Yeah, you
just
could
because
show
Grimes
many
hit
times where
like
Julius Randle had
threes.
like 7 open shots and he just didn't take it.
Yeah, he did that multiple games in a row. That wasn't just because Grimes making those shots. Because you've
All
seen
I'm
games where
saying,
RJ hits
Plus, I can't
multiple
say that
shots.
because yeah, and I'll go back to like last year, the game against Boston, where RJ Barrett was 6 of 6 from 3-point range and had 29 points, and he took 12 shots that whole game, and Julius Randle chucked up 23, and then in the last 2 minutes, the last person to take the shot
RJ
was
didn't get
Julius
the ball
Randle.
once, but we're
Yeah,
not
and RJ
yeah,
talking
didn't
but
about
get
that.
the ball once, so I won't say
that's
that.
timing.
No,
Right.
I won't
That's not
say that.
timing.
No, because RJ was being aggressive that game, and that was Randle just putting up shots. So I can't say that.
No. Hold on. Let me get my point out. When I say that's timing, I mean that's the timing of the Knicks at that point. A lot of things have happened since then. So and Randall has struggled a lot. So he's watched other people come in and out of the rotation and do things. And I'm saying it's bad timing for RJ when that happened. Now, if RJ was to get hot tonight, I would think that he would be, he would get the same type of treatment that we saw Grimes get recently, because this is recent time. Things have changed on this Knicks team, and Randall has obviously he sees things are a little different now. So you don't if so tonight if RJ comes out and whatever he hits his first shot, fine. Then he hits a 3. Then they give him the ball again. He hits another 3. Wouldn't you say that RJ is starting to develop the hot hand? So wouldn't RJ be afforded those same type of situations that Grimes got?
No, because Grimes played literally one game. It's like different. I don't know. Like the only thing I will say about Grimes was drafted to be a 3-and-D player basically, and he's like he should be one of the best shooters on the team. So they're gonna use him like that. That's
So
why
what is
they try to
RJ?
use him with those set plays.
What is
What do you
RJ? Is what
mean?
I want to know. I don't think he's a 3
I
and
don't
D.
know.
I
I don't know
mean,
what he
what
is right
is
now for the
RJ?
team.
Well, they're
I don't
playing him
know.
as a 3-and-D,
I
and
don't know.
he's
The way
actually
they're
kind of
trying to
good at
use him
it,
is
but
just
they
strange. I
should be
don't
playing him on the
know.
whole.
That's why he asked, "What do you think he is?"
Yeah, as I said, they're playing him as a 3-and-D right now, which he shouldn't be played as. He's actually doing kind of well at it.
Yeah, what do you
Again,
think
and
is what they're playing?
if you let me finish, I was gonna say that they should be playing him on the ball more, considering that they run more plays. And Evan Fournier, who has a weaker handle, has a higher usage percentage than RJ Barrett, and that's sad. So if you're gonna run 2-man game between Fournier and Randall, which goes out to nothing, you can run that same game with RJ and Randall.
Mm-hmm. Well, keep in mind, Hadouken and Ethan, if you don't know this already, RJ is my favorite player on the team. So I want RJ to succeed. I'm just telling you, I don't think RJ is being aggressive enough for him to take a next step. He's got to fight. I already mentioned all the other people ahead of him. RJ has to do what RJ needs to do to make RJ better and to help his team and to show everybody that he can do more for this team. But he's got to be more aggressive. He's not aggressive to me.
I have
When
a
it comes to
question
being
for
on
you
the
though.
court, he doesn't drive to the basket enough. He doesn't use his strength, his power to get into the lane. To me, he's not aggressive.
So what do you think? What do you think is taking away from that aggressiveness? What do you count as that aggressiveness that you want him to show?
I think that RJ is the type that he defers to the other guys on the team. He knows Julius might be option number one. He sees Kemba's out there now. Fournier is still a high paid option, and the ball rotates around. And I think maybe he feels that this is not. I don't know. I can't be in this guy's head, but I'm thinking if you rotate the ball around for a three, right? If RJ has an open shot and Fournier has an open shot, I think you pass the ball to RJ. He passes it to Fournier. That's what I think. I feel like he's a good
Okay,
team
but
player.
the thing, yeah, I was like, okay, so I don't think it's more of aggression because you'll see more of that. Like our team is constructed like they're trying to win games. RJ is a winning type of player. He's gonna make the right play. He's not just gonna shoot just to shoot to make people satisfied. He's not that type of player. Especially for the team we have right now. Like he doesn't I don't know if that's more of a team thing or just the way we play because I don't know, like he's getting wide open shots, but other than that, like he doesn't have much
The only thing I can
opportunity
say is
to
that he needs to
really
make his
like
shots.
showcase that too much. Every play
Because
literally runs through Randall, so I don't know, like Randall
and
I
has
mean,
the
don't get me
ball
wrong. I
every
don't have
single
the answer.
possession.
I don't
and
have the answer.
I don't
all
have
the
the
plays
answer
that
either.
we
I
do,
don't know like
all
how
the
you
plays
want
that
me
we
to like
do run for
explain that.
RJ are never plays where RJ is like coming off the screen for a jump shot, unless he's trying to do that one little mirror shot left. But that doesn't really count. It's usually downhill plays for RJ, and that's like 5% of the game sometimes. So so the Knicks know that his strength suit is taking it downhill, but he's not being used the way he should properly be used.
I
Instead
agree. I
of
don't
coming
think
off
he's
the
being
shot.
used right, and I think he definitely should be at the shooting guard. I think that would help him not only fit the defensive end, the offensive end. It's much easier for RJ to get off against smaller shooting guards than it is against these taller small forwards because he's not that athletic, and he doesn't. He can dunk. We've seen RJ drive to the lane and dunk. You know, he can do that, but he doesn't do that all the time. It's like he doesn't. Want to use that much energy to I don't know what's the deal with that, and maybe that points to Freezy saying that maybe he's dealing with some type of issues health wise. But the other thing is there's a reason why I know we called it Nick hate, but this year it seems a little bit more warranted. There's a reason why if you look at the top 50 wing players, which I just looked at that the other day, RJ was number 50. I mean, come on.
No, that's just crazy. That's just crazy.
Listen, just saying. I just think that there's that aggressiveness that he doesn't show. He's not I'm gonna go get my shot, and while I'm getting my shot, I'll make because you can go be aggressive, get your shot, and get your points, and make other guys better because you'll attract different coverages, more double teams, stuff happens, but he doesn't show me that. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, they rather let Evan do that.
Yeah, it's true.
Okay.
Yeah, I silenced the crowd, Freezy. I did it. I made it,
Yay,
baby.
we made it. We made it to the end of the internet.
I'm
No,
sorry,
just
guy. I didn't mean to bring up the RJ thing. I'm sorry.
yeah, no, I'm gonna say this, man. The thing about RJ is you can tell physically that he's not right, and it's the same thing you can say about Mitchell Robinson at this moment, and in this stitch of time, you can tell physically like both of these dudes ain't right, and both have built-in excuses. One dude says he's overweight, not a shape, and the other dude has been dealing with a sickness or whatever, right? But when these dudes get right, you see what these dudes can do when they're right. When they're right, Mitchell Robinson has the potential to be a 17 and 11 type guy, right? And RJ has the potential to be 18 points, 6 rebounds, 6 assists, excellent defense every game when he's right, right? The only thing about it is all NBA players deal with the same thing that these cats are dealing with, right? So what I'm thinking is RJ Barrett can't take the pounding at small forward, right? And Mitchell Robinson just needs time to get back right off the injury. We probably shouldn't have brought Mitch back until after the All-Star break. But when you have Nerlens Noel as your center and Jericho Sims and Taj Gibson as the backups, you look at the options, you're like, yeah, we can't give away games until we wait on Mitch to come back. Because we saw what our teams look like without Mitch when we were in the playoffs, and we didn't like it. Right? So what I'm saying is this: I'm willing to give RJ Barrett a pass for this season. You know what I'm saying? I know it's early. I know what are we, 33 games in or whatever? Yeah, so I'm willing to give RJ Barrett because clearly he's not been right physically all season. You know what I'm saying? But
I'm not giving him a pass, like, for the way he's playing, except for like the illness part, because he did have illness before, like for a certain amount, but he's still not hitting his open shots. So I mean, I'm not giving him a pass, but to a certain extent, obviously he did deal with illness, so he has some slight one, but in general, he do gotta be playing, like making more shots. Because other than that, he's been playing good defense, rebounding, playmaking when he can. And that's
Hey,
stuff.
Freezy.
But yeah, no pass.
Could I read your super chat?
Sure.
Yeah, because we don't get these on our show. I'm just saying. Oh, man. Yo, shout out to Paris Duggar. He said, let's see RJ's number. I guess RJ's numbers tonight. Or heart, my fault. Let's see RJ's heart tonight. Minnesota trashed him last year. On him not good enough to beat them with the last shot. If RJ doesn't show up, then yeah, I got you. I know you're shaking your head. Well, the only thing I was going to say to that, and there's another reason why I wanted to read it, is because the biggest culprit in that may not play tonight. Because Anthony Edwards was the one who pointed that out. And if Anthony Edwards doesn't play tonight, then RJ doesn't have the real catalyst to kind of go at. Even though he does have his countrymen in Wiggins, so I think RJ should play well. Oh, damn. Well, we can just hope that RJ plays well regardless. You know what I mean? Maybe he just uses Minnesota as a team on the whole just to show what he can do. But, it's not going to get that same respect if the guy who said it ain't out there.
Well, he better show up.
Yeah, he better show up. You're right about that. Hey, Staph, I was wondering where you was at.
I'm here just in the background, man.
All right. So Ethan, should the Knicks give RJ Barrett point guard minutes?
Yeah, I said that since last year.
Hadouken. Ethan, we have a predator in the water. I'm just gonna bring him on and just throw
You need
y'all
some sharp music, man. You need some sharp music.
Nah, I'm not arguing with him anymore, so I'm just gonna sit still.
Oh, look, he said he was taking the day off, man.
I thought so too. Nah, what up, y'all? Salute, man. How y'all doing, man?
Good, man. Good.
Yo.
What up, Stapha Don? Long time, man. How you been?
I've been here, man. What's good?
Killing, bro. Killing, man. What y'all talking about?
RJ, I was talking about RJ and his aggressiveness, and Ethan and Hadouken were basically saying that may not be the whole picture of what's going on with RJ. Like they feel like there's other issues, not him being aggressive.
Well, listen, I've had that take this season about him not being aggressive. Like, I've said it time and time again. Like, you have to want it. You know what I'm saying? That like some guys who have that ability to be on-ball players, right? And we've seen little glimpses of flashes here and there. Eventually, they just take it. You know what I'm saying? That game against the Pelicans, when I watched and I said at the end of that game, I was like, yo, this is the first time I ever see RJ literally say, give me the ball, I got it. You know what I mean? I'm going to take over this game, and there's nothing you can – I'm the hot hand, I got it. I just feel like he doesn't – because he's such a nice kid and a nice guy – and he's a smart player that passes the ball and stuff like that. I think sometimes that other part gets lost. You know what I mean? And I think that's the step he needs to take. Like, there's no question he has the ability to take over a game whenever he's hot, but there's that other part about being aggressive. And no one's saying, and this is why I like Russell Westbrook so much. And I'm not comparing RJ to Russell Westbrook, their types of styles and things of that nature. But Russell Westbrook is aggressive. Like, he's going to take it no matter what. But that's to his detriment because he does it too much and he turns the ball over, things of that nature. I think RJ Barrett needs a little bit of that. It's hard to explain. I can't really explain it, but that's hopefully you get what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but that's what I've been saying. He's been missing something. Oh, go ahead. My fault, Uncle Freezy.
I just want to say this thing about Russell Westbrook that people forget. Man, early on, the rumor out of Oklahoma City was Reggie Jackson used to bust his ass in practice every day. Every day. Okay. You don't have to believe it. It's the rumor.
No. I'm not saying I don't believe that a rumor exists. I just don't believe that happened.
But right, I don't know if it's true either.
Yeah,
I'm saying it's the rumor.
If I'm putting any,
yeah, wasn't there a point they were like trying to decide who to keep? I read that story too. They were
and I'll just say this: if I put any point guard in a one-on-one situation, besides like Kyrie, I think Westbrook is whipping all their ass.
Right.
And don't forget, and I don't mean to cut you off, Uncle Freezy. I'm doing it again. But don't forget, Russell Westbrook was a different type of player before he became the Oscar Robertson type. He changed his game.
Right, because he couldn't shoot. Right, but here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? So in those early days in OKC, right, Russell Westbrook wasn't aggressive looking for his shot. He was good passing to KD all the time. And doing all the, doing peripheral stuff like trying to dunk, whatever, you know what I'm saying? So, you know what I'm saying? So instead of having Reggie Jackson come in the game, take shots away from KD, you bring Reggie Jackson and James Harden off the bench. Remember, they had a guard, what's the guard name they had starting over Reggie Jackson and not Andre Robertson.
Collison?
No, he was a power forward. Was it Deion Waiters? No, did they trade and get him from Cleveland?
No, it wasn't Waiters.
They had another young lottery pick guard. I can't remember who it was. Right? But they were good with him starting so that Reggie Jackson and Harden can come off the bench. Reggie Jackson could play off the ball next to Harden. And then when they need so anyway, what I'm getting at is early on in these young dudes' careers, we put stock into what they are right now, as opposed to what they could be down the road. RJ Barrett is in year 3, right? I mean, his numbers, and I know this is gonna sound crazy, and just hear me out on the development part. His 3-point shooting is comparable to Klay Thompson and James Harden in those early years, right? What I'm saying, and like people say, RJ Barrett has been off, right? In the month of December, he's shooting the highest free throw percentage of his life, right? And he's shooting 40% from 3, where RJ Barrett is struggling is Cephalosha. That's the dude. I think Rod Tucker hit it. I think Cephalosha. I forgot. But early on in their careers, these guys go through these ups and downs before they hit a level of consistency. That's the reason why I have the RJ Barrett database, to point out how Devin Booker, how Donovan Mitchell, and all these guys took the same step at year 3 that RJ Barrett is taking. You know what I'm saying? The development is not going to be linear. These dudes are going to struggle before they find out who they are as NBA players. Like right now, Donovan Mitchell will pull up from 28 feet with confidence. Was he that player in year 1? Hell no. Right? Did you think about RJ? Just be patient. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, man.
No, I just wanted to add, especially as a wing, it usually takes longer for wings to develop in the league, especially like currently. Like the top guys, it usually took longer for them to develop. That's just like another thing that I looked at before.
But can I say something though? And I think you're absolutely right about RJ. There's no question that he has the potential to be that person. My only issue with the whole thing is when you talk to some RJ fans, they think he's that right now.
No, he ain't that right.
That's my issue. That's been always been my issue when talking about RJ Barrett, because if you don't think that, all of a sudden you're an RJ hater. There were some people saying this is RJ's team over Randall. Like, that's the stuff that I have a problem with.
Right.
Like, you can say what you want about RJ, about his potential and all of that. Like, I agree with that. There's definitely potential, but don't act like he's that player right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, if he's not ready, he's not ready yet. But when you say, oh, RJ Barrett ain't ready, it's like, oh, what you mean he's not ready? What you mean? It's like, he's not.
Right.
He's not ready.
But
the numbers are not lying. What you're seeing on television is not lying to you.
Right.
Like, I just don't think he's that guy right now.
When someone says that they want RJ to have the ball a little bit more offensively, you think that automatically means to give him the keys.
No, that's
the
specific way that the dude put it in the Twitter chat. Specific. He said it's time to give RJ the keys because other players, third year in the NBA, have the keys to the organization. That's exactly what he said, and that's why I responded that way.
Well,
that's why I responded that way.
But shots doesn't necessarily mean keys, or keys doesn't necessarily mean shots.
No, he didn't say shots. He said having the ball in RJ's hands more.
I get it. I get it, man. But what I was going to get to is shots doesn't necessarily mean the keys to an organization. So, because what people think is that Anthony Edwards has keys to the Minnesota franchise because he was the number 1 pick. But then when you look at other guys that were picked in the top 2, top 3 in Minnesota, Karl Anthony Towns and D'Lo, they shoot the ball an awful lot. They handle the ball an awful lot. Right?
He does have the keys though.
So he's their best player?
No, I'm not saying that he's their best player, but look how they played him.
Only the best player is going to get. Yeah, but only the best player is going to have the keys to the franchise, bro. I thought that was equivalent. Like the franchise player has the key to the franchise. That's my thinking. Am I wrong?
I don't know who their franchise player is though. They don't know if they're reluctant on keeping Cat. They're trying to mold Ant into him because he's looking really promising. Like in 2 years, he took so many shots last year, and he's still taking like more now, and he's running the offense a lot more too. So I would say that that is who they're trying to mold him into right now. Definitely.
Yeah, I think Minnesota is crazy.
And he has the attributes for it too.
I think Minnesota is crazy if they say that this dude if they value him more than Karl Anthony Towns. Because I can go in any draft in any year and get a wing player that can score 25 points a game. Any draft in any year, but I can't get a 7-foot dude, a 7-foot dude that is the greatest 3-point shooter for a 7-footer of all time.
I
and this is including the likes of Dirk Nowitzki and others.
Bigs don't win championships.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, man.
I said that bigs don't win championships like that.
Bigs do win. Yo, Giannis just won last year, bro.
But I mean, like ones like Cat, like centers, like actual centers. They don't really win championships like that, especially being the number 1 option, especially in the recent years. I mean, you could say Giannis if you count Giannis as
Anthony Davis.
Yeah, Anthony Davis
was Anthony Davis the number 1 player on that team, or was it LeBron?
He was the number 1 option offensively. Offensively, he was the number 1 option.
I don't know.
Look at the numbers
about that.
Yeah, and I get what you're saying. So yeah, I think I understand what you're saying. But what I'll say though is in response to the RJ Barrett thing, RJ Barrett don't need the keys to the city to be successful. To quote a song by our homeboy Cully, "Keys to the City." You know what I'm saying? The thing is with RJ, all RJ has to do is be a very good player and leader to help a group of guys win a chip. Because we don't necessarily have to. So I was going to say the Michael Jordan approach, but even Michael Jordan had Scottie Pippen, bro. But you don't have to have one great dominant player in order to win a championship. What you need is a group of guys playing together to win a championship. If you get a group of guys together to win a championship, bro, that's how you get there and have sustained success, right? Like Steph Curry. Steph Curry wasn't even Curry GOAT until Klay and Draymond got there. When Klay and Draymond got there and those young fellas played together and believed in each other and they move some of those veterans out of the way because they legit drafted busts too. You remember the bust they drafted out of UCLA? No, nobody does. Right? Y'all remember Harrison Barnes? Remember Harrison Barnes' performance against the Cavs?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. So
listen, I believe in RJ Barrett. You know what I'm saying? I know like people say you want to trade him all the time and all that. I'm only looking to trade him for someone who I think is better. That's just my thing. And that goes for anybody on the team. I'm all about making the Knicks better. Period. Point blank. So if that means trade RJ Barrett, I'm all for it. Period. Same with Randall. I'm all for it. If it only makes the Knicks better and their ceiling better. Right? But point blank, he needs to improve. Randall needs to improve. Fournier needs to improve. Kemba is finally improving. Right? The entire team needs to improve. So this is not a bash RJ session. In order for the Knicks to do well, we need RJ Barrett to do well. So I'll be the last person bashing RJ Barrett because I know that we're going to need him if we want to be successful this season. But let's not act like he's someone that he's not right now. Right. That's my only issue with RJ Barrett. People can say what they want, but that's my issue with that whole thing about him.
Uncle Fulio, did Pat Ewing make the playoffs in his third year?
I don't know. We were talking 87?
88?
87, 88 season? I don't know. I don't remember. I wasn't alive.
Okay, I'm just saying. Did Michael Jordan make the playoffs in 1987?
No, but he won like defensive player of the year that season.
And he averaged 30. And he averaged 30. Well,
and he averaged 37, I think.
Well, yeah, the MJ's third year, he averaged 37.
Yeah. Oh, so my point is, man, by year 3, we can't cast these dudes aside. You know what I'm saying? Just because of whatever.
Hold on, but you mentioned the team, and then you talked. Like the team making the playoffs is not specifically on RJ Barrett. Like I'm not depending on RJ Barrett to take the Knicks to the playoffs. You get what I'm trying to say? I think that's two totally different things. Like if the Knicks make the playoffs this year or not, like the Knicks can miss the playoffs, but RJ Barrett can still show that he's taking that next step. You get what I'm trying to say? That still can happen.
Perfect. Yeah, you crystal clear. Yeah. No, but what I'm getting at was the keys to the organization argument.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was referencing. Like you know what I'm saying, get the keys to the organization. You don't have to get the keys to the organization that early or whatever. It depends on the organizational stability, your front office, stability on your coaching staff, an environment that is ready to win. Because here's the thing about the Knicks. I'm gonna say this. I know it's gonna be controversial. I think as a fan base, we are not ready to win. We're excited about the possibility of being relevant. Mm-hmm. Right? That's where I think we are right now. Right? I mean, the Garden played bing bong after somebody hit a 3. I mean, that ain't, you know what I'm saying? That's like, hey, we happy to be here type mentality. You know what I'm saying? That's what, you know, when a franchise is ready to, I'll give you an example. Do you remember the We Believe Golden State Warriors? The ones that knocked off Dallas in the first round?
Baron Davis and all of them.
Corey Maggette and all of Corey Maggette, Elton Brand, all of them.
Donnie Nelson.
Yeah. See, once they did that, they were ready to win, bro. They were ready. They were like, yo, we are thirsty. We want a chip, right? We want a chip. Now, I'll give you another example. You remember the mid-90s Spurs that used to knock on the door every year? And every year, it was a Spurs heartbreak in the playoffs. Every year, you remember the Spurs had the ball. They were down by 1, and they had a possession where the play before Sean Elliott hit a 3 with his foot hanging out of bounds. They were, you know what I'm saying, NBC reviewed it, and he didn't step out of bounds. He barely stayed in bounds and hit a 3 to keep them in the game, right? The other team come down and hit a 3. They down by 2, and Rod Strickland cuts to the basket and stop, and Rod Strickland throw the bounce pass, and the ball go out of bounds, and the Spurs lose, right? I don't know if y'all remember all this, but the Spurs have been knocking on the door for so long that they were ready to win, and they felt like that was their time, right? So the Knicks are not at that point where they feel like we're ready to be a championship contender. all we want to do is not be in the lottery, make the playoffs, right? Because we have the mindset that you got to be in it to win it. That used to be the lottery saying for years. You got to be in it to win it, right? And last year we had a disappointing loss in the first round of the playoffs, bro. We didn't have a tussle in the Eastern Conference Finals and lost because of poor execution. We didn't make the Eastern Conference Finals. So this year, we are in the mindset that we don't want to take a step backwards. We don't want to be in the lottery no more, man. We want to be in the playoffs. But being in the playoffs is a different mindset than being in the NBA Finals. That's a totally, completely different mindset.
But Freezy, that goes along with why people shouldn't judge the front office right now, why people shouldn't judge Tibbs right now, why people shouldn't judge anything right now. The Knicks are still in that process where they're building something and they're trying to remain relevant and stuff like that. The Knicks are absolutely in a position right now to be a playoff team. We just got to let the season give it some time and let it play itself out. But people come to these conclusions. Well, the front office is failing. The front office didn't do this. The front office didn't do that. The draft picks that we had, we don't really like those draft picks. So the front office is failing us. So we need to get rid of the front office. And I just think it's too premature for any of that. Like, Leon Rose has only been here for 2 off seasons, right? and you can say, people can say what they want, but ultimately a president, general manager, and a head coach are only judged by one thing: wins and losses. And
yeah.
Well, yeah, that too. That's a big part of it, right? But wins and losses. Like, at the end of Leon Rose's tenure, they're going to say Leon Rose was X and X in his tenure as president of basketball operations of the Knicks.
Right.
They did the same with Steve Mills. So I think that this stuff all takes time. And I'm the one that loves to be aggressive and make trades, right? People were telling me, Josh, calm down. They're building something, this, and that. Like, now everyone is like, oh, get everybody out of here. And it's just like, I'm willing to give it some time. So I think people should do the same.
Right. And so to your point, though, February begins the clock on year number 3 for Leon Rose and his front office. Right. So to your point, I understand what you're saying. But my point is this: as a fan base, we have to recognize where we are. Are we that fan base that is ready to win the NBA Finals? I say no, because we have to at least establish dominance in our division, and then in our conference. We have to become the omegas or the alphas in our conference in the division in order to be perennial conference finalists and NBA finalists, right? Right now, we're not that. Right now, we're probably the 11th best team in our conference. If we being honest, right today, we're probably the 11th best team, because in order for us to get to number 5, number 4, we got to have everything go right for us and things go wrong with other teams, in my opinion, right? And in my opinion, Julius Randle has to meet or exceed last year's all-star level. Kemba Walker has to, dip his toe in the fountain of youth and become Charlotte's version of Kemba.
Never.
Right? We have to stay healthy, and our rookies have to develop. Other teams, all they saying is, all we got to do is stay healthy.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? The Milwaukee Bucks, you know what they're saying? All we got to do is stay healthy, bro. The Brooklyn Nets, all we got to do is stay healthy. But the Knicks, we have, if RJ, if Kemba, if D Rose come back, and Julius Randle do, see, we got too many question marks right now. And not saying that that's a bad thing. That's just where we are as a team. You know what I'm saying? So I just think we got to establish that, Uncle Fulio. That's all.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Right. So okay. So Ron, what do you think we are as a franchise? Do you think we are ready as a fan base, as a total, as everything? Are we ready to contend for a title?
No, I don't think the fan base on the whole is accepting of the product they see before them. I think as Knicks fans, listen, we can't keep giving ourselves on the whole the credit of being one of the smartest fan bases in the world, because we, right now, what I see from a lot of people is a little wild. It's a little crazy.
Emotions.
People jump out the window. People don't know the ledge. As John loves to point out, you got to know the ledge. And I think we definitely need to take a step back. Everybody need to look at what we actually dealing with here. Let's just sometimes you got to humble yourself. New York is a very spoiled town. They say this is a get rich town. No, I'm just joking. But but seriously, like we are very spoiled, New Yorkers, man. The Yanks have been good for many years. The Giants had a nice run of success. But when it comes to our Knicks team, we haven't seen it since the 90s. And even that was limited because we didn't win no championships.
Right.
But like sometimes I think we just think because we're going in the right direction, that direction means we there now. We are nowhere near that. It's going to take us a minute. And we don't even know if we're moving in the right direction with this mix of vets and rooks and young players. Should we continue to go half and half? Should we be focusing more on the young players, or should we? Because I don't think we should go all vet and try to win now. Because I mean, there's too many holes with the vets.
Right.
So,
we got the wrong type of vets.
Can I ask a question? Ron, let me ask you a question. How come people say that the people make it seem as if the kids aren't playing? Like there's no development whatsoever going on.
Yeah,
that's the part for me. I don't understand.
That notion is completely idiotic to me.
I just don't understand why it has to be. It's either the vets or the kids. You got to pick one.
Yeah, and that's coming from me, who like wants to see the kids play more. But the notion that they're not developing is idiotic.
I don't understand that at all.
Nah, so Uncle Fulio,
it's just that they're not seeing it.
If I can jump in and throw my answer in, and I'm throwing my answer. I'm not saying that it's right. I'm saying it's mine. I'm owning up to what I'm saying, right? I don't believe that you can play the majority of the kids and play the majority of the vets at the same time, because on one hand you have a bag full of groceries and on the other hand you have a fully cooked dinner, and if you focus on the groceries, the fully cooked dinner is going to spoil, and if you focus on the fully cooked dinner, the groceries are going to go bad, right? What I'm saying is I know that there are teams that have made deep playoff runs that played one or two rookies, right? But what I'm saying is you can't teabag your rookies or your young players. You can't put the rookies in. As soon as they make a mistake, you snatch them out, right? You got that when you got young players, you have to let the young players play through their mistakes, coach them up so that they can get better. But you do that at the expense of playing time for veterans, right? And at the same time, the veterans have so much experience that you can't dumb down your offensive and defensive sets while young guys are on the floor to risk the veterans losing close games. You gotta run the most veteran offensive and defensive sets that you possibly can, unless a young guy is an exceptionally smart, high IQ basketball player that catches on really fast. And when you play vets, one possession games may determine a win or a loss. And if you have a young guy out there that makes a mistake on one possession, that may ruin it. They may ruin the whole vibe and chemistry of the veterans that you have that you put out there.
Right. I mean, I hear what you guys are saying about the narrative of not playing the young guys. Young guys are definitely playing. I mean, I don't think, unless he was forced to, like in the Minnesota situation, this is probably the most Tibbs has ever played young guys, Yeah. And it's warranted because these guys are but I go back to the point before that we don't know, like it's so tough to tell because they're so guarded and we're never going to hear it. Like they don't talk about their intentions or a new strategy, say going forward, like, this is what we think our team is, and we really want to accentuate the positive of our young core and all. They don't say anything. So we're all speculating as always. We don't even know what Tibbs is thinking. Maybe Tibbs really wants to play these young guys. I know people have said
I think he does.
Ron.
Okay, what happened? Ron just dropped. Yo, was that Leon Rose cutting his mic?
Shut up.
Yeah, Leon Rose cut his mic.
No, I'll just say this. So again, like this, like you said, this stuff isn't linear, right? There's multiple ways to build a contender. There's multiple ways to win. There's multiple ways to develop your kids, right? Some teams develop their kids by playing them right away. Some teams let the kids, do exactly what the Knicks are doing, right? I just think there's multiple ways to do it, and just because the veterans aren't doing as well as we expected, right? That there's an assumption that that we must play the kids right away, give them time, or else they're not developing. You're wasting this, and that. You know what I mean? So I think people, again, just have to be patient with this whole process. I think that there's going to be, if a big trade gets made, I think some of these kids will stay because the Knicks have a ton of assets, right? So some of these kids are going to stay. Some of these kids are going to be a part of the future, and some of them may not be, right? And it may be someone that you don't like,
right?
You just never really know. But again, these kids are playing. You got Emmanuel Quickly, Obi Toppin, and RJ Barrett, 3 major pieces to what the Knicks are doing right now. Playing, getting major minutes. Now, if all of this stuff about play the kids is about Grimes and McBride, okay, I get it. But then say that. Say play Grimes or play McBride. But don't say play the kids as if it's this big rallying cry. We want to see all the kids on the floor for the entire game. We don't want to see any veterans out there because I just think that's unrealistic, right? A team because the question was asked earlier, name a team that, is winning or whatever, that plays a mix of rookies or young guys and veterans. I'll say Phoenix, right? Phoenix has a veteran point guard. They added what's his name? The guy who fought Alfred Payton when he shot the ball. The three. Jay Crowder. They have Jay Crowder. Those were 2 major veteran additions to that team.
And I'll say Charlotte.
Major. And Charlotte. That's another team, right? So again, there's multiple teams out there that do that and employ that style. Doesn't mean the kids aren't developing. It just means that they're trying to build something for right now and in the future, right? It's a mix of it. You know what I mean? Right. I don't agree that we need to be in a lottery, multiple years in order to get this top tier talent because you're not guaranteed that anyway.
Yeah, and I think the fan base is just on a whole other level because if you look at Charlotte, they have 4 rookies and they have a top 10 pick who literally don't get any minutes at all for that team, but they're still developing. They're using their G League proficiently. Yeah. So, yeah, and they're a way better team than us talent wise.
Right, and then too, they have outliers, bro. Like one of their young kids was the #1 pick in the draft, right? And one of their veterans may be the greatest point guard to ever play the game. Maybe you can make the argument for Chris Paul, right? So, or how about I say it this way? Chris Paul's a top 5 point guard to play at the position all time, right? So the Phoenix thing. So I understand where Uncle Fulio going, but I just don't want to compare the Knicks to all these outliers because the Knicks are the Knicks are the classic example of how to do it wrong, right? You remember the Orlando Magic was trying to do it like that for you, play vets and play rookies at the same time, and what that got them? 41-41 every year, 8th seed in the East.
I mean,
can't get. Well, no, but the difference is. Go ahead.
I wouldn't say that they played the rookies because, like, you could say Jonathan Isaac, yeah, they played Jonathan Isaac heavy, but like Mo Bamba, they played Nick Richards over Mo Bamba. I wouldn't really say
that. And not just that, their front office was unable to do anything further. They were unable to attract any type of top tier free agent or via trade. And I think the Knicks are also, they're in that position where they can be able to attract
and
people.
They were tied
and
up
they have the flexibility. Right.
They were tied up cap-wise because I think it was either Augustine or something who had that horrible big contract on them, and they had to eat that up. And then you had Vucevic making 25, and then Fournier making around 15. So, like, there's really no move that they could have made.
Right.
And
dang, Ron. Silence.
Leon Rose don't like Ron, boy. And so I get what everybody's saying, but the mix just doesn't. The mix of solid vets and top lottery picks just don't work because a lot of the top lottery picks have so much potential that you have to let them play through their mistakes, bro.
Ooh, on the Knicks?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
You talking about on the Knicks,
Freezy, and I could speak after you.
No, I'm not talking about on the Knicks, man. I'm just talking about in general. Like, give you an example: the Toronto Raptors. Okay. Right? People think the Toronto Raptors just bust on the scene, right? But they didn't. They had DeMar DeRozan. You know who else they had on their team?
Kyle Lowry.
No. Before Kyle Lowry, right? This is DeMar DeRozan and Sonny Weems, Anthony Parker. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember that. That's Candace Parker's brother, right? Mm-hmm. Played for Toronto. right? They were rocking together. They had a young core of dudes, and then they brought in Kyle Lowry eventually, right? They brought in Kyle Lowry, and Lowry and DeRozan hit it off. Next thing you know, Sonny Weems was overseas. Anthony Parker was playing for the Cavs, and Kyle Lowry and DeMar DeRozan helped develop a young core, right? And it wasn't even just them. They brought in a lot of people. They brought in a ton of young players. They brought in Terrence Ross. Terrence Ross, Kyle Lowry, and DeMar DeRozan used to all play together in Toronto. People don't remember that, right? So what I'm getting at is when you have a mix of young guys and veterans, you have to be careful who the veterans are and who the young guys are, right? Yeah, and you can't give up on certain players too early. Like if Kyle Lowry was in shape, you know what I'm saying, and could hit an outside shot, he might still be in Houston right now, right? Or Memphis. Remember, Kyle Lowry started his career in Memphis, right? He didn't start out in Toronto. You know what I'm saying? He was a cast off in Memphis because he was out of shape, like 6 foot 218 Kyle Lowry. You know what I'm saying? 6 foot 225 Kyle Lowry is who I'm talking about, right? So a lot of these dudes, they don't blossom right away. So what I'm saying is, if you're the Knicks, if I'm the Knicks, what I would do, right, is pick a direction and go. Like grade my young core. Do I have 2 young studs that I feel like can win an NBA Finals game or 2 for me? Can Obi Toppin become that guy?
He could.
Can RJ Barrett become that guy?
He could.
Excuse me. Is it Emmanuel Quickly? Do I have confidence in them like Memphis has confidence in a John Morant, or Minnesota has confidence in Anthony Edwards, or Charlotte has in LaMelo Ball? What I would say right now,
but the part that I don't understand is you mentioned 3 teams that haven't won a championship yet.
Right. But I'm not talking about the championship. I'm talking about the confidence in their young player part.
Yeah, but you mentioned championship. That's the part that threw me off. You said, can they go out and win a championship game for me? Like those teams haven't won that. So there's no way to use those teams as a standard, as the example when they haven't even won. Yeah.
Right. Okay. I got you. Duly noted. So that's a bad example. Then how about a Tim Duncan? When San Antonio looked at Tim Duncan, he was the number 1 pick in the draft. Can we win a championship with Tim Duncan? Right. I would say the Spurs were like, yes. Right. You know, the San Antonio Spurs look at Kawhi Leonard. When they did the draft day trade for Kawhi Leonard, they traded and got Kawhi Leonard from the Indiana Pacers. Remember, the Indiana Pacers drafted Kawhi Leonard, right? Right. They traded a guy who Popovich loved and George Hill for Kawhi Leonard straight up, right? And everybody in the room cried. George Hill. Jeez, what's my man name? Y'all know what I'm talking about. No. I'm talking about the point guard.
Point guard for who are you talking about?
He used to be the point guard for the Spurs.
Tony Parker.
No, not him. George something.
George Hill.
That's his name, George Hill?
Yeah.
George Hill. Yeah, they traded for him. George Hill cried. Pop cried. Everybody cried because they wanted to keep my man because he was a perfect fit. But R.C. Buford and them knew Kawhi Leonard was something special and something that they hadn't had since the days of Sean Elliott. You know what I'm saying? And they like, yo, we got all these dudes that does what George Hill did. We got Bryn Forbes. We got I forgot, get the other dude that was money, all offense, no defense. I forgot his name. But anyway, they had all them dudes that played George Hill positions. They like, we don't want to trade George Hill, but we got to get Kawhi. You know what I'm saying? Because they believed in him, right? But my point is when I think that when the Knicks look around at their young core, I don't think they see that guy yet.
I think they see that in RJ Barrett.
You think so?
Yeah, there's no question. I think the entire organization feels that way about RJ Barrett. I think Thibodeau definitely feels that way because as soon as RJ Barrett was ready, he put him right back in that starting lineup.
Yeah.
And he even mentioned in the press conference on numerous occasions about RJ, you know, him really liking RJ there and not Burks there, going against everything that I said about the starting lineup. But I absolutely believe they have faith in RJ Barrett. That's why he's been a starter for 3 years.
Okay.
But why don't they give RJ the keys then if they do have the faith in him?
Because I'm telling you, RJ Barrett is not ready for the keys yet. That's what I'm trying to say. He's 21 years old. He's just not ready.
Right. I don't think so.
That's all it is. He's just not ready yet.
Oh, the point I was going to bring up before, it's real quick, was just that, other teams are dealing with, this whole rookie thing, and rookies aren't playing, right? Or even if you want to say young guys, like year two guys, some of them aren't really getting a lot of minutes at certain places, and definitely some of these rookies aren't playing. But then you see the flip side. Earlier in the season, when we were bringing up this argument, a lot of people pointed towards the Warriors, how the Warriors were playing a couple young guys. And I mentioned, well, the Warriors are different because they're winning. You just throw anybody in the system and they just another cog in the wheel, just keeps going. And now you've seen that they've dealt with health and safety protocols and people being out. And you watch a guy like Jonathan Kuminga go out there and get busy. He's been getting buckets, right? So now you got certain,
but not Moses Moody.
Right.
They play one guy at a position that they need. They have Jordan Poole, so they don't play.
Correct.
Moses
and this
Moody.
it's also gonna be a thing where as these guys get healthy and come back, Jonathan Kuminga is gonna go right back to his original role, not getting a lot of minutes, coming in, spelling people when they need him. But all that good play that you saw from Kuminga with more minutes, that's just gonna be, he's just gonna have to eat it. He's going to keep learning on the sideline because that team is good and they're winning.
Right.
As opposed to us, who we are not as good and we're not winning consistently. So that's why we got so many question marks, and we want these young players to play more because we feel like they give us a better chance of sustaining some victories.
But they also made smart moves. They also played chess, right? They traded. Remember when Brooklyn was trying to get rid of D'Angelo Russell. You know what I'm saying? They were like, yo, we'll take on his contract, man. You give us a pick. Right? And then when it came time, they traded him to Minnesota. We'll give you a guy to reunite with Cat if you give us a pick. Right? And so at the end of the day, they gave him Wiggins and a pick, right? And get this dude Wiggins out of here. He's such and such, the extension. So now they have Wiggins and the 2 first-round draft picks, Moses Moody and Jonathan Kuminga, right? So their front office had the balls to make moves. Our front office has the balls to be quiet.
And quick question: this is how would you say that Wiggins and I always forget this guy's name, who used to be with them, but now he's with the Bulls. They're shooting guard on the Bulls.
Zach LaVine.
Would you say Wiggins and Zach LaVine's game is that much different? You don't think their game is similar?
No, they're different.
No, they're way different.
Way different.
Yeah, I think they're way different, bro.
Yeah.
I think Wiggins has opened up his post-up game, which has opened up when you hit, I watched this dude, Athletic Alchemy, Uncle Alchemy, for those that just like all around NBA basketball.
Mm-hmm.
He's one of the sources that I go to on Twitter. Like I hit him up with some Warriors stuff when it's time for the Knicks to play the Warriors, right? When you hear them talk about Andrew Wiggins and Otto Porter Jr., bro, it's almost X-rated. How they talk about, how those guys developed in Golden State when they were cast-offs in other places. You know what I'm saying? And how development and coaching matters, right? Wiggins, bro. Listen, man. I'm gonna just say this. There are certain organizations that have the moxie to pull off moves because they have the moxie to pull off the move after that. Right? They're like, yeah, we'll take D'Lo for a year. Both of our guards are out for the season anyway. We'll take D'Lo, let him rot, raise his value, and then we'll trade him. Right? And they're like, who want to take a risk on D'Lo? He was from, the Knicks. Think about this. If the Knicks had done that same thing, the Knicks might be in a situation where they have Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody.
Freezy, I got a better one for you. I remember I made this proposal on the MBK back when I was calling in at the time before I actually got on the panel. And this is when I was like, before last season even started, and LaMelo Ball was about to be drafted. This is right prior to the draft. My proposal was Mitchell Robinson, Julius Randle for Andrew Wiggins, and I think there was another filler player in there somewhere, pick swap or whatever.
And the number 2 pick, I remember that.
Yeah, but for the number 2 pick. So we would have had the ability to get Wiggins. Randall would have been gone. Mitch would have been gone. And we would have had Wiggins. We already had RJ at the time. I like that Canadian connection. And we would have had another pick, right? So we would have had 2 top 5 picks in that draft, to potentially get, whoever. LaMelo was my guy. That's what I was aiming after because we needed a point guard. You know what I'm saying? How would that look now? You know what I'm saying? If that was a thing. You know what I mean? So I kind of get what you're saying about the Knicks not wanting to pull that trigger, but I still question whether the Knicks knew Randall was going to have the type of season that he had.
Right.
I still question. I don't know. I don't know if they were completely sold on Randall.
Yeah, and so that's where I'm confused to the direction of the front office. Like, does this front office has the wherewithal to understand that you have to take a risk with assets in order to get rewarded by the you have to take a chance. Is basically what I'm getting at. For instance, if you're Oklahoma City and you just drafted Russell Westbrook the year before, do you really take a chance on a combo guard from Arizona that don't like to drive the lane, but is an excellent shooter? Yes, you take a chance on James Harden. They took a chance on James Harden because they were like, yo, we're just gonna keep accumulating assets. And guess what happened with the assets, bro? The assets were turning into something.
So by that logic, what do you think about Obi Toppin? Obi Toppin was College Basketball Player of the Year, supposed to have tremendous right now NBA right now potential, right? Can jump out the gym, right? And they already had Julius Randle there. So wouldn't that be the same thing? Obviously, not comparing James Harden to Obi Toppin and that potential, but again, that type of logic. They already had someone at the position, and they drafted the best player available, in my opinion, at the time.
But because I understand what you're saying, and that's a great question. So I'll answer it like this: they really believed in Russell Westbrook, right? When they got Russell Westbrook played the 2 guard out of UCLA. They had a point guard. I think their point guard was a dude named Darren Collinson.
Darren Collison, yeah.
Darren Collison, and he had just taken over the 2 guard spot from a dude named Aaron Aflalo, right? Mm-hmm. And some of these names may not be familiar to y'all or whatever, man. I'm just saying this in general.
Former Nick Aaron Aflalo, of course.
I love Aaron Aflalo.
Yeah, and he a billionaire, right? He almost bought the Timberwolves.
Did not know that.
Aaron Aflalo, yeah. But anyway, the thing about Russell Westbrook out of college, people were thinking that he was going to be an athletic 2, right? But he got to Oklahoma City and became a point guard, right? He wasn't a natural point guard coming out of UCLA. He was a point guard in high school, but again, Darren Collison played the point. And they had a big man center named Kevin Love at UCLA with those 2, right? Mm-hmm. So my point is the next year they like, oh my goodness, we got the same type player. We got a combo guard. We just took a combo guard early in the draft last year. Did we take another combo guard this year? Right? And then they took another gamble on another combo guard, a dude named Reggie Jackson. A dude that played the 2 and then played some point out of necessity at Boston College. Right? So it's like, do you take gambles, or what, and hope these things pan out? Well, what happened is 3 out of the 7 dudes they drafted in that time frame became league MVPs. Mm-hmm. And I know that's the outlier, but they had faith in the people that they were drafting. You know what I'm saying? They were like, yo, yeah, Westbrook is something special. Maybe we do need to put the ball in his hands. And he wound up being the guy because at first he would concede to KD. Later on, he wouldn't concede to KD. And that's probably what drove a wedge between them 2.
But Freezy, this is precisely why I think the Knicks drafted Obi Toppin. People can say, Julius Randle was there. It doesn't make sense for them to do that.
Did they have faith in Randle, though? Did they have faith in Randle?
No, but I'm saying I think they have faith in Toppin, and that's the reason why they drafted him, right? Okay. And I get it. He's not a Thibodeau kind of player. You hear that all the time. He doesn't play any defense, can't move laterally, all this stuff. Fine, I get it, right? But I think Thibodeau looked at a player like Toppin and said, one, he's coachable. That's the most important part. He's coachable. I can be able to mold this kid, and you can see, like, although he's not the best defensive player, he still has his limitations. He's getting better on that side of the basketball, right? And he's now starting to come into his own. He's starting to become someone that's like a highlight reel player, whatever. He makes impact, effort type of plays. And I think the Knicks believed in that when they drafted him, even though they had Randall at the time, who was under contract, veteran around the league, whatever, however you want to look at it. Right. So I think the front office is taking chances. I think the front office is collecting assets, right? That's why they traded down to gain another first-round pick, Charlotte's first-round pick, right? But, just because we may not like some of the players that they do draft doesn't mean that the front office is not collecting assets, taking chances whenever they're there, right, to build talent and to build something, right? So I just think, we just need to wait and see and let this whole thing shape out. Like, Obi Toppin might be traded soon. Right? Maybe not this year, but maybe in the offseason if a big name comes around. Same with Quickly, same with a lot of these young guys. And there's going to be more picks right behind them to follow that we're going to draft and mold up and develop to be a part of a winning team. So that's just the way I'm looking at it. And that's why I'm not necessarily judging the front office yet, because at the end of the day, wins and losses matter. And I think the sample size is too small right now to fully judge it.
Right.
Yeah, that's a good point. I hope that the Knicks can do some of that in regards to spotting talent and bringing talent into the organization, because I still feel like the Knicks just have that black mark on the organization, whereas these high level free agents just still don't want to come to New York. We still haven't shown them anything fruitful to make them get excited about their opportunities here. Last year was a pretty good year, but this year has been kind of the reverse of last year. Even though we feel like they have the talent to play a lot better than they're playing, it's not showing on the court, and the record is not indicating that. So these people are still looking at the team and like, last year they had a good year, but it wasn't real. We don't know what they are. And so we got to keep building on our own through the draft, maybe signing some young free agents that Tibbs can mold to bring them into the system. But I don't see how we ever going to get them star players unless we give up a lot of our team to go after somebody. And then who knows if we can even keep that player, because a lot of these players that get traded are players that are close to the end of their contract, or they signed a big contract and the teams want to unload them because they made a poor decision. So we could be stuck either way. I don't know. I just think like they did a pretty good job of drafting these young players, and we need to kind of focus on building around the youth movement and figuring out who can we bring in that might give us more talent than what we got. I don't know how to do it, but that's what they need to be pointing towards.
Stars win in the NBA. Right. Stars win in the NBA. You got to have that guy on your team to win in the NBA. So we can say, we might have to give up a lot of these young guys, but to me, like, that's pretty much what I think the Knicks got all these guys for. And it's not going to be all of them, right? So when you say like, they're going to give up all of the young guys, it's not going to be all of them. It's not necessarily selling the farm. You hear that term thrown out there a lot. The Knicks are selling the farm to win the championship right now. It's not necessarily the farm, because, like I constantly mention, we have so many draft picks year after year. Like the next 2 drafts alone, we got 4 first-round draft picks. 4. Second round, we got 9 or something like that. It's like ridiculous. Yeah. It's ridiculous. So when people say sell the farm, we actually have to be specific in what we're talking about here. Like, yeah, we'll give up some young talent. There's no question about that, right? But some of these guys ain't playing in the rotation anyway. Tibbs doesn't have room for them.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? No, so again, we just have to, like, this isn't a situation where, and even I don't think the Carmelo trade was that bad, in my opinion. I don't think that was that bad, because the Knicks needed to take a swing, right? And they did. I get it. They lost Jamal Murray in the deal, but he wasn't guaranteed to be the draft pick anyway, right? Who we gave up Gallinari and Wilson Chandler and all these, like they turned out to be, they didn't have that type of star potential like Carmelo had, and Carmelo actually got us somewhere. Now, what happened after that? Totally on the organization, right? But we needed to make that move. So I'm looking at the way that the situation on the team right now, and I'm like, listen, I love some of these young guys. Obi, I wanted the Knicks to draft Obi. Like he's like one of my favorite players on the team. I like Quickly, but if that guy is out there, you go get that guy because you feel like that guy is going to take you closer. No one's saying that the guy is going to guarantee you to win a championship because there still needs to be a lot of stuff in between that, right? Luck plays a factor into it. You know, some of these guys, other guys have to step up, so all that stuff matters, right? Nobody's going to guarantee you a championship. That's not named LeBron James, right?
Right.
So for me, it's always been about putting the Knicks in a situation where they can be able to contend, be like that last 4-team standing where anything can happen, Durant toe on the line, or something like that, where you can be able to put yourself in that spot, and then once you're there, then you know we have something, right? So that's just how I'm looking at it, and I think the front office is looking at it the same way, which is why I'm going to be patient with them. Now, 2-3 years from now, hold on, Freezy. 2-3 years from now, if we still ain't got that guy, I got a problem with that.
Yeah,
because since the Porzingis deal, we've had over $60 million in cap space year after year. Right, and I have an issue with that.
Yeah, my problem is that they didn't use their cap space to advantage this offseason.
Right.
Like,
we should have traded for Al Horford.
No, you could have done that, and you should have made that move that Memphis did for that 10th pick. You would have been a team that made that pick.
Yeah. You mean the Valanciunas trade? That's what we talking about?
Yeah, where Memphis took on Adams and Bledsoe, but they cut Bledsoe anyway. So we could have just cut Bledsoe. We could have had Adams, who I like. He would have actually fit the spam pick roll system because he knows how to screen, unlike Mitch and Noel. So he would have fit. He would have got.
And he's tough.
Yeah, he's tough.
He's pretty slow. He's pretty slow though, but I like him. I like him.
But he's strong.
He's a 10-10 dude. The best screen setter in the league, and then you got the 10th pick, right? You could have got Duarte, who apparently everybody in the Knicks front office wanted, who was a great pick. I didn't like him before. You could have got Book Knight. You could have had all these players, or you could even took Zaire if you wanted a developmental wing. You had the options. You should have took advantage of your cap space this offseason, because signing Fournier and bringing back Burks and Noel wasn't taking.
And Rose and Taj at $5 million. Taj at $5 million a year? Are we crazy?
Hold on. So wait. No, I agree, Ethan. I totally agree with you, right? Because I was like kind of questioning why they haven't upgraded the team with all the amount of cap space, the superb amount of cap space that they had. My thing with that is whatever the Knicks did in the offseason wasn't catastrophic. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
it wasn't like
catastrophic. I was just mad that they didn't take advantage of the situation.
Right. And me too. And I totally agree with that. But some Knicks fans, when you hear them talk about the front office, it's like, well, they could have did this, they could have did that. So because they didn't do that, they're a failure. And I believe our situation is still okay. Like our flexibility situation is still okay. The team may not be performing well, right? And I think that the opportunity is there for the team to improve this season.
Uncle Julio, what is flexibility when you don't want to? Well, listen, hear me out. What is flexibility when you're not willing to flex? It's a waste.
And how flexible are we? How can we do certain things? I saw someone in the chat, I forgot who, maybe it was Kaiser Source. They said that they want to tank to get a good young player in here. But we know that you can't
this
tank
draft
in
is
the
horrible
NBA anymore. That don't work.
Yeah.
How many times have the Knicks sucked? And what did they do? The Knicks 2 years in a row had a rotten record, one of the worst in the league, and they decided to win the last 3 or 4 games of the season.
Either way, that doesn't matter because it's a draft lottery. It's a draft lottery. None of that stuff is guaranteed. So I don't understand this notion of, well, tank. This isn't the NFL. You know what I'm saying? But Freezy, to answer your question, we still have to wait and see. There's still that opportunity there. I get they haven't done what you wanted them to do.
No. But listen, give me an example of when they use flexibility. Don't mention Derrick Rose, because you're gonna say Derrick. They traded a lottery bust for a former MVP. That's what people try to tell me.
Freezy. The Knicks didn't have flexible enough contracts during the last 2 off seasons to be able to move. They didn't have that.
Oh, yes, they did, but they didn't have that.
Who?
Uncle Phil, hear me out. They didn't have those contracts, but they didn't need them because they had cap space.
Right. So, but that's not flexibility. That's just having cap space. I'm talking about the flexibility to be able to move contracts to bring other players in. To take money off the books and all that stuff. That's what I'm talking about.
Right. Like, give you an example. The Chris Paul deal, right? The Chris Paul deal. We didn't need to match Chris Paul's contract because we had the cap space to absorb his contract. We could have sent them an Abdel Nader. and whoever else that OKC got along with the draft pick. We could have gave them Kevin Knox. You don't even know what. And you know what? Abdel Nader is back with the Suns. You know what I'm saying? Clearly that player was nothing. Kelly Oubre and Abdel Nader is in a draft pick is what they got. We couldn't have gave them a Kelly Oubre, an Abdel Nader in the first round pick.
How do you so first of all, Chris Paul, from my understanding of that trade, he got an opportunity to say, I wanted to go there. He had that opportunity.
So first of all, Chris Paul is under contract.
Right, but
dictate where he goes.
Of course not. But I feel like he gave Oklahoma City enough. He had enough respect in that organization for them to be like, wherever you want to go, Chris, just tell us the place you want to go, and I'll go there.
And the Knicks,
right, so there's that aspect of it.
But the Knicks could have beat that offer. The Knicks could have been like, we'll give you a Kelly Oubre type and an Abdel Nader type, and not only will we give you one draft pick, we'll give you 3 of them. We'll give you 3 first-round picks.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Well, we don't know whether that happened. Again, that's all speculation. No, we don't. We don't.
And the defense rests.
My whole thing is this is all hypothetical. They could have did this. They could have did that. What I'm saying is we don't know any of that. All I'm saying is whatever the Knicks did do wasn't catastrophic, and we still have the ability to go out and play in free agency and not free agency, but trades. That's what I'm saying.
Right, but what I'm saying is breathing air is not necessarily living.
Oh
breathing air is not necessarily living, bro.
I'm not going to judge the front office after one off season. I'm just not going to do that.
But it's been 2 off seasons, though, bro.
Right, but okay, 2 off seasons, right? And the first off season, they drafted, right? And the second off season, they drafted and they went out to improve the team. Now, just because the team is not playing that well.
Wait, I forgot. Let me help you with this. So the first off season, their key free agent signings were Austin Rivers and Elfrid Payton. And then in the second free agent offseason, their key free agent signings were Kemba Walker and Evan Fournier. But we want to give them a pass.
No, but guess what happened after the first offseason? They won.
What? Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. It's all based off wins and losses. And hold on. Right. And that's what I'm saying. It's all based off wins and losses. That's what I'm saying. You can't really just judge them right now at this particular point.
What was their key trade at the trade deadline?
Last season?
Yeah.
It was the Derrick Rose trade.
No, it wasn't. They had Derrick Rose already. At the trade deadline, they traded Austin Rivers and Iggy Brasdakis.
That was
cap space that they used to sign Norvell Pell.
Freezy, the trading period is not just on deadline day. It's more than just deadline day. I know. Right. So don't act like the trade deadline is the almighty. No, that's not it.
I didn't say the trade season. I said the trade deadline.
Right, and I'm telling you, the trade deadline is just a deadline. That's what it is. But you can trade anywhere in between the period. Okay, so
I know that
you can use that narrative all you want about what did they do with the trade deadline. They did this.
They traded Iggy Brasdakis for cap space that they used to sign Norvell Pell.
Okay.
And Norvell Pell was a fine player, by the way, for the 7 minutes he played before he broke his hand. Remember that?
How much was Austin Rivers playing?
He was riding the pine.
Right.
But he was on a 3-year, $10 million deal.
3 years, right?
Yeah.
So do
you think we could use Austin Rivers right now?
No, I don't think his contract would be worth it right now.
Oh man, come on, bro. Come on.
I don't think his contract would be worth it right. Just like I told Tony about Mitchell Robinson's current contract right now. $2.5 million, or $2 million right now in the final year. Like no team is really gonna trade for that unless they have a commitment that he's gonna sign a longer extension for cheaper, meaning something along the lines of let's say $10 million a year, as opposed to him going unrestricted and him asking for more. That's why Mitchell Robinson's not valuable. His contract is.
You know what's going to happen, bro? This is my prediction. Mitchell Robinson is going to sign a 4-year, $40 million deal with the Brooklyn Nets and make the Knicks pay every day of our life for the rest of our lives.
Because of Noel?
No, because of James Harden.
No, I got you. But what I'm saying is, so because my theory is about Mitch, right? And the reason why I don't think Mitch is coming back, one, I don't think he's that good of an offensive player. I think we all know that. But two, because the team already has Nerlens Noel under contract, it makes it difficult to justify paying Nerlens Noel and Mitchell Robinson $20 to $25 million a year cap, right? So unless, like I told Tony and Steph, or no, Tony and Sim, unless they find a way to ship Nerlens Noel out of town, right, opening up a roster spot and then some money for Mitch, Mitch is not going to be a Knick next year. I'm totally committed to saying that. And unless the Knicks put him on an extension, which further ties up their cap down the line. So that's why I'm saying Mitchell Robinson on his current contract is not that valuable because no team is going to want to trade for it unless he signs an extension, right? And two, another team can just be like, why? I might as well just wait to go get you in free agency. Why would I trade an asset for someone who has $2.5 million on the final year? It doesn't benefit them.
Hey, so it depends on where you are as an organization. If you're the Orlando Magic, you can't offer Mitch money, right? But if you're Brooklyn, you can trade for Mitch right now. You can give up your first round pick because it's going to be trash anyway.
Brooklyn's not trading the first. No team is trading the first round pick for Mitchell Robinson right now.
Right. Even if it's pick number 30, right?
No, it's not happening.
30.
I don't
for
believe
Mitchell Robinson. Right. So what I'm saying, I believe it, bro. I believe a team like Sherwin M hit the nail on the. I was just about to say a team like Charlotte would trade something for Mitch right now, right? Because they have aspirations to get somewhere, and they have one missing piece that they have to fill for them to be competitive. The Knicks,
this season,
yeah. This season,
I don't think Mitchell Robinson is their missing piece. I'm sorry, I
Okay.
just don't. Like for example,
No, quality big man is their missing piece.
Right. I got you. I just don't think that player is Mitchell Robinson. Like, for example, a team will go out and trade for a player, mid-season or what have you, if that player has a last year of his contract and he has a bunch of money coming off the books, right? So a player that was making $10 to $15 million. Let's say Mook Morris. That was a great example, right? Or a player that is a difference maker that helped them win a championship. By adding Mitchell Robinson for that season, by adding Mitchell Robinson to Charlotte, they're not beating Brooklyn.
Okay.
Because he's not going to score. He's not going to score any points. He's
But
block shots, he's going to be athletic or whatever. But he's not.
But Mitchell
that
Robinson
kind of player.
helps them get to Brooklyn, though. You can't beat them if you can't meet them.
They ain't meeting Brooklyn with Mitchell Robinson. I'm sorry.
Okay,
they need more than that.
So Charlotte can't beat the Washington Wizards if they have Mitchell Robinson.
They can beat them now.
Okay. Hey, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Saf or Ron, y'all still there? I guess it's just me.
Huh?
Oh yeah, okay. Just making
Yeah,
sure
yeah.
there. But you guys understand what I'm trying to say about Mitchell Robinson, right? Like Mitch is not that kind of player. He's not going to score you any points, right? He's not a guy that can score for you. Like he's like a player that I think a team will pick up in the buyout market, right? I think he's that kind of player. But for a team to make a midseason trade for Mitchell Robinson at $2.5 million in the final year of his contract, I just don't see that happen. It doesn't make any sense for the other team unless Mitchell Robinson signs an extension. It'd be like a sign and trade. He'll sign an extension for multiple years for less money than he will get on the open market. That's just my opinion about Mitch.
No, I agree. When you said it before, when you made your point about it, I can see that. Yeah, it doesn't make much sense. But the flip side of it is some teams may look at it and just say, hey, Mitch would help our team. And Mitch has looked a lot better in recent times. Like maybe he's starting to get his legs behind him, and he's looking a little bit more spry and a little bit more active. So maybe, and the fact that he did lose 15 pounds, maybe it's starting to help him. So I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying maybe outside of that, some teams actually look at Mitch as an upgrade over what they have at the center position. Maybe they have more flexibility, whereas they have a scoring center that gives them points, but they need somebody who can play a little better defense around the perimeter.
You think a team is willing to give up a first round pick for someone who's going to play on the bench?
See
what I'm trying to say?
It depends on the usage, though. You could come off the bench and play 20 plus minutes.
So, I don't understand how Mitchell Robinson is going to – if you got a scoring big man that's out there, right? I don't understand how a team is going to justify sending a first-round pick for Mitchell Robinson who can't score unless it's a lob. He literally can't score. A lob or a second-chance points. Like, he's not – Mitchell Robinson is not that kind of – he's a defensive difference maker. He's athletic, but he's not someone that you're going to take on your team to take you over the top.
But Uncle Fournier, in the grand scheme of things, do we really need a scoring center?
Do we need one?
Yeah.
I think so. I think we need someone that can stretch the floor. And I'm saying this about Mitchell Robinson, not saying I don't want him back. I would love to have him back.
No. I get what you're saying, but my question is to you is that we have enough scorers on the team, right? Mm-hmm. So I don't know what's the sense in it to go and get a stretch five, bro.
I just think for the floor spacing, I think it's going to be much better. The lanes will be open for Julius. The lanes will be open for RJ. I just think that's the missing piece of the Knicks starting lineup. Like right now, if they had a guy who can stretch the floor, I think things will be open up so much more beautifully in the lane for the rest of the players.
But in a Thibodeau offense, you hardly see the center do anything
because we don't have a center that can do anything.
No, but if you look in past Thibodeau teams and how he runs his offense, the center was never a productive piece.
Karl Anthony Towns.
I mean, he had to run the offense through him because he was the best player at the time.
Jimmy Butler. They had Jimmy Butler at the time.
Yeah, but Jimmy Butler is not a center.
No. Understand what I'm saying. You said they had to run the offense because they didn't have another great player. They had Jimmy Butler at the time. They had Jimmy Butler and Karl Anthony Towns on the same team. So they didn't have to run the offense through Karl Anthony Towns. What I'm trying to say to you, Stapha, is I get what you're trying to say, but I think for this current Knicks team, if they had a stretch five, we would be scoring so much more points, and we wouldn't have had these issues that we've been having as far as, not being able to get our offense going. Like, I think that's a huge part of it because the lane is completely clogged up, and you're depending on missed shots from Mitchell Robinson to get his.
I just think it's just one ball to share around to have a lot of scores, man.
Yeah, but Stapha, when it comes to having a stretch big, that person is not expecting the ball to be in their hands. They are the last scenario of offense. Like that's like you having that stretch big out there at the 3-point area. If say the shot clock is running down, 8 seconds left. Sorry, and Julius is coming into the paint. But they get quick to Julius and they get the double team on him. He's got maybe 3-4 seconds left. He can hit that wing big and they can knock down the three. And if they're a good shooter, that the defense says, "Oh man, we just wasted 20-something seconds on trying to stop them, and all they did was hit the open big man on the wing and they knocked down the three, and they still got the possession." I'm
not asking for a stretch five to shoot the ball 15 times a game. That's not what I'm asking.
But Ron, to that point though, in the example you just gave, you know what else could happen? The double team doesn't go to Julius because the second defender has to respect the stretchy big you got out there. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Now everybody is in one-on-ones. Now it's just up to whoever's got the ball to beat their man one-on-one for a basket or a shot, a good shot.
Right. And if you have the luxury of having a big who can put the ball on the ground, I mean, forget it.
Right. Karl Anthony Towns.
Oh.
Jeez. Oh, Lord have mercy.
Right. That's why I mentioned that whole thing in regards to that. But listen, like I said, I think the way the Knicks are, I think they'll be fine. Like we're still gonna have some limitations. I think having Noel and Mitch out there still make some challenges for Randall. Right, because Randall has become a perimeter player. Even if Randall was to get more in the paint more and do more stuff inside, I think he's going to be limited in his good looks at the basket because you have a Mitch there. You have a Nerlens Noel there. Look at the Atlanta series, right? I get Mitch wasn't there. They had Noel there, but Noel's man will come over all the time to double team Julius Randle, forcing him to make his turnovers or whatever. And that's on Randle. Don't get me wrong, but again, it's about spacing, right? So think about Indiana. They have Miles Turner and they have Sabonis. Turner is a guy, he can get some points on the inside, but he's a stretch 5. And Sabonis down there is doing work. He is working everybody down in that paint, right? Because he has that luxury to have a stretch 5 to be out there to knock down shots. So I just think that for the Knicks, this current Knicks team, for Randall, for RJ, for everybody, I just think that it would be much better. And that's why I can't see the Knicks justifying paying Mitch, especially if you got Nerlens there.
So which stretch 5 are we willing to give up Mitch for in order to fill that position?
Oh, I'm all for Miles Turner. I'm all for any one of these European bigs that's out there that can be able to stretch it out and shoot a little bit.
You want to go European again?
Yeah.
You know
what's funny? You know what's funny?
Porzingis?
If the Knicks have Porzingis right now, that'd be a perfect fit. Perfect fit.
Right.
Perfect.
Yep.
At the center, he got to be healthy though. He got to be healthy, all that. But like that skill set on this current Knicks team right now, man, listen.
Well, you know what?
It's funny how people just bust in the room, with the intros. It's
Man,
hilarious.
I was about to get my 2-step on.
OG, what up? What up, Rob?
OG,
What
what's
up?
good?
Peace to the chat. Peace to the panel. Julio, I gotta always come check you on this Mitch thing, man.
I'm ready for you. What you got, OG? What you got for me, man?
Look, this is what it is. Noel's contract doesn't even have a factor on Mitch because after next year, the last year is not guaranteed. So that's in 2022, would Noel make it to the All-Star, make it to the trade deadline?
Maybe
That won't
before
have
he
a
get
factor. That won't have a factor on whether they sign Mitch or not, because they're not going to need him. They're just biding time with Noel for Mitch to develop out of all his childish habits and things like that. They're looking at Mitch for about 25. And when you take this scoring down and you say no team is going to draft for a player that doesn't score, Utah center scores just like Mitch. Just like Mitch.
Hey, y'all, I gotta take a nap. Y'all want to rock for about 30 more minutes?
Oh yeah, I can. Yeah, I just got here.
Hold on, Rob. Let me come get you real quick, because again, all this is based on what the Knicks currently have. This is not. I'm not saying Mitchell Robinson and Rudy Gobert don't have different types of games. I'm not saying that. I'm talking about looking at the whole construction of the roster. Mitchell Robinson only makes $2.5 million. No team in the final year of his contract, no team is going to trade for that kind of player and give up significant assets when they know that his money, $2.5 million, is not much coming off the books. Number one, and two, they can just go out and sign him in free agency if that's the case.
Yeah, but the case is with me is just said the Knicks is going to sign him.
You think so?
Yeah. If you look at Noel's versus Mitch, why would you keep Noel's and his contract is not guaranteed?
Wait, hold on. What do you? Okay, I'm trying to figure out what you're saying. So it's not because the contract is not guaranteed. It's because they have. Why would they tie up $20 to $25 million on two centers who can't score? Yeah, that's the part for me.
Okay, but because one of them is not long term, he may cost you next year. Where he getting 10 a year, right?
Yeah,
so
around 10.
We pay him 10 this year. Next year we pay him 5 because we move him before the All-Star break. So you're talking about a $15 million deal. Yeah, we can do that because he's serviceable someplace else. It's just not going to be here. And then his next year is not guaranteed. So any team going to owe you 5 for Noel's. That's something in play. That's a long-range plan right there. That's
that makes sense. No, I didn't think about that.
Yeah, so that's how I'm looking at it with him. The Knicks have time just to see, okay, is he going to be durable? Okay, yeah, he's going to play through this weight. Okay, he's not going to be immature. And then when the summer comes, you give him some money. And then okay, we keep you too. We'll have you back.
So you think the Knicks wait till the offseason to sign Mitch? You think they sign him to his extension now? Because he'll get less money now. He'll get less money during the season.
Well, I would say, me personally, I would probably wait. You wait around the All-Star a little bit after the All-Star break. Me personally, that's how I would do it. But
because look, if they let him go to the offseason, he's unrestricted and they can't sign him anymore because we don't have any cap space. So they can't wait. They have to sign him to the extension now.
Okay, so that's fine. But
okay,
my thing is this here. I don't see Noel's contract being anywhere in the way. That won't be in the way.
I didn't think about next season in Noel. I think you're right about that. I didn't think about the Knicks being able to move him next season. I'm just saying he can't be there at the same time. There's no way. Like maybe in the interim, like in the short term, but he got to get moved next season. He has to.
Yeah, no doubt. That's why you put his money like that.
So Rob, do our centers have to score in your opinion?
No, they really don't. I look at it like this here. If you got players that's on it in your rotation, like your all in your rotation, giving you points, and then you got a player in your rotation that's stopping a team from getting points, I think you can go somewhere with that type of situation. And I think that's what the Knicks will do, because he does so much on the defensive end where he can cover when healthy that a lot of centers can't do. So
I just think you gotta have somebody, like, if you're gonna have Mitch there, fine. I totally see it. Like the Knicks are using Mitch and Noel right now. I'm just saying they gotta have a backup center that can be able to stretch that floor, in my opinion. A backup dude that can be able to knock some shots down, to score, like a younger Taj, basically. If we have somebody like that as a backup, then I'm all for it. But we can't have two guys like that can't score.
Okay, so look, you automatically you got draft picks. You can draft that guy.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They ready for anything that can happen. They're ready for it. So, you draft that guy. You look at that. So that's another reason why I think that you can look at Knox this year, because you can go in the draft and get a Knox. Or you can keep this Knox. So they're in a situation that they've never been in before, but it's a good situation.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree.
They can fix positions. They can move the way that they needed to move until that piece becomes available. When a piece becomes available that they like, then they can make a move for it.
Do we have the assets to go out and get a Kelly Olynyk?
Yeah,
we do.
If they wanted it. For right now, they can do that. But
you think you'll be a good stretch big for this team?
Yeah.
You know what? I think that he can be a good stretch three, but I would like it better in the draft. You can find him in the draft. You can find that stretch big in the draft, and it won't cost you as much money. And you have him on your team for 4 years. So I look at it like that. If you wanted it like that, look for it in the draft, because he's a seasoned player right now. What he's in? What year he's in? About 8 to 10?
Yeah, he's somewhere around there.
Yeah, 8 to 10. So you don't really need the age. You really don't need the age. You can find something in the draft, then you sign Mitch for the money, you throw that in the draft, and then you can pay them the minimum, a bargain basement price.
That's a good point, Rob.
Keep it moving.
That's a good point.
So
that makes sense.
Yeah,
I guess my only concern is having both Noel and Mitch on the roster at the same time, like that make the same amount of money, and that's the reason why. Like until you just brought that up, they can trade him next year. I'm like, yeah, that's true. He'll be in the final year of his $10 million contract, and it'd be easier to move him at that point. A team is going to take Noel's contract on to shed salary, if anything, to shed salary. Yeah, so I agree with that. I'm just saying, like long term, Noel ain't going to be here.
Yeah, I don't even think they put. That's why they structured his contract like that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, you over there, and then you got Sims too. You know what I'm saying? Which will become a movable piece on both ends. Either you can do Sims. He's big, but his height is a problem. His height, he's not a 7-footer. Mitch is, and Mitch can move like him. So therefore, I don't really see a real difference with Sims. And Sims needs a lot more seasoning right now, anyway.
Yeah, he's raw. He's very, very, very
so,
raw.
You know,
he's just like Mitch. He's like a little bit less athletic Mitch than when Mitch first came out. Really, really raw. He needs a lot of work.
Yeah, he's broad though. You know, I like his body build. You know, because setting picks and everything is like this. There's no want to do it. Early in Mitch's career, he wanted to do it because he was getting the ball. Now, you know, with the level of point guards that we're going to, that sometimes they see him, sometimes they don't. Right. And it get disheartening. Sometimes you got to feed the big man. And then Nick guards right now forget that. They forget that. So, you know, if you feed him Hardy, I think Mitch going to play hard for you. And Mitch stayed connected. I think Mitch is one of the reasons last week when he teamed up with Walker, it helped keep Walker on the floor because Mitch started playing for him. And that helped out Walker, and Walker had a case. He made his case. And Mitch helped him make that case. Mitch helped Deuce make his case to keep him, to put him in a rotation. So when you got a big man playing for you like that, it makes it easier on the guards. And sometimes our Knicks guards were forgetting that.
He wasn't doing that in the beginning of the season. I know we had to give him some time. I think that him adding weight was terrible. Like I think that was just bad for him. He was just slow getting up and down the floor, always falling all over the place. But now you see he got that step back in his he's athletic, way more athletic than he was in the beginning of the season.
Yeah, and you know what? I always thought that when they were saying, okay, yeah, Mitch is picked up. Mitch gonna be too sick. I said to myself, look, it's no way Mitch gonna be able to maintain that weight because that's not him right now. That type of weight comes with age. Mitch is too young to really, and from his frame to really carry that. Mitch will have to be like basically doing nothing just to get the weight.
Right.
And once he started playing, it started coming off.
Right. He's not naturally a big dude. Naturally, he real skinny.
Yeah, he's like that. He's like that John Sally type. You know what I'm saying? You'll grow into a nice weight in like 5 years. You'll have a nice weight without you doing all of that. And then if you want to maintain it with muscle, then yeah, you can add on a little something like that. But right now, his metabolism was eating that up.
Yeah, I think he felt like he had to put on the weight because he was getting bullied a lot down in the post, man.
I think that the organization told him that. I don't think, and he just went with it.
Right.
Because when he played against Embiid, you know what I'm saying? The weight. I don't think that his weight had a real factor in it. It was more of his positioning, the way that he played him, and during the course of the years, that's how you get better defenders because now every year you know who you're guarding. You know what their tendencies are. And him guarding the Embiid like that for the last couple of years, you know what to take away and what to let him have. And then certain times you got to put yourself in the position where though the ref gonna make the call for you. That's when he starts that super bullying. So your basketball knowledge come into light like that. And Mitch has been getting smarter as he's been playing. So that's why, he's staying out of foul trouble. Yeah, the weight can contribute, but I don't think that was like the number one factor for him.
No, he wasn't getting into that much foul trouble. I think that improved last season, him not getting into foul trouble, like all that stuff. I'm just talking about like him being a non-factor out there on the floor. Like Mitch's energy, that's what Mitch brings. Energy, like being able to make a play, like blocking shots, like stuff like that. He wasn't doing that. You know what I'm saying? And I think the weight contributed to that more than anything. The weight contributed to that, but now that the weight is gone, he lost some weight. He's more athletic now. He looks like he's all over the floor. You know what I'm saying? You can't really, stop him. You know what I'm saying? So he has value right now. He himself has value, but the Knicks can't trade him because of his contract right now. That's my only thing. He got to get extended. He got to get extended. A team is going to take him for the next 4, 5 years or whatever. They can be able to work with him that way. But at $2.5 million in the final year of your contract, he's unmovable. Can't move him.
Mm-hmm, yeah, you know and I think because I don't think that the plans is to move him anyway. That's just me. I just think that when I looked at Noel's contract, it pretty much said that okay, yeah, you can have him like that, but you're not guaranteed anything after that. You might have to pay him $15 million out to 30, and that's pretty much what he was worth anyway. His first year,
how do you figure next year they're only going to give him $5 million? Where you get that part from?
Because I'm thinking they're gonna move. He make 10. I think they're gonna move him before the All-Star break. So
yeah, but how would he only make $5 million at that point? Where you get the $5 million from?
The other team will pay him the other 5. I'm thinking from us. We'll trade him to another team, and I will trade him pretty much at the $5 million mark of the season, $5 million mark, whatever the $10 million is going to come down to. Once we trade him to the other team comes responsible for a salary. It's what we get back.
Oh, I see. Rob's chopping his time in half.
Yeah. That's what threw me off. I was thinking like, what? I was like, what?
Yeah. Because
okay.
That's where the trade is. We looked at that long range. We say, Mitch should be able to develop between his foot should be better, and we have a good account on him at the end of this year. Oh, well, Noel's will still be on the team, but we'll move him before the season ends. So we move him at the halfway point. We beat him, invested $5 more million in him. That's 15 that the Knicks paid him, not the 30. So and then we keep it moving.
Right. So this is the flexibility that I've been talking about the whole show.
Yeah, I agree.
This is what I've been talking about. People are like, oh, the front office didn't do this, they didn't do that, but look what they still can do. Like, look what's available. You know what I'm saying? Like, they got all those options available to them. Like, and that's why you can't really judge the front office yet. You got to give it some time, y'all. That's what I've been saying.
And Burke's contract is the same.
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same thing.
That's how come my play was. This has always been my play. I said that with Rose and them drafted, is they're looking to add with that. The players that they got in front of them, if the young boys play hard enough, they'll beat them out because they're not those special players that can't be beat out. Everybody at every position can be beat out by the young guys under them.
Right.
And I think that's the vision that they've been going with. This team that we're looking at right now, they want it to be competitive, but they want these young boys to beat out these vets. Which
kills the narrative that the young kids don't play.
Exactly.
People are saying that the young kids don't play. I'm like, what are y'all talking about? Like, these young kids is getting all the time.
No, it was Uncle Fuyo. They always there's a difference. Is the rookies? Say the rookies. Say you want the rookies to play more because half of the team is young. So we can't say you're not playing the young guys. Say you want to play the rookies more. I think that's where they make the mistake at Uncle Fuyo.
So here's my thing with that, right? Grimes definitely should be playing. There's no doubt about that. Grimes need to be like I think because he's not afraid to shoot the ball, he's a 3-point shooter and he plays defense. That alone tells me he should be playing. My issue is it's not necessarily an issue with Deuce, but the problem with him is there's too many guards in front of him. Like, who you taking out of the guard rotation? Quickly, they were talking about, taking Kemba out. Kemba's back in there now.
No, but here's the thing about it, right? I think it should be point guard by committee. Like, say for instance, there is a point guard that Kemba can't handle. And Deuce could come in and put that clamps on defense for him. You know what I'm saying? And you could work the minutes like that. Offense, defense, offense. Even though Deuce could give you offense, you could still plug him in there and still have a defensive mind when you put in Deuce and just share it by committee like that. It's like I hear many people say, yo, just feed the people that needs to be fed, that has it going. So if Kemba don't have it going defensively, take him out, sit his butt down and put Deuce in and solidify that defensive end if you see it's bleeding from that end. Right. You understand what I'm saying, Fulio?
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. I just, again, with the Thibodeau and his rotations, it's kind of really hard to tell because he already don't like going 10 guys. You know what I'm saying? So if you put Deuce with the rest of those guards, that's 4 people. And I get Rose is hurt now. So that's going to open up an opportunity just off rip.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's even make it more better. Force your hand even to play them even more. And I think he should stop with that 10-man rotation and try and expand it and mix it more. Because I believe if
Stapha Don, he doesn't even go 10. He likes to go 8, 9.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
I'm with you. I'm just trying to figure Tibbs doing that and how all that's going to work. Like, he needs to do, expand it a little bit. But when people say play the kids, even in that type of scenario, McBride not getting more than 10 minutes a game. Now, he's not going to get more than 10 minutes a game, so people ain't going to be happy with that. So it just really depends on how you look at it. I think Rose not being there now, him being out, I think that helps because you open up a little bit of a spot. You know what I'm saying? For
and then
for him to get in there.
Kemba's and you got to look at it like this: down the line, it was great what Kemba did last week. By the way, because I was one of the ones that wanted him out the lineup anyway. But I also look at it like this here: down the line, his knees are gonna come back into play.
Right.
They're gonna come back into play again. And I think the problem that Tibbs had is this here: he did not expect these growth from these rookies this quick.
Right.
That kind of like sideswiped him. And now he's in a situation like, look, these players are out there, the fans are hungry for them, and they showed everything that developing that you can develop without playing, and then you get on the floor. Now you can play. Now it's out there. Your confidence is there. You're not shot, and that's all part of development. And it seems like all of these rookies had that same quality. So nobody can say that the Knicks drafted what was right for them.
Right.
Because
but Rob, I wouldn't say he got sideswiped with them being ready to play, because if you look at last year and the whole situation with Quickly, you know what I mean, nobody would never know that he was ready to play until Rivers went down. And we had
I knew in the preseason he was ready to play. He took Frank and DSJ minutes away.
Look, that's right. And they got hurt at the time that Tibbs didn't have a choice. They got hurt right up there at the beginning of the season. Rivers did. So that catapulted Quickly right there. So it was by chance now. These players are coming into positions to play because of the protocols and everything else that's happening. So then you add the Rose situation, and then now these guards are getting a chance to play.
But this is the thing about it, Rob. You said surprise. I don't think nobody is surprised by Deuce and Grimes play. I don't think Thibodeau was surprised by
just
that.
Like this, if if people are saying when this season started that you was going to see these players right now after what they got in free agency, I didn't think so. I thought that they would be there, but once they got on the floor and you seen what they displayed, then you can say yes. Then you can say yes, play them, because who was in front of them? That's why. But now that they're not in front of them and one is struggling out of position, put these boys into play. So like I say, I double down on what I said. You wouldn't have seen them. If Fournier was having a season that he had last year in Orlando, you think that Grimes would be the conversation? No. But since he was struggling, yes. And then we remember what he did in Summer League in that last game. We got to shoot. And then if this guard thing with Kemba and everything didn't get messed up, we wouldn't have been talking about Deuce.
Yeah, Kemba would have getting majority of the minutes. Kemba and Rose.
Exactly. So now, that's why I say that. But now that we see them, we say, yes, they all deserve to play. And that's why he was sideswiped with it. It wasn't that he
Hey y'all, I'm about to get on MBK for the pregame, so I'll catch y'all later. Freezy, I know you can't hear me right now. I appreciate you. Rob, OG, salute. Ron, Stapha Don. Yeah. Appreciate y'all. Ethan, Hadouken. Love you guys. See y'all next time.
All
right, yo. I'll hold it down till Freezy come back, because that's what I said I'd do, right? But I agree, yo. You making great points, Rob. Listen, but I will say that the one of the things that the Knicks need to try to do is they need to figure out what's the best way to make the team better without getting some of this other help from these stars that aren't coming here. Because you know what? One thing the Knicks have dropped the bag on in the past is I don't know if they got bad intel, but even when we try to tamper, we don't do that well either. You remember when we thought that Kevin Durant and certain players might be coming here? You saw when they interviewed James Dolan and he had that big Kool-Aid smile on his face thinking people were coming here. Even that don't work out for us.
Oh, yeah, but I didn't think I didn't think he was coming anyway.
Oh, are
I
you on
thought,
mute, Rob? I can't hear you.
oh,
I
no,
can
I'm
hear.
not
I
on
can
mute.
hear
You hear
Rob.
me?
Or maybe it's me. Maybe I can't hear.
Yeah, I can
Huh.
hear Rob.
Hello, you hear me?
Yeah, you good, Rob? Go ahead.
Okay. So yeah, I never thought that Durant was coming anyway because of the situation. Why would you come here? We won 17 games and Brooklyn won 41 looking at the playoffs. That's something that I just looked at. I don't think it was really a slight on the Knicks. It was a slight on the situation. They just won 40 games. It's easy for me to comprehend somebody saying, okay, well, they won 40 games without me. They went to the playoffs. Now, me and Kyrie come here, we can win we can win 60 and we can fight for a belt. For a championship. That looks more valuable to me. And now I think if the Knicks was in that situation, they would have went to the Knicks, but we was like 2 years behind them. So now we getting there now, but then right now there's no disgruntled superstars. It's a disgruntled all-star Ben Simmons, but not a superstar. Nobody's disgruntled now. Everybody's happy where they at. So I guess we have to just sit back and be patient and don't jump the gun. Just sit back, be patient, and keep on developing these young boys, and then see what we got. And then we might have to add something to that going forward. But this starting team is not. It's not what it's not what it is. We got to move forward from there.
Shit is incredible.
Ron, you there?
Yeah, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear
Yeah,
you.
I can't hear y'all. All right, maybe that's a sign. My bad, y'all. All right, salute to y'all, Stapha, Rob, Uncle Freezy. I'm out, man, because I don't know. My connection's been kind of funky, y'all, but I'm listening.
Okay.
Were you in the Caribbean? Oh, he left.
What? So what? Did you think Freezy cut it off?
No. He ain't cut it off. Ron is on vacation, so I don't know if it's the connection where
Okay.
he's at. Because Ron is a big boy. He's probably in Hawaii or somewhere.
Oh, okay. So yeah, he might be dealing with something like that then.
Enjoying that big vacation. Yeah, man. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to Canal. Shout out to Kaiser Sose, always a loyal contributor. Justin L. Johnny Davis. Real King Salute. Bodega Y5. Kevin Middleton. Neville Humphreys. White Falcon 44. Big up yourself. East, big up yourself. John, still Knick fans, big up yourself. Wayne Peterson, big up yourself. Dripmore, where y'all say, brethren? Big up yourself. Jason Camacho, big up yourself. Cully, big up yourself. Yeah, man. CWC, if you're still in the chat, big up yourself. Yeah, man.
Hey, Stapha Don, I'm gonna end it right here, bro, because
that's cool.
I gotta get some rest, man, for later.
So all right, go ahead, get some rest. Chat. Rob, be
All
easy,
right, peace,
man.
everybody.
See y'all later.
Peace out, everybody. Peace
Yeah.
to the chat. All right.